Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fierce Angels, a reverse harem paranormal romance by May Dawson, narrated by Stephanie Rose. 1. I was no angel in my old life, but I'd never woken up in bed with two men before. I stared up at the white ceiling above Levi's bed. A crack zigzagged across the corner. It reminded me of the first room I'd slept in with these brothers. In the haunted asylum, I'd lost control in my nightmares and set the room on fire. One corner of the ceiling had collapsed in the flames. It was amazing that they still wanted to snuggle with me after that. Riker's broad shoulder was my pillow. My head seemed to fit in the crook of his shoulder as if his powerful body had been sculpted just for me. While Riker slept on his back, his big, scarred arm flung across the bed, Levi slept on his stomach like a mirror image. Levi tucked one muscular arm underneath his face when he slept. His eyelashes rested on his chiseled cheekbones, his lips faintly parted, which made his rough, masculine face look boyish and sweet in sleep. His hard-muscled calf lay over my ankle, as if he had to sleep touching me. I was cozy and content with them. I probably didn't deserve to be. I was keeping a secret. Mr. Joseph had my sister's body, kept on life support, and he claimed he could bring her back. But I'd have to pay for Ash's life. He had ordered me to go into the FAR and bring back his murdered wife. He'd also said that Ash, still a ghost until her soul was reunited with her body, was haunting me and reporting to him. Ash would never hurt me willingly. He must be forcing her. Unless she hated me now. I didn't remember what had happened the night she died, and when I tugged my few wispy threads of memory together, my head began to ache like it had the night of the accident. The doctors had diagnosed me with a concussion. I had to wonder if it was magic that blocked my memories and made my skull pound. He said my mother wanted to die with Ash gone. I could believe that. He said that he would make sure Mom had her wish if I told anyone Ellis was alive. I could believe that, too. I'm not stupid. I wasn't going to keep secrets from my guys, but I couldn't tell them when Ash might be haunting the edges of the room, listening to my whispers. Restless with anxiety, I drew my bare legs out of the blankets and scooted across to the foot of the bed, where Levi's quilt had been kicked askew. It pooled in blue and yellow across the hardwood floor. I gathered the quilt into a cozy weight in my arms to toss it back on the bed. I could imagine Wendy stitching each square by hand, the quilt draped over her pregnant belly, never imagining how the supernatural would tear her sons away from her. She'd had to send Jacob away to protect him from the demons, and I couldn't imagine what that had cost them both. What had happened to the fourth brother, the one we needed to master the FAR? She must have hidden him away somewhere, too. I pulled my jeans on, wincing at the whisper of denim over my skin as Levi stirred slightly. But the two boys went on sleeping, and I slipped out of the room, latching the door softly shut. The hallway was dimly lit by the first rays of dawn trickling in through the windows above the stairs, and I made my way down to the living room. This place looked homey, filled with sunshine and books, cozy fireplaces and comfortable furniture. But it wasn't my home. Not yet. I felt a sudden ache for the house I'd left behind, imagining the stairs I'd clattered down so many mornings. I was always running late. Ash was always waiting for me in the car, so she was the one who got to drive. I remembered lunging across the car for the keys as she jangled them above her head. I protested that I was never going to learn if I didn't get to practice, too, and Ash had laughed. What you really need to learn is to be punctual. These days, I wished that was the most complicated thing I needed to learn. The living room was warm and filled with light from the 2-story high windows and the glass doors to the deck, which looked out on the sweep of pines. I breathed in the scent of fresh coffee. God damn it. Jacob was up. I slipped through the kitchen, glad he wasn't there, and into the dining room, where the long table was always covered in books and the walls were lined with shelves. Hunters researched as much as they slayed. That was probably why Jacob was already up, his head propped up on his hand, leaning on one elbow as he turned the pages of an enormous tome. This room always smelled like old books. I stopped in the doorway. I felt a jolt of the usual nervousness that cool, recreationally hostile and undeniably handsome Jacob always provoked. "You going to come in and make yourself useful?" he asked, without looking up at me. Yeah. This was where I had planned to be, anyway. I had come down here to start working. But my list of topics to research was long. How to communicate without my dead sister overhearing. How to find the fourth. How to rescue my sister from the misery of purgatory. Jacob, for all his faults, was a good teacher, even if he annoyed the hell out of me. I pulled out a chair across from him. "I'm trying to figure out where to get started." He finally looked up. Golden eyes, not quite human, met mine evenly. "As much as I'd like to help sifting through the hay, I'd suggest you start with the Lilith verses. Knowing how you came to be here might help going forward." He half stood to reach across the table for a book. His sweater clung to his broad shoulders and tapered waist. He was even taller than Levi, more slender than the other brothers, but still powerful. I expected him to throw the book at me, but he set it in front of me reverently. I remembered the shelves of books in his room. "I'm trying to learn how to be human," he had said, and it hadn't sounded like a joke. I'd misread him again. He might hate me, but he loved his books. I opened the book. It was written in English, but older English. The pages densely packed with finely printed words. I turned each feathery thin page from the cover, looking for where the book came from. It was a translation of a much older Hebrew text into English, and the translation itself dated back a century. Levi had given me the quick and dirty version of Lilith and the Four before, and this version also began with Lilith's death. Human stories began with a birth. Supernatural stories always seemed to begin with a death. In the beginning, God had created the heavens and the earth, and it was good, but lonely. So he made Samael and Lilith, the first man and the first woman. But they were petty and jealous and quarrelsome, unable to see the beauty of the lush gardens or to enjoy the wild animals that slept in peace under the stars. The gates to heaven stood open then, and God and the angels walked freely among us. God blessed Samael with the gift of music, and blessed Lilith to travel into heaven, since she would channel God himself with her ability to bear life. Samael grew jealous and lay down his lute and bashed Lilith's head in with a stone. And so sin was born into the world. Staring down at the page, I could imagine the animals screaming as predator turned on prey, and the first green leaves withering, and Lilith's horror as she tasted pain and fear for the first time, choking on her blood. And then the angel, leaning over her, golden eyes aglow, bringing her back to life. I could imagine it all, as strong as a memory. "Do you want your coffee black?" Jacob asked me abruptly. He stood from the table and picked up his coffee mug. "Oh, yes, please." I was slightly thrown by the fact he hadn't asked me if I wanted coffee, but then it was a safe assumption to make. I did always want coffee. When he was gone, I tried to return to studying the verses, but the small writing hurt my gritty eyes. I felt sick after imagining that murder so vividly. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes. Time to take a break. I dropped my hands and began to look at the titles on the stacks of books, curious what books the boys thought might hold the answers we needed. A Garden of Beasts. Dark Witchcraft Revealed. Massachusetts Hauntings, 1650 to 1751. There were books from the 14th century, and books written a few years before, though even those most recent volumes were obviously bound by hand, too. I slid my thumb across rough stitches binding a cover. These secrets were too precious to trust to anyone who wasn't a hunter. There was a stack of journals, all with different colorful covers, stacked up among the piles of printed books. I picked up the first one and flipped it open to a random page. I squinted at the loopy, dashed-off handwriting. It was hard to read, and I slowly puzzled out the letters. I think it just might be time to retire from the business. No one with kids needs to be slaying vampires. I flipped to the front of the book. Sure enough, the inside cover said, Wendy Kerr Alexander, in that same impossibly loopy and twisted cursive. The mother of the 4. My 4.
"What are you doing?"
Jacob demanded, his voice cross. He stood in the doorway, a steaming mug of coffee in each hand, and he set one at my elbow impatiently.
"Priceless texts all around you. Try not to be clumsy."
I'm not going to spill on the monk's handiwork, I promised, since some of these books were hand-lettered. These books belong in a museum.
They belong used. There's no better purpose for a book than being read.
He held his hand out to me, making a give-it-here gesture with his long fingers.
Except for my mother's journals. Those you can stay out of.
Why? We're trying to find her son. You'd think the journals might have a hint or two.
Riker and Levi and I have all read them. We've been trying to find the 4th as long as we've been trying to find you.
I thought you didn't want to find me, I shot back.
I didn't, and that was before I even knew what a brat you were, princess.
You're the brat, Jacob Alexander. He rolled his eyes, taking his seat again.
Very mature, Ellis. And my last name isn't Alexander.
I had nothing to say in response to that. My cheeks flushed slightly at the misstep. Of course he had a different father than Riker and Levi. I hoped he didn't notice that I was embarrassed to have blundered tactlessly into their weird family dynamic, though. I didn't want to hurt him. I also didn't want Jacob to think I cared one bit if I hurt him or not. I took my seat again, pulling the verses towards me. I could barely focus on the page, though. Those tiny letters required my exact attention, and that was hard to summon with Jacob just across the table from me, leaning on his elbow again as he paged through the book. He always wore that thick leather bracelet on his wrist, sliding down the black tattoos that marked his tan skin, and a chunky white gold watch that didn't square with the punk bracelet.
You're not going to ask what my last name is?
He didn't bother to look up from the page. But his tone was teasing. I didn't expect teasing from Jacob. I'll just call you Jacob Jerkface in my head. The tiniest grin curled up one corner of his lips. Well, that was unexpected. I know, I'll say it for you, I said. Really mature, Ellis.
I just figured you would want to know, since you said curiosity revives you.
His tone was mild. That was really unexpected. It was interesting that he remembered exactly what I had said a few days before when I was exploring his room. Perhaps every word I spoke annoyed him so much that he couldn't help committing it to memory. Or perhaps he felt as much of a pull towards me as I felt towards him. I smacked my palm on the book. Is there a part of this that tells me exactly how the Lilith and the 4 thing works?
More or less. In the back, there's a concordance with all the different Lilith and the 4 pairings. I always find it fascinating.
He came around the table, and I felt him lean against the back of my chair as he flipped to the end of the book. This close, I breathed in his scent, which was all black coffee and spice. How long have you known about the 4? It always bothered me that I had no time to adjust to this whole reincarnated Lilith business, but he had known that he and I would be bound together for years. And yet, he was the one who was so damn irked by the whole thing. I was trying to take my mystical destiny in stride. He hesitated, as if he didn't want to answer, and then he said, his voice clipped,
"A year."
"A year? Why didn't Riker and Levi tell you earlier?"
"Because I found them a year ago,"
he said. He traced his finger across the page. He had big fists, scarred across the knuckles, but his fingers were long and delicate, like he should have been a musician.
"There, the concordance makes for interesting reading. The Lilith and the 4, all through time, trying to make sure souls get to the afterlife they deserve in the far, trying to unfuck things in the world, trying to kill Hitler and stop the Ripper and end the Inquisition. And plenty of times they did turn the course of evil and save the world."
Makes us sound like heroes.
It's a lot to live up to, Ellis.
His voice, for once, wasn't mocking. I rubbed a hand over my face. Makes it seem like I shouldn't just be wrapped up in saving my sister. There was a pause between us. Then he said,
"I don't understand why you're willing to help me get loose."
His voice was low and rough, as if those words had been hard for him to say. He must have been afraid I'd back out of my end of our deal.
"In case we don't have the juice to go into the far without that bond."
"You're right. I'm a terrible sister." My voice came out acerbic.
"That's not what I said."
"No? You've told me over and over again how selfish I am. Now here I am. I should be single-mindedly working to save her, and I'm distracted trying to cut you loose so I don't have to deal with the awful way you look at me." All the anger I'd felt at him seethed to the surface, and the minute the words had left my lips, I felt like I could choke on them. Jacob stared at me, his lips slightly parted, his eyes troubled. He said nothing to comfort me or to condemn me. "I don't want you to be trapped with me," I said. "You're not going to just leave, though, are you? You'll help save my sister?"
"Of course."
"Then why does it matter to me if you're in my harem or not?" I met his eyes evenly.
"You don't feel anything?"
he asked.
"For me?"
I stared down at the verses. Nope, I wasn't answering that question. "What's it like for you guys? I want to understand what we're dealing with, since we need to understand it to defeat it." He shook his head, but a faint, amused smirk was written across his lips. "What?" I asked.
"I don't want to talk about it any more than you do, Princess."
I raked my fingers through my hair, pushing back the dark strands that had fallen in my face. "Neither of us chose this, Jacob, but we can unchoose it."
"I hope you're right."
"What are you going to do with your freedom? Once we break the—" I wasn't sure what to call it, so I trailed off.
"Curse?"
Jacob suggested. "Is it a curse? Isn't it from God?" His eyes flickered to the book in front of me.
"Read on. You tried to kill yourself. God wouldn't let you. Do you think he blessed you when he sentenced you to try life again? Reincarnated every generation?"
"Yeah, I do," I said. As dark and tainted as my life felt after losing Ash, I clung to the memories I had from before. Sunshine on my shoulders at the beach, singing out of tune with my sister. And I clung to the good things now. Or at least, I tried. Life feels like a gift.
"Then you haven't been a hunter long enough,"
he promised me. He pulled away from me and returned to his own seat across the table, settling down in front of his book as if we were finished with this conversation. I wasn't. "Olivia?" I asked. His eyes jerked up to mine.
"What about Olivia?"
"What you're going to do. With your freedom." "Olivia?" I felt my cheeks flush slightly. I was not jealous. I was not jealous. The look he gave me was far too considering, as if he saw right through me.
"Olivia is kind, intelligent, and graceful enough for two people. Lord knows I've no grace of my own. It would make sense if I could love her."
"If you could?"
"If I could."
"She deserves someone who loves her. Not because they should. Not because it makes sense." I had to shut up. It was so obvious I didn't like the idea of Jacob and Olivia, and it had nothing to do with what was best for Olivia. Jacob stared back at me, and I thought he was angry. He said,
"Maybe she also deserves someone human."
It was my turn to stare at the page. I hadn't expected him to agree with me that he didn't deserve Olivia. Suddenly, I felt like I'd been an ass. "You're the only one who thinks it's a bad thing to be something more than human." Since he was half angel, as well as part of the Four, I wondered if he was gifted with twice as much power as a mortal man.
"More?"
He shook his head.
"I'm different than human, maybe, but not more."
It was in his tone, though he would never have said it out loud, that he was less. I bit down on my lip. I couldn't comfort him, not with everything that had been said between us. "I wished we'd met differently," I said, because he wouldn't have hated me if it weren't for the helpless bond that stretched between us. Our fingers longed to touch and tangle. My head longed to rest on his broad chest, hearing the beat of his heart, and my lips ached to kiss his smirking mouth until I found his real smile. I longed for him. even though I didn't want to.
Maybe we should try to start over.
His golden eyes were hypnotic as he stood from the table, extending his hand across the table to shake. That faint British accent sounded charming when he wasn't angry at me.
I'm Jacob. Pleasure to meet you.
I knew if I took his hand in mine, that powerful arc of desire between us would blaze even higher for me. Maybe it was easier for him to deny the curse, because he wasn't human. Angels didn't love like we did. They certainly didn't love each other in the carnal, base, rough, and tender ways that I wanted to know Jacob. I looked down, letting my hair fall between us, blocking my view of his handsome face, his outstretched hand. I don't think we can start over, Jacob. I think we have to go on from here. As best we can.
Of course.
His voice was clipped. He took his seat again. I returned to the verses, to studying how Lilith was cursed, or blessed, or both. 2. I was startled out of my studies when Jacob pushed back his chair and headed abruptly into the kitchen, without a word to me. Not that he owed me a word. I gazed back down at the page. I'd just been reading about how Lilith, brought back to life, couldn't bear that world full of sin, where the gates of heaven were closed to man and God was distant. I rubbed the skin above my hip absently. I could have sworn my fingers found rough scars even through the thin material of my t-shirt. I yanked my shirt up, my heart hammering, but the place where Lilith had driven a blade into her side was smooth and untouched. 4 angels had arrived to save Lilith for the second time, the time that she tried to force her way back into heaven through suicide. God ordered her to stay in the world, reincarnated each generation, to grow into the woman she was meant to be. But she wouldn't be alone. Those 4 angels were born into each generation too, into 4 brothers, each with one of an angel's gifts: near immortality, strength and speed, the ability to travel and communicate telepathically, and the ability to hypnotize and bend humans to their will. I ran my fingers through my hair, sitting back. There couldn't be a more ordinary girl than me. No one would have picked me out of my 7th grade basketball team as I stumbled down the court and said, "Yeah, that girl's a born warrior." "Why me?" I muttered out loud.
Why you... what?
Riker leaned in the doorway. He took a long sip from his mug of coffee. He looked unruffled, which was unfair, because my heart thumped frantically. "How long have you been standing there staring at me?" I demanded.
How long ago did you sneak out of bed?
He asked. I didn't sneak. I had totally sneaked. I gestured at the piles of books. I was eager to get to work.
Oh, yeah. The not-so-glamorous part of hunting.
Levi slid past him in the doorway to rest his hands on my shoulders. His big hands settled comfortingly on my shoulders.
There are no glamorous parts of hunting, but I was thinking about pulling Ellis away for a while today. She needs clothes of her own, and I want that date.
You want to take me shopping? I tilted my head back to look at Levi's face upside down. His long blonde hair fell loose in damp waves, brushing his shoulders. There was a mischievous light in his deep blue eyes. You really are the perfect man, aren't you? Riker snorted.
We'll see about that.
I had to grin. They might both be perfect in their own way to me, but I wasn't going to tell them that. As long as it was good-natured, I liked the idea of them fighting over me. Just a little bit. From behind Riker, Jacob called,
Breakfast's on, if you guys want to stop making me sick. More for us,
Riker said. He draped his arm casually over my shoulder, hugging me into his side. I breathed in his scent of soap and aftershave. We wandered into the kitchen together, and I felt a warmth in my chest to be pulled against his hard-muscled, warm body. The table in the kitchen was set with brightly colored plates in blues and corals. I took a seat as Jacob set a pan of cheesy scrambled eggs and a plate of bacon in the center of the table, and I ran my fingertip over the raised design at the edge of the plates. I'm betting Wendy picked these out?
Yeah.
Riker shoved a piece of bacon into his mouth before he even pulled out his chair. She was everywhere in this house. The mysterious woman I'd never met. The one who had given birth to the 4 and hidden her sons from those who could harm them. And from each other. Even the boys who had loved her couldn't unravel the secrets she'd left behind. But my sister's afterlife might depend on finding that 4th. What happened to her? I knew the short answer. Her grave was out in the woods, marked by smooth river stones piled high, by burned-down candles and withered flowers. There was a pause, as if no one wanted to answer. Riker chewed steadily. Levi leaned against the kitchen counter, his arms crossed over his chest. He looked as if he were trying to find the right words to answer me. Then Jacob said, abruptly,
"She was killed by an angel. Jesus, Ellis, read the room. No one wants to talk about how our mother was murdered."
Riker was on his feet in a second, shoving the table forward as he jumped up.
"Watch your fucking mouth when you talk to Ellis."
Jacob rolled his eyes.
"Puppy love, it's painful to watch. It'll be painful when I kick your ass."
"All right," Levi said evenly, raising his hands slightly, taking a step forward to angle himself between one brother and the other.
"We're not enemies here. We all love each other." "I wouldn't go that far,"
Jacob said dryly, but he took a step back, nodding to Riker, almost in apology, and then took a seat at the table across from me.
"Now I'm worried about leaving you two alone."
Levi set a fresh mug of coffee in front of me.
"But then, I always worry you two will do something stupid without adult supervision." "You're the adult supervision?"
Riker said. He shook his head.
"Guess we're fucked then. Anyway, if you don't want to leave us alone, I guess I should take Ellis on that date."
Maybe I'd have a better chance of slipping my ghost sister stalker if I was one-on-one with the boys. I took a bite of scrambled eggs, still contemplating, as they began to argue. The eggs were buttery and tender in my mouth. I swallowed and then said, "You can all cook. It's amazing."
"Little hunters earn their keep."
Levi smiled across the table at me, ignoring Riker and Jacob, who were still fussing at each other.
"My mother expected to come back to a clean house and dinner on the table, and we always had other hunters we were hosting."
"You did? So other hunters know where the house is?" I thought of Riker's face, flushed with anger, when he learned that Parrish's team had found a hunter willing to inform on the boys while Jacob was being hunted.
"They're good people,"
Levi promised me.
"And most of them are dead,"
Jacob muttered. "Yeah, I get it, Mr. Sunshine. Hunters, short lifespans." I was tired of hearing about it. Although that reminds me, I should probably take a break from the books and work on the whole not dying thing in the dojo today, too.
"No need,"
Riker said.
"We'll bring some blades on our date."
I grinned. I don't mean to sound critical, but that sounds like a shitty date, Riker. Jacob shook his head sorrowfully.
"You can tell Riker's only ever dated other hunters. It'll be fun,"
Riker promised me. His voice was low and sexy. Suddenly, I believed that he could make anything fun.
"Give me an hour to pack up."
"Where are we going?"
"It's a surprise."
He shoved one last piece of bacon into his mouth and stood, winking at the guys.
"Don't wait up. We're going overnight." "Definitely the most important thing you could be doing now,"
Jacob said. His eyes flickered towards me, as if he were challenging me to stay. "I know what I'm doing," I said. I'd find a way to tell Riker about my sister. Maybe he could teach me how to project like he did, someplace we couldn't be followed by my ghost.
"I doubt that very much,"
Jacob said. I doubted it too, to be honest, but I had to try. And I felt a rise of anticipation when I thought about having some fun for once. It was time to break from the past year of bitterness and sorrow and try something new. I would protect my sister and my mother, and I would train to walk into heaven and hell like a Lilith was meant to. But I'd have some fun along the way, too. 3. Riker drove the Jeep down a long country road, where the tree limbs tangled above us in an arch of green and brown and shifting golden sunlight. The sun was warm on my shoulders, with the top down on the Jeep. Then he took a hard turn to the right, and I swayed against my seatbelt. Lord, do you guys ever not drive it like you stole it?
We stole it, he said matter-of-factly. But, to be fair, we are on the side of good, making sure people aren't murdered by poltergeists and demons. And no one pays us for that.
Did you ever think about doing anything else? The Jeep was chewing up gravel under its wheels as we drove down a narrow track, and I could feel the vibrations up my legs and ass, my teeth beginning to chatter together. He shook his head.
I don't know how to do anything else. I was raised to do this. Fight, kill, protect, repeat.
His sunglasses were in the console between us. I picked up his Oakleys and tried them on. They slid down my nose a little, but when I looked over at him, he smiled back at me.
They look good on you,
he said. He popped the brake on the car, and I looked forward, realizing we'd come to a stop at the edge of a clearing. In front of us was a strip of grass, and then rocky beach lapped by bright blue water. I felt his hand, warm and possessive, on my cheek, and I turned my face into his. My lips were seeking his automatically, but instead, I felt him slide the sunglasses away.
They're also mine,
he said. I opened my mouth to protest, and his lips finally pressed against mine. His lips were the only soft part of his hard, muscular body, and I kissed that lush lower lip, drawing it between my own lips. I bit down on his lower lip, just hard enough to sting. He shook his head slightly, pulling away, but only far enough to kiss the corner of my mouth.
You're trouble, Firestarter.
Good thing you like trouble. I'd seen how he and Levi both loved to fight, even when the odds seemed stacked against us. There was reckless joy in it for them.
I don't know about that.
His lips parted, drawing my lower lip in, and I felt a spark of desire for him that ran through my body. I leaned into him, even though the gear stick between us jabbed into my side, and ran my hands across his broad shoulders. His t-shirt was soft under my hands, and the heat he gave off was warming and comforting.
But I like you.
I rested my hand on his cheek, feeling the faint stubble of 5 o'clock shadow already. It was rough against my palm. Do you ever think about how you don't have a choice? Not really?
Ellis, give me all the choices in the world, and I'd still choose you.
His voice was low and sexy and sure. I pressed my nose against his, and he tilted his head forward so that his forehead met mine. I'm glad it's you, I murmured. I don't know about this whole Lilith thing, Riker, but I'm glad you're here with me.
Yeah, me too.
He kissed me again, a quick peck this time, his lips quirking up mischievously, as if he knew that chaste kiss would leave me wanting more.
But they're still my Oakleys.
As we climbed out of the Jeep and I joined him at the trunk, I asked, Wait, didn't you steal those too? He pressed a finger against his lush lips quickly, shushing me, and then reached up to unstrap the ties binding the kayak onto the Jeep. The motion made his shirt right up slightly, exposing a sliver of his tan, lean waist, and I drank in the way his t-shirt clung to his broad shoulders and fell away over that tapered waist. He carried the kayak over his head and then lowered it smoothly into the sand at the edge of the river. He passed me, heading back to the car for another load, as I dropped the tent bag in the middle of the clearing. By the time he came back, I was pulling the tent poles out of the bag. I'd never put a tent together in my life. Landon girls don't camp. But I was determined to be useful now. We quickly set up the tent. When we had unrolled the sleeping bags inside, I lay back on one, looking up at the low-slung blue canvas top above me. The tent had a bit of a plasticky scent, but the puffy blue sleeping bag underneath me was comfortable, and there was a cool, refreshing breeze coming in through the mesh windows. I sighed, thinking that I could take a nap here.
Train now, swim later,
Riker said. How about nap now? I suggested, throwing my arm over my eyes. He leaned forward, kissing my hairline. He found the one bit of my face that was still exposed, even though I was trying to block out the sun. And him.
My job is to keep you alive, and to teach you how to keep yourself alive. I haven't waited for you all this time to have you drop the minute we walk into the far.
What was it like waiting for me?
Agonizing,
He said briskly.
Now let's go.
I groaned, but crawled out of the tent after him anyway. The soft breeze ruffled my hair. It was the kind of gently warm summer day that makes the world feel peaceful. He pulled 2 sheathed swords out of the back seat, unwrapping a blanket from around them, and tossed one to me. I caught it awkwardly, my hand wrapping around the sheath a second too late. Catching it awkwardly jarred my arm, sending a shock down my aching forearm to my elbow. I wish you people would stop throwing swords at me, I said. I was actually thinking maybe you could teach me to project.
I can try.
He sounded uncertain. Well, great. Maybe that wasn't an easy skill to master and the answer to all my problems.
But our top priority should be controlling your fire and mastering the sword. You have to be able to protect yourself.
Isn't that what I have you for? I asked lightly, but I was just teasing. I wanted to be able to protect the boys just as much as they wanted to protect me. He closed the distance between us, wrapping his arms around my waist, and I felt the sheath of his sword against my leg as he held me tight against his body. His lips nuzzled my cheek, and I wrapped my arms around his neck, hugging him back.
Yes,
he said simply.
Always.
I don't know what I did in another life to deserve you. It was supposed to be a joke, but once I said it, it didn't feel like a joke anymore. The thought of all those other Liliths tugged at me, making me curious. What had happened in those other lives? The thought that part of me had lived from the dawn of time, even though I couldn't remember any of it, was surreal. Those wispy memories felt just outside my reach. They might hold the secrets to save my sister.
You don't have to do anything to deserve me,
he promised.
I just love you. Always have. Always will.
I smiled faintly, trying to figure out just what to say to that. His big hands wrapped around my hips before he playfully pushed me away.
Now draw your sword, slacker,
he said.
We've got work to do. Let's see some fireballs.
That night, Riker and I sat around the blazing fire. I stared up at the stars, lost for a second in the scatter of golden stars against the deepness of the night. They were so beautiful, brighter here than I'd ever seen them in the suburbs. I felt Riker's hand fall over mine. Then he impatiently jerked my hand towards him, and his high-boned cheeks swelled slightly before he blew out the orange flames wrapping around my now singed marshmallow. He shook his head as he released my slightly charred stick and marshmallow back to me. Don't say it, I warned.
Fire starter.
I blew on the blackened part of my marshmallow to cool it before I wrapped my mouth around its spun sugar sweetness. I like them burned a little.
Of course you do.
I stuck my tongue out at him, watching his handsome face in the ever-changing light and shadow thrown by the flames.
You want to do something?
He asked. We are doing something. I made a give-me gesture, and he tossed the bag of marshmallows my way. I threaded a new marshmallow onto my stick.
I want to show you something,
he said. I waggled my eyebrows at him. He said,
You're incorrigible.
It's not my fault. After all, destiny compelled me to want him. I wondered what that had been like for all those other Liliths, in times when having sex outside of marriage was no bueno. But then Riker and Levi seemed to think that one day I'd marry all of them. Okay, fine. Show me. Riker grabbed my hand. My fingers knit with his. His palm was warm and dry, and I felt the thick calluses that ran across his knuckles under my thumb. There was something intriguing about a dangerous man who was so sweet to me. Together, we made our way along the edge of the river, which rippled and flowed, reflecting moonlight back up to the sky. The night air was cooler now, and I leaned into Riker, seeking his warmth. I heard the waterfall before I even saw it, the constant rush of water, and then we turned a bend in the path along the river. The shine of the river ended abruptly, a glimmering ribbon that fell away into nothing but deep, star-studded sky.
We come out here sometimes to go cliff diving,
Riker said. Of course you do, I said, because camping isn't enough. You have to go cliff diving.
It's perfectly safe, Ellis.
He stopped at the edge of the water, facing towards the river, and pulled his t-shirt quickly over his head. Riker's broad shoulders and muscled back gleamed under the dim light, and I wanted to run my hands over his back. I would choose a different adrenaline rush. "I'm scared of heights," I said.
"Then tonight's a good night to conquer your fears."
I heard the whisper of his belt sliding open, and then he stepped out of his jeans and boxers. He turned his head over his shoulder to look at me, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
"Come on, Ellis. If you're afraid of heights, then this is good training."
"Am I going to have to scale buildings in the afterlife or something?" I demanded.
"You're going to have to face all your nightmares in the far," he said. "Might as well start with something easy."
"It's not easy," I said. "I've been afraid of heights all my life. Ash talked me into climbing to the top of the monkey bars once when we were kids, and then panic. I just froze there for like an hour."
"It's not even easy when you're with me."
His lips quirked up slightly. "Are you going to miraculously protect me from falling to my death and having my head bashed in and then drowning? Which, by the way, I am also terrified of drowning."
"Yep,"
he said. He held out his hand to me. Well, that was hard to argue with. "Fine," I said. I yanked my shirt over my head and threw it onto the mucky ground next to his. "Only because you said this counts as training, and I am dedicated to the cause."
"That's my girl,"
he said. The pride in his voice always sent a thrill through me that settled into a warm glow in my chest. Ah, fuck it. I'd do anything to hear him say that. In that voice. Fear couldn't compete. I kicked off my boots and pulled off my jeans, feeling the soft earth squish up between my toes. "This is madness." He stepped out onto one of the rocks along the waterfall.
"Our whole lives are madness, Firestarter. Might as well embrace it."
He turned to face me, and no matter how much anxiety made my stomach twist, I couldn't help being a little bit distracted by his chiseled abs and the tattoos that ran up his thick biceps and over his pecs. "Don't you think we could just have sex?" I grouched at him as I started to cross the distance between us. He grinned at me and took a step back with one foot, his bare foot hovering over nothingness. "Riker Alexander, stop that," I said. "You're scaring me. Why don't I know your middle name? I definitely need to know your middle name."
"It's Duncan, like my father."
He crinkled his nose at me.
"I hate it. I don't feel like a Duncan."
Riker Duncan Alexander was on my lips to scold him, but before I could, he fell backwards. I watched him arch away from me, his body all lean grace, and then he was gone. I ran forward to the edge of the slick rock and peered out into the churning, silvery water below. This waterfall wasn't too steep, I guessed, only 10 or 12 feet. Riker broke the surface, grinning up at me, and waved. 10 or 12 feet is enough, really, when you're afraid of heights. I felt a little dizzy just leaning over the water from this height, because I could feel how cold and slimy the rocks were under my toes. I was certain I would slip, and then fall to my death.
"Jump,"
he called up to me.
"I'll be here."
"And I'll be splattered," I muttered. "How deep is the water? Are you sure it's safe?"
"It's deep,"
he said.
"I've been jumping these falls since I was 7, Ellis. You're safe."
"Are you trying to shame me because 7-year-old Riker was tougher than I am?"
"Does it help?"
I shook my head. He held his arms up, treading water, as if he'd catch me.
"Just jump. You've done scarier things already this week."
I wondered what he meant by scarier things. Racing towards a machine gun, throwing fireballs at men with guns, trying to get Jacob to open up to me. I was shaking my head at my own stupidity as I crouched slightly, gathering all my power, and jumped. I pinched my nose with my hand, my arms braced across my chest, and squeezed my eyes shut. My stomach rose with the fall, and then my feet crashed into cold water, which parted around me. I kicked out hard, swimming up with the bubbles and churn until my face broke the water. I gasped.
"Nice,"
Riker said. He swam towards the grass at the edge of the river, and I crossed my arms over my chest. "Are we really done?"
"Nah,"
he grinned at me.
That's just the little baby one to get you started.
You drive me crazy, I said. I could see his shoulders shaking with his laughter as he stepped back up on the shore, water streaming off his body. And despite my better judgment, I swam after him. 20 minutes later, we'd jumped every part of the waterfall except the last. I stood hand in hand with Riker, standing on slick rock and listening to the constant rush of water falling.
40 feet,
Riker said.
Important to keep your feet together on the way down. Hurts like a bitch if you don't.
I nodded. He suddenly threw his arm over my shoulders, hugging me into his side.
It's okay, Firestarter. You don't have to jump. I don't want to push you.
You've been pushing me the whole time. He looked abashed.
They were just the little ones. You were actually scared?
Do you know what it's like to be afraid of heights? Or, anything? I poked his chiseled chest with my finger. Good Lord, what were these hunters made of?
I'm scared of things, he said, almost defensively.
Name something. He bit down on that plush lower lip, staring at me, and I thought it was because he couldn't answer.
I'm scared of going into the far.
His voice was low.
And finding out my mom's in hell. That's what I'm afraid of.
Your mother wouldn't be in hell? I felt horrified by the thought. He tilted my chin up with one finger, his eyes steady on me.
You didn't know her, Firestarter.
But you love your mom.
Yeah,
he said simply.
Never said she was one of the good guys. Just that she raised me to be one.
I ran my hand over his droplet-studded bicep briskly, hoping to comfort him. The fear that someone you loved was suffering for eternity was the worst I could imagine. I thought of how I saw Ash over and over. She ran towards the flames in desperation to get away from something, looking back at me over her shoulder to make sure I was on her heels, her face twisted in horror. My relationship with my mom was on the dysfunctional side these days, given that I had set her house on fire and she'd sent me off to an abusive reform camp for mutants. But at least I was pretty sure she'd end up in a good place. My hand slid down his arm to curl around his fingers. I would do whatever I could to distract Riker and myself from our nightmares. I'll jump. Just give me a second. He hesitated, like he was going to tell me again that I didn't have to jump. But then he just said,
Point your toes.
You know what I like about you? I said, squeezing his hand before I let go. You might want to protect me, but you don't treat me like some delicate flower. He grinned at me, all boyish mischief despite that muscled, dangerous, all-grown-up body.
Less talking, more jumping.
Jackass, I accused him. And then, before my own sense of mortality could catch up to me, I jumped out into the deep night sky. For a second, it felt as if I hung there, high above the water, and then I plummeted. I squeezed my knees and ankles together, one hand pressed over my mouth and nose. I could see the world around me, the forest that lined the riverbanks, as a dark blur, and then I squeezed my eyes shut. I was ready to hit the water, to have it be over, but I was still falling. And then my feet slapped the water, hard enough that the soles of my feet stung as if someone had whipped them with a belt, and I pressed my lips tight against the cry that filled my mouth. Then I was underwater, pushed deeper and deeper into the peaceful, dark blue. As soon as my descent slowed, I kicked out, frantic to break the surface, and possibly to punch Riker in the face. My lungs ached as I struggled towards the surface. And then my face broke the water, and I breathed in a quick, sudden breath, and all my fear turned to delight. Even the pain in my feet had faded to just a warm tingle now. I found myself smiling, amazed at what I'd just done. Riker broke the water next to me, raking his short, water-spiked hair back with one hand, and grabbed me around the waist. We bobbed in the water together. He grinned like he was even happier than I was.
You did it,
he said.
So you're not afraid anymore?
I laughed shakily. I don't think that's how this works.
We could do it again next week,
he offered. I looped my arms around his shoulders, shaking my head. You're being a jackass again.
You mean I stopped? Between there?
He pointed up to the cliff we'd jumped from, and I looked up, following his finger. From here, treading water, it seemed like a long way back up that shining wall of water. He pointed down.
And here?
Yeah. There was a moment when I liked you for convincing me to jump, because it does feel pretty good. I crinkled my nose at him, the way he had when he told me his middle name. Which reminded me. Riker Duncan Alexander.
You're not going to use that against me, are you?
Every chance I get, I promised him. He growled, pressing his nose against mine, and I laughed. The sound seemed to split the night air, and he grinned back at me. His fingers tangled in my wet hair, holding my face still as he treaded water, and he pressed his lips to mine tentatively. I kissed him back, helplessly, my lips parting against his, inviting him in. His tongue swept against the inside of my top lip, and I felt my tongue slide against his, the slickness of our tongues together reminding me of the way our bodies fit together so perfectly. I turned my face away from his, biting down on my lower lip to stop myself from smiling. No, I'm freezing. We are not making out in the water.
I'll warm you up,
he promised, his hands settling on my hips, drawing me close.
And it wasn't making out that I had in mind.
I felt my thighs sliding against his leanly muscled abs before they tightened around his narrow waist. His arms wrapped around me tightly, holding me up as we bobbed in the water. He brushed against me, hard and ready, between my thighs. I quirked an eyebrow at him. That is definitely a supernatural gift. He grinned. That sexy smile of his always made my heart beat a little faster, and I hated to lose sight of it when he lowered his face to my neck. He kissed his way down my throat, paying special attention to the base of my throat, and my head fell back as shivers of pleasure ran through my body. The water swelled around my ears, and I could feel my hair buoyed up by the water, floating around us. His hard forearm was tight around my lower back as he kissed his way down my clavicles, the curve of my breast. He glanced up at me, his eyes full of mischief, and then flicked my nipple with his tongue. I gasped.
Still cold,
he teased. I understand friction produces heat, I said, pulling him in tighter to me with my thighs. I could feel him press against me, teasing between my thighs, but he ignored me. His tongue made a slow circle around my nipple. Then he suddenly drew my nipple into his mouth. My fingers sunk deeply into his broad shoulders. I could see him grin around my nipple, enjoying just what he did to me. I reached between his legs, intending to make things fair, but the second I took him in my hand, he flicked his tongue over my nipple as his mouth worked steadily, and my back arched involuntarily. My grip on him loosened. "Oh, is this a challenge too?" I muttered. "It's not difficult enough to go cliff diving. You hunters have to make everything difficult." He raised an eyebrow, his lips a whisper away from my nipple as he tilted his head to look at me. But instead of answering, he ran his free hand down the curve of my waist and hip, up the outside of my thigh, and then up the inside. His thumb brushed against my inner thigh. I bit down on my lip, holding back a sound of raw desire.
"It's not a game to me,"
he said, his voice low and husky. He wrapped his hands around my thighs and carried me up out of the water. I felt the water fall away from us in sheets, and the warm Virginia night air wrapped around my body like a towel. He set me down on the edge of the lake, in the grass, and knelt before me. He pressed my thighs apart, his grip firm even though I tried to close my knees, and pressed a tender kiss to the inside of my knee.
"Don't be embarrassed," he said. "There's nothing I want more than to taste you."
I let my knees fall open. He moved slowly up from my knees, kissing his way up my thighs, taking his time, and I squirmed in anticipation. Each soft kiss on my thighs sent another wave of desire crashing through me. He pressed a kiss to the very top of my thigh, the shadow of beard stubble on his jaw brushing roughly against my clit, and I gasped. He turned his face into me, wrapping his arms tightly around my thighs so he could hold me still, and he kissed my very center. I thought I was going to lose my mind right there. But then he slipped his tongue inside me. His mouth worked steadily against me, and the shivers of pleasure I'd felt turned into a steady beat. My body shivered with his rhythm as he thrust his tongue inside me over and over. With each thrust, I felt a hum from my G-spot spread through my whole body. My thighs began to shake against his hard biceps just a second before I shattered. No matter how cold the water had been, pure heat washed over me. The stars far above us seemed to whirl and shatter, silver cascading down to earth as my vision blurred, as I went out of my mind. He was grinning, watching me. When my shivers and shakes had subsided, he kissed the inside of my knee again.
"I'd better get your clothes, Firestarter."
"Nothing doing," I said, and reached for him again. "I'm not letting you off that easy." Adrenaline and sex. This night couldn't be more Riker. 4. The next morning, Riker parked the Jeep in the garage. As the door rumbled closed behind us, I stopped with my legs already canted out of the car, reluctant to step out onto the cement. Then our date would really be over. "It was nice," I said, "having some time. Just us."
"Yeah."
His sexy voice was husky, and I wanted to lean over and kiss him all over again.
"Let's do it again."
"When we aren't saving the world? Apparently there's a lot to live up to." I leaned in towards him, casually. "Sure."
"Can't save the world every week."
He quirked an eyebrow at me, also leaning in slightly. "Do you promise?" I rested my palm against his chest. His lips met mine again, tender, even though his hand on my cheek was firm and possessive. When our lips finally parted again, he muttered,
"I would promise, but I don't remember what we were talking about."
I grinned. It was funny to think of this gorgeous man being as smitten with me as I was with him. He stroked his thumb over my cheekbone, his expression fond. For some reason, Jacob flashed into my mind, with his mocking smirk and his haunted eyes. I found myself saying, "This curse is a hell of a drag, huh?" Riker pulled back slightly, his warm green eyes intent on my face.
"Something bothering you, Firestarter?"
I shook my head, just faintly, because I didn't want to leave the warmth of his touch behind. "It's been a weird week. The good stuff, it's as hard to make sense of as all the bad. Maybe harder."
"You've had a bad run of things," he said, "but it's going to be all right. We'll make sure your sister makes it to heaven. Take care of the company, and then it'll just be us."
That low, sexy us warmed my soul. And then a niggling thought struck me. Heaven?
Of course.
Mr. Joseph had said we would bring Ash back to life, in the body he'd kept on ice for her. But I couldn't tell Riker that. Not here. He was still watching me as if he knew I was hiding something from him. And when his face was only inches away from mine, it felt impossible to lie to him. I felt the corners of my mouth flicker up in a sad approximation of a smile. It's hard to think about. My sister going into heaven.
I know, but it's better than being lost in the far.
Maybe, but heaven wasn't better than being alive. The house was quiet until I reached the basement stairs and pushed the door open. I could hear the clash of sword bracing on sword. Levi and Jacob must be down there training. I rubbed my shoulders, which were still sore. Didn't they ever take a rest? Levi was still healing from his wounds. I worried that these boys thought they were immortal, that Levi would pull his stitches and be slow to heal because he couldn't slow down. There was the clashing sound of a sword flying out of someone's hand, and a thunk as it hit the wall. I was very familiar with those sounds after my recent training sessions. I wasn't very good at holding on to my sword against the boys, let alone getting many hits in. I took one step down and then froze as I heard Levi ask,
So, how are you and Ellis getting along? I've been taking it easy on you because of the stitches. Jacob's voice was wryly threatening. Just wondering. You two are stuck with each other. She's not going anywhere. I shouldn't have kept eavesdropping, but I was so curious what Jacob would say. Would he tell Riker and Levi that he wanted to be free from the harem? From them, as well as from me? We talked yesterday, Jacob said reluctantly. How'd it go? I could hear the faint smile in Jacob's voice when he admitted. I almost apologized. Levi laughed. And did she almost accept? I think she told me to fuck off. That was my takeaway. I frowned, crossing my arms over my chest. That was definitely not what I'd said, or meant. And there was a big difference in my mind between I'm sorry for what I did wrong and let's start over. But it wasn't like I could storm down there and correct him. I glanced down the hall to the door that stood open to the garage. I could still hear Riker rustling around in the garage, putting away the kayak and camping gear. I should be helping him. You really don't feel anything? Levi trailed off. I mean, how am I supposed to not eavesdrop when they're going to talk about me? It's different when you're not fully human, I guess, Jacob said. I guess. Levi sounded doubtful. Come on, let's go another round if you're up for it. I took a careful step backwards up the stairs and then tiptoed down the hall until I was back in the doorway to the garage. Then I bounced down the steps to drag the cooler out of the car. I'll unpack the leftovers. Riker hooked the kayak to a winch hung over the rafter and began to hoist it up so it would dangle out of the way of their stolen cars. Thanks. The cooler bumped against my legs as I carried it towards the house, and I pushed it up the stairs, over the threshold, and then stopped. Riker, quick question for you. Shoot. Can you read my mind? He grinned. I wish, Firestarter. That's not how this works. I nodded. Well, that was a relief. But we can communicate. Yeah. It's easier for me when someone is dreaming, though. Otherwise, you have all your walls up. He shrugged. Maybe with practice, we can communicate all the time. We can work on it. How can someone have a wall up against something they don't even know exists? People have all kinds of walls up, Ellis. He stepped back from the winch, slapping one palm against the other to shake off the dust. I sat down on the steps that led up to the garage door. I was thinking about the history of the Four and the Lilith. I did a bad job on our date if you had time to think. The grin he shot me was devilish. That date was perfect, I said. But before you distracted me from the bizarre state of my life, I was thinking about how weird it was that this is what the angels came up with for Lilith's penance. Wild sex and lots of love. And danger and terrifying walks into the far and darksiders that wanted to murder her reincarnation all over again, like Samael once murdered her. Living as a Lilith was not exactly a life of chocolate-dipped strawberries and silk sheets. But still, it was weird. Maybe it was never about penance, he said, leaning back against the car. He stuffed his hands into his jeans pockets so his broad shoulders rolled forward slightly. I always found that relaxed posture adorable. The first Lilith killed herself to get her way, because she found life on this planet so unbearable. Maybe just doing the work she was meant to do, finding the joy in this fucked-up world, choosing love. That's what she's supposed to do, to become who she's supposed to be. And who is Lilith supposed to be? Riker half shrugged. I'm not the philosopher around here. I thought you said you were the smart brother, I teased. You ever going to unpack that cooler? Riker teased back. No, Jacob said from behind me, and I jumped, pressing my hand to my chest. Good grief. I had jumped like I was caught doing something I shouldn't, like eavesdropping. I heard the cooler slide down the hall as Jacob pulled it out of the doorway. Of course she isn't. I ran up the steps and reached to grab the cooler before Jacob could carry it off smugly. I knew he was happy to do a little work if it meant he could insult me about being a princess yet again. I'm getting it now, thanks. It's all right, he said. You should get some training in before you go out with Levi tonight. I quirked an eyebrow at him.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm not being nice to you.
He hip-checked me out of his way, not too hard, and picked the cooler up to carry it into the kitchen.
Like I said before, I don't want to see you die in front of me.
It's just so sweet that you care.
Bare minimum of caring,
he promised me, glancing back over his shoulder.
Like, I don't mind if you get hurt a little. Maybe stabbed, but not close to any organs. Punched, that's fine. No head wounds. You really can't afford to lose any brain cells.
You are such an asshole. I saw him grin over his shoulder before he glanced away, like he didn't want to let me see that he was joking. I heard the fridge door swing open as he unpacked the leftovers. Riker brushed behind me, resting his hand on my hip as he passed by into the kitchen.
Seriously, Jacob said. You packed cold cuts for your big date? You've got no sense of romance. Coming from you? Riker asked.
Angels had literally no sense of romance. They weren't supposed to desire humans or each other. They loved, but not like we did. But I knew, since I'd been in Jacob's room looking through his bookshelves, that he read love stories, like he was trying to figure out mortal love, even though he said he didn't want any part of it.
Might not be human, Jacob said,
grabbing a roll of paper towels from underneath the sink and beginning to wipe out the cooler.
But I bet I could do better than baloney if I tried.
Great, Riker said, leaning against the kitchen island, crossing his arms over his chest.
You take Ellis out on a date then. Show us all up. I'm not taking Ellis on a date, Jacob said. We've got work to do. People trying to kill us. They want to take us alive,
Riker interrupted. He chose optimism. Not that his brand of optimism comforted me much.
And you and Levi are just all love-struck. It's important that we bond, too, Riker said. That's part of what'll give us the juice to go into the far, and then not die there. Taking her to Dave and Buster's is not going to prevent us from dying bloody in the afterlife. So don't take her to Dave and Buster's, Riker said. You're so smart. Come up with something.
Okay, I was putting a stop to this before I ended up on some hellishly awkward candlelit evening with Jacob. I held up a hand. Thanks, but no thanks.
I didn't ask you, princess, Jacob said. Yeah, Riker said. He's not going to ask you because he's too scared you'll say no.
Jacob straightened from the cooler, narrowing his eyes at Riker.
I'm going to go study, because I'm focused on things that matter.
He turned to me.
And aren't you supposed to be in the dojo already?
Right, I said. Going. Would much rather get my ass kicked in the dojo than... I trailed off. It had been on my lips to say, then spend the night with you. But suddenly that seemed too mean. We'd been bantering before, no matter how sharp the edges were. I didn't want to hurt Jacob's feelings for real. But I should. So I swiveled on my heel and headed for the basement, my head held high. 5. I cannot do this, I said, dropping my sword to the mat and crossing my arms over my chest. I'm so afraid I'm going to hurt you.
Me?
Levi sounded incredulous, even though he had been fencing one-handed, his other arm protectively held over his side.
You aren't going to hurt me, pretty girl. Going to take another year or two for me to worry about that.
That's encouraging, I muttered.
I'm being honest,
he said. You're being cocky.
Well, yeah.
He flashed a grin at me, revealing the faint dimples in his cheeks.
That's honest too, though.
Riker clattered down the stairs to join us. I turned to him with a grin as he jumped down the last few steps, because my heart always lightened when I saw him. But his face was serious.
Levi,
he said gruffly.
I got a call from Dad. Yeah? What does he want?
Levi stepped towards me, holding out his hand for my sword.
It's all right. We can pick this up again tomorrow.
Good. I rubbed my tense shoulders. Every muscle ached after training to fight. Maybe you'll be that much closer to healed and I won't have to take it easy on you. Levi grinned and shook his head, carrying the swords to hang on the wall.
Dad wants us to join him on a hunt. Vamp nest. I was going to tell him to call someone else. We've got stuff going on here.
Levi nodded, still facing away from us.
Yeah. But then I was thinking, maybe it's not a bad idea. He might have some ideas about who the fourth is. You think Mom told him?
Levi turned, crossing his arms over his chest.
Why the hell wouldn't she have told us then? She was trying to protect us,
Riker argued.
I know,
Levi said.
Did a hell of a job of it, though.
I knew it hurt him that he had forgotten all about Jacob after Wendy hid Jacob in England and burned his childhood photos. Levi, who was only 4 at the time, had become convinced that Jacob was an imaginary friend. Jacob had never forgotten about Riker and Levi, though. Quickly, to change the subject, I asked, "Do you think he's older or younger?"
Older,
Riker said.
Mom was pregnant when we were kids, but she lost the baby.
I hesitated, biting my lower lip. I knew Riker wouldn't like what I was about to say. Then I asked, "Are you sure?"
Yeah,
Riker said.
I'm sure. We were with her. She got jumped by some demons, fought her way out, but she was hurt. And then she gave birth too early.
He turned away.
I saw what should have been. A baby, Ellis. It didn't make it.
I'm sorry, I said.
It's fine,
he said gruffly.
Levi, I'm going to call Dad from the office, get the details on this nest. You coming?
I felt guilty about having brought up those memories for Riker. I'm going to take a shower, I said, intending to give them their space. But Riker reached out and grabbed me around the waist, dragging me into his arms for a hug. I squeezed his warm, hard chest tight, wishing I could make it up to him.
It's all good, Firestarter,
he murmured into my ear.
It's been a long time.
I nodded, feeling relieved, and then Riker took a step back. He smacked my ass playfully.
Now go take a shower. The nest'll wait. Levi needs his chance to take you on his much more boring date. We'll see,
Levi said.
You're going shopping,
Riker said.
Shopping is boring. Not for all of us,
Levi said. As I ran up the stairs, I could hear them bickering as they headed to the office to call their dad back. I wondered what Duncan was like. It was hard to imagine Riker and Levi as kids, with a mom, as strange and mysterious as Wendy was to me, and a dad who had chosen not to be in their lives, at that, unless he needed help with killing things. No wonder the boys joked that Hunter families were all dysfunctional, even the ones who knew each other. As I passed through the empty dining room, I found myself wondering what would happen if that poor lost baby had actually been the fourth. Was it possible that sometimes not every member of the 4 made it to adulthood? After all, there had been so many generations of the Lilith and the 4 born into times when infant mortality rates were horrifying. I stopped at the table, flipping open the Lilith verses to the concordance. I wanted to see if the records were consistent. Maybe it was possible to go into the far, even without having practice like Roxy and her team had, without even knowing the fourth. Maybe we would never find him at all. I didn't want to talk to Riker or Levi about that, though, when I had just made them remember the sight of their pregnant mother battling desperately and losing the fight to save her baby. That made me imagine my sister, wandering the far in her sapphire prom dress, unable to ever escape. I shook my head faintly at the thought. No, I would find a way to rescue her, no matter who could go with me. If it came down to it, I was sure the 4 of us could be enough. I glanced through the list of Liliths, seeing 4 men's names along with every Lilith through the years. So much for that theory. Maybe there really was an oldest brother out there somewhere. I closed the verses, running my thumb over the gilt-edges pages. As I set it on the table, I saw the hand-lettered, ancient text that Jacob had left open. An illustration drew my attention at first, of a monk with his arms raised, standing between a man and woman with their backs turned to each other. I frowned at it, leaning forward. It was written in a language I didn't know, all rounded letters with little curlicues.
I didn't know you learned Latin,
Jacob said from the doorway. He looked at me over the top of his mug, taking a long sip of coffee.
You could be useful after all.
Not so much, I admitted. I'd meant to say I didn't know Latin, but I bit down on my lower lip as I realized I'd accidentally confessed that I couldn't be useful to the one guy who would take it that way, and Jacob would relish the admission. He slid back into his chair. His big shoulder pushed against me gently, but I didn't move out of the way. I was still studying the page.
"Enjoying looking at the pictures?" he said. "I've got some comic books upstairs you might like."
"Is this what I think it is?"
"What do you think it is, Princess? I'm not the mind reader around here."
Apparently, there were no mind readers around here. That would be too helpful. "Is this a spell to make us not want each other?"
"I don't need a spell not to want you,"
he said automatically, but his heart wasn't in it. He flipped the cover closed, even though I was leaning over his shoulder to look at it still.
"Yeah, it is."
"Were you going to tell me about it? What do we need?"
"What's there to tell? It's a Knights Templar spell, which means it might have enough juice to take on an angel curse, if it works at all. The ingredients they had available to them were different than what I can get my hands on now."
"I just wondered if you were going to tell me about it." I felt the sweat still beaded along my hairline slide down my face, and I straightened up, pulling away from Jacob. I'd been leaning so close to him. "Sorry, I stink."
"I wasn't going to tell you with Riker and Levi around,"
he said tartly, as if I were stupid for not thinking about that. But I didn't want to keep secrets from Riker and Levi. The one I already carried was bad enough.
"And you're fine."
"I don't stink?" I yanked at the front of my damp t-shirt, taking another step back.
"You are such an elegant lady," he said. "But no, you smell like you usually do. Like red hots."
I crinkled my nose at him. That was concerning. "I smell like hot dogs?"
"No,"
he said impatiently.
"Like the candy. Are we done here?"
"No," I said. "Do they have red hots in the UK?" He shook his head.
"It was one of the many, many things I despised about growing up in Britain. They did not have red hots. Just tea and ghosts and child abuse. Red hots were my favorite candy before, though."
"I smell like your favorite candy?" I said slowly. Of course, Riker and Levi and Jacob all smelled delicious to me, but I hadn't thought before about having the same effect on them. He tilted his head up to look at the ceiling in exasperation.
"Is this really the most important thing we can talk about?"
"No, of course not. I'm just always trying to make sense of the curse."
"Yes, that's exactly what this line of conversation is about."
"And figuring out how it affects us seems like it must be the key to curing the curse." He nodded skeptically. One of those arrogant prick smirks was curving up his lush-lipped mouth, although for once, that smirk didn't make me want to slap him.
"Okay, Ellis, fine. To me, you smell like cinnamon and sugar and capsaicin. Like that bite of pepper that'll make your eyes sting, but you'll bite anyway. Closest thing I can think of is red hots."
I leaned against the table, crossing my arms over my chest. "That's, oddly, kind of nice."
"Would you not rest your ass on the priceless 15th century manuscript?"
he groused, grabbing my wrist to pull me forward away from the books. His fingers were warm and lithe, even if the way he touched me was always brusque. Almost as soon as his fingers had wrapped around me, he dropped my wrist. His eyes met mine with that strange golden spark they sometimes held when he looked at me. What I really wanted to ask was about that line he had dropped in sideways. Tea and ghosts and child abuse. But even though there must be something he wanted me to know, he'd bite my head off if I asked him directly. "Do you want to know what you smell like to me?"
"You jerk face?"
he asked.
"I don't care, Ellis."
I rolled my eyes. Okay, he was clearly done with being even the littlest bit charming. "So where can we find the ingredients we need?"
"Maybe we could go to an apothecary, but we'll have to wait until we need to place an order anyway, which is fine. There's no rush."
I quirked an eyebrow at him. "I don't know why we need to keep this a secret."
"There's no way Riker and Levi would sign on to this," he said. "And for good reason. It might dull your powers, Princess."
"I'm not going to leave us stuck with each other," I said.
"I know.
He raised a hand to cut me off.
But we'll wait anyway, until we've gotten your sister from the far.
You don't mind waiting? As high as the stakes were, for me, I had expected that Jacob would be desperate to cut us all loose. I found myself unexpectedly touched by the thought of him putting my sister and me first, above what he wanted himself. But then, Jacob might be a total prick, but he was a hunter, too. Maybe he was just doing what he had to do for his own sense of honor. Nothing to do with me. His jaw worked, just once.
I don't want to risk it.
That's nice, I said.
Stop saying nice.
You don't want to be nice to me. I ducked my head, grinning. But you can't help it. You really are just nice on the inside. Aren't you, Jacob? He shook his head, pushing the book we'd found under a stack of other texts and pulling another one towards him.
Why didn't you get ready for your little date with Levi? You guys are wasting time like it's your job.
It is our job. We're bonding.
It's stupid, he said.
Stupid can be fun.
You would know.
So you're not taking me on a date later? Jacob just rolled his eyes.
Would you go?
I backed towards the doorway towards the kitchen, still grinning. What should I wear?
Just jeans,
he said. He quirked an eyebrow back at me, flipping the text open without looking.
Have fun with Levi. Be ready at 9 tomorrow.
I nodded once and turned around, heading through the kitchen and living room for the stairs. Despite myself, despite the butterflies that Jacob raised in my stomach, from nerves, not affection, I found myself grinning stupidly. I was sure Jacob would have said, "It was just the curse. It was just the curse." I couldn't let myself forget that. 6. Levi held my car door open for me. Once I'd swung my legs into the car, he closed the door too, which left me smoothing my jeans over my legs like I was a lady in a gorgeous gown, instead of a perpetually rumpled teenager wearing a dead woman's clothes. Levi was just that kind of guy, though. The kind that makes you feel beautiful no matter how much of a mess you are. Everyone should have one of those guys. When he climbed into the driver's side, his broad shoulder brushed against me for a second as he clipped in his seatbelt. He smelled like sandalwood soap and spicy aftershave, like he'd just taken a shower, and I wanted to lean into him. So I did, because it was Levi, and I could. He grinned, glancing down at me as my head rested on his shoulder.
Do you want to know where we're going?
Doesn't matter to me, I said.
I thought we could be normal people for a night, he said. Well, normal people who are getting a little fancy. I thought we could swing by the mall, buy you a dress, maybe more than a dress, and then go to dinner and the theater.
The movie theater?
Theater. I got tickets for a musical in the city.
That sounds amazing, I said. You really want to take me shopping?
Desperately,
he said, turning from their long driveway onto the gravel road.
By the way,
he reached into the inside pocket of his navy suit jacket, the dressiest I'd ever seen Levi, although he wore it with a gray button-down shirt and a pair of jeans, and pulled out an envelope. What's this? I asked, taking the white envelope from him.
Credit and debit cards. I had Olivia set you up on our accounts. I like the idea of buying you presents, but I don't want you to feel like you're dependent on us.
Except for, my life?
I don't know about that, dangerous girl, he said. I think you saved Riker and me when you burned down the company.
I'm going to burn it all down, I said, my jaw tightening as I thought about how Mr. Joseph had threatened my sister and mother. It wasn't enough to have destroyed one of his buildings. I intended to see him bowed in the ashes.
And Riker will call you Firestarter for the rest of your life,
he observed. I was hoping maybe eventually we could move on to other sweet little nothings that maybe don't reference me being dangerous, or having magical powers, or being a princess.
Like normal people?
He asked. Yeah, exactly.
But calling you dangerous is my sweet little nothing. I like you dangerous.
That is because you are a warped and twisted human being.
Try to give a girl a compliment.
Why do you want to buy me new clothes desperately? I asked. I glanced down at my jeans and the black top I'd found. Is it weird that I'm wearing your mom's clothes?
Honestly, yes. I remember her wearing that shirt.
Oh. I tugged the hem absently over my lap. That was a little strange.
She wore that shirt hunting geists sometimes. I always hated when she wore black, because it's hard enough to see each other in a haunted house. She didn't need to dress like a ninja.
It's not really a ninja shirt. There's a glitter heart on the front.
She was probably the girliest woman to ever send hundreds of ghosts screaming into the afterlife. Quick with a sword or a bow.
These are the things you value in a woman, I observed. Levi rolled his eyes. But I was willing to bet it was true, because that was the woman he had grown up watching in action. Just as I had adored my mom, who was cool and beautiful and devastatingly funny.
When she wasn't killing, she was the most Betty Crocker mom you could imagine, he said. She liked home decorating, pie baking. She made her own ketchup and sewed aprons, and then wore them to clean the house.
I took in that information without comment. My mom always said that men secretly expect their girlfriends to turn into the same kind of woman as their mom. When Ash and I were in junior high, Mom dated our gym teacher until she found out his mother still fixed him and Daddy a plate, and then she had noped on out of there, which had left me suffering through volleyball and PE once again, after a straight month of being excused for improbable cramps. Did you have a girlfriend in high school? I almost managed to ask it casually.
I didn't go to high school. Mom dragged us around while she slayed. Made us work the family business.
You guys were homeschooled? That explains so much. He shot me a look, and I smirked back. I'm kidding. You're very suave. Jacob, on the other hand.
Jacob is Jacob.
You guys cut him some slack, I know, for the tragic history.
I don't know what's wrong with the two of you,
Levi said.
But I hope you figure it out.
With the two of us? Like I had any hand in the bizarre way Jacob acted around me.
Yep.
Okay. Levi wasn't backing down on the idea that I was half the Jacob Ellis problem. I felt distinctly put out.
That particular shirt, he said. I remember we were hunting this geist that had like a religious fixation. Tried to kill people it thought was unworthy. We called it the Judge. Anyway, Mom always had a way with ghosts. She had a knack for connecting to them, talking to them so we could find out how to get them out of this world.
I cocked my head, filing this away. So I was expected to sew my own frilly aprons, wear them to clean the house, and speak with the dead. Mother-in-laws, they were a pain in the ass even beyond the grave.
Riker was going through this big skeptical phase, reading lots of Hitchens and Dawkins, which drove Mom nuts. I mean, we see the world beyond. Skepticism takes a special kind of wishful thinking in our line of work. And he would not stop going on, in this haunted house full of crucifixes and bleeding walls, about how our ghost's overactive imagination had led to all these murders, how stupid it all was. So the Geist fixed on Riker, and it went after him. I'll never forget this crack, like a whip, and Riker stumbling forward. His blood splattered over our mother. It was all beaded on her face like freckles, and we saw the Geist trying to smoke up through the ceiling at the other end of the room. And my mom, who had been all, "Hey, ghost friend, let's talk," ran up the wall and slammed her sword through this thing, dropped it straight to hell. And then she wrapped her arms around Riker, telling him, "God damn it, listen to your mother next time. Are you okay, baby?"
That's a great story, I said. I'm never wearing this shirt again.
I didn't mean to make it weird.
No, it's true. It is weird, I guess. I wouldn't wear Ash's clothes. I trailed off. I wonder how my mom is doing.
We could go look in on her sometimes.
I would like that.
Do you want to go now?
You planned this whole night.
It's our night. Anyway, it's almost on our way. We're headed to D.C. But if our plans change, it doesn't matter.
You're a far nicer boy than I deserve.
I don't believe that for a minute, pretty girl.
Maybe he would believe it if he knew that I was keeping a secret from him. When he exited the highway, familiar territory jarred me. First, we passed the buildings I'd driven past before, strip malls and restaurants, and then entered the shape of our neighborhood, where I grew up. We passed my elementary school, with the big open field where we'd played, and the monkey bars and swings. I remembered losing my first earring in that grass and getting mulch from under those monkey bars thrown into my face during my first fight. And I remember my sister jumping in, throwing mulch herself at my bully. Ash was always a fighter, the kind of kid who couldn't handle any injustice. She was polite to teachers unless she thought they were being unfair, in which case her cheeks would flush and her left toe would start to tap in agitation while she tried to work out what to say. I always knew she was going to blow when that toe went to work. She had a lot of friends, but she was kind of a floater, friendly with everyone but not tied too tightly to any one group. But she'd been a charmer, with her quick laugh and easygoing personality, and at her funeral, I think there were 8 different girls who thought she was their best friend. God, I missed her. If I thought someone was responsible for her death, I wouldn't forgive them either. How could I be mad at my mother for hating me now? But I missed her anyway, like a constant ache. And then that ache hummed like anger. Is there any magic that can show us different times? I asked.
I don't know any Marty McFly types, if that's what you're asking.
No, I don't want to time travel. Like a video surveillance camera, I said. But for something that already happened somewhere.
The night of the accident,
he said, his voice certain as he understood what I was thinking about.
I've heard angels and demons both have some kind of power to access things that have already happened. They can't see the future, though. Only God can.
Do you believe in God?
You might have noticed that in that story I told you about my mom, I wasn't the one antagonizing the uber-religious ghost.
You were there, too.
It was always the 3 of us.
I glanced over at him, wondering how he'd coped without her. How long ago did she pass?
2 years. And she didn't pass. That implies a certain amount of peace, dying in bed. That's not usually how we go.
He turned onto my old street. I could imagine the white panel van that had kidnapped me making this turn, rolling down my street towards where I'd stood on the front porch. Riker had projected here to warn me that Beefy and Burley were coming. He'd been gorgeous and accidentally threatening, trying to explain to me in 27 seconds that we were fated to be together and that I was about to be kidnapped and that everything was going to be fine. I could see the front porch now, the swing hanging there with the same red and blue pillows, the red front door that I'd pounded on, hoping my mother would hear me. She probably had. She'd decided to lock me out so I could be dragged off to a reform camp that would beat the magic out of a mutant like me. Maybe we shouldn't do this, I said. Levi immediately eased on the brake, and we nosed to parallel park along the curb.
Whatever you want, Ellis.
Would you forgive your mom if she thought you were evil and completely betrayed you? I asked. Levi rested his arm on the back of my seat, and I breathed in his comforting scent. I leaned my head against his chest, and he wrapped his arm around my shoulders.
I don't know, he said. I can't imagine my mother betraying me. We were always a team.
Maybe I should ask Jacob. He certainly felt like his mother had betrayed him when she sent him to England, even if her mission had been to save his life. I was slowly trying to put together the picture of what had happened to them, how Jacob had found Riker and Levi, how the 3 of them had become a team and family again, even if their bond wasn't quite perfect. No one wanted to talk about it. I could feel the air rush out of the room every time I brought up how Wendy had died and what had happened before they met me. I should have time to figure these men out, but it felt like a ticking clock with Jacob searching for an exit. Do you ever think about what it would be like to meet her in the far? I asked.
I'm sure she's in heaven already.
Levi pressed a kiss to the top of my head.
Do you want me to drive on?
I hesitated. I couldn't figure out what I wanted. It seemed ungrateful to make Levi drive out here and then change my mind. Let's stay for a minute. He nodded and eased forward, pulling up just alongside my house. The lights were on downstairs, shining softly out of the dining room and living room windows. My mother hadn't yet closed the curtains or the windows for the night. When she was home, she liked to turn off the air conditioning and open the windows. I spend all day in a cold office. I need the fresh air, she'd told us when Ash and I complained. Air conditioning in Virginia summers wasn't meant to be optional. I knew that by now the house would be stifling hot, and at the same time, filled with the warm breeze and scent of grass and lilacs. Levi frowned, sitting forward slightly.
Anyone could cut through those screens and get inside. And as soon as it gets dark, she should have the curtains drawn and outside lights on.
My mother doesn't share your paranoia, I said.
Because she doesn't share my knowledge of all the things that go bump in the night,
he said, bumping me with his shoulder. My mother desperately needed better security with the company threatening her life to control me. I couldn't just blurt that out, but I wondered if I could push Levi into bringing it up more.
We should do something to keep an eye on your mom,
Levi said, all on his own.
I worry about the demons coming after anyone who knows you.
The demons can visit my old PE teacher, I grumbled. But yeah, I'd like that. I worry about my mom. I rested my hand on his on the gear shift, thinking that it was time to go on. I had won a small victory here, even without being able to tell the boys why I was scared about my mom.
We can ward the place,
he said. My heart sunk. That wouldn't help. The people I was afraid of were human, and there were no wards that blocked bullets. What are the demons like? I asked. Maybe there was a way to guide this back around to protecting my mom from demons and humans. Levi ran his hand over his face.
Have you ever met a psychopath?
I shook my head.
I don't mean like a serial killer,
Levi said.
Although, lucky me, I have met one of those. I mean plain old psychopaths. Nurse Tom? There was a psychopath, I bet. No conscience, no empathy. They aren't all killers. Some of them are CEOs and politicians, law-abiding men who could not care less if you live or suffer or die. All they care about are wins and losses.
Thanks, Levi. I was just anxious about demons. Now you're reminding me I should be terrified of humans, too. I shook my head. I wish she'd close her windows.
The thing about demons, he said, is that they, too, are counting wins and losses. And human suffering is what they count as a win. There's nothing they love like breaking kids and hurting people.
Like Jacob?
They hurt him. They didn't break him, he said.
You know what I mean. Broken as in Jacob had become a twisted and difficult human being, someone who hated anyone who was touched by the supernatural, even himself.
You don't get it,
Levi started, but whatever else he was going to say was lost as he pointed ahead.
Your mom.
I followed his gaze. My mother leaned on the window frame, pushing it down with her elbows. The dining room windows always stuck a little. Her long blonde hair was pulled back in a low ponytail at the nape of her neck. Her movements were slow, distracted. My heart bottomed out. I rarely saw my mom daydreaming like that, almost lost, except when she was sad. She'd never been a crier, unlike me. Sometimes I ached to cry for a release from feelings I couldn't handle. I had never met a Nicholas Sparks movie I didn't like. But my mother hardly ever cried. She just became distracted. When my grandmother died, my mom had been distracted and quiet, startled out of her reverie oftentimes when we spoke to her. It had been eerie and unsettling to me as a kid. If she had cried, I would have hugged her. Instead, I had never known quite what to do to make her feel better. And I still didn't. She stepped back and pulled the curtains across. My mother disappeared behind a fall of burgundy linen. That hadn't been enough. And at the same time, I could feel my heart racing. No matter how much I had learned about the world since I was kidnapped from this house barely more than a week ago, she probably still thought I was rappelling and doing push-ups at the anti-mutant camp. There would be no tearful reunion if I walked up to the front door. Things had changed for me, but not for her. Let's go, I said. I had to be cheerful for Levi. He had planned this wonderful date for us, and I had derailed it with a field trip to visit my mother and my talk of demons. I tried to smile, even though the thought of cheering up was overwhelming right now. I just wanted to go cuddle in his bed and forget tonight had ever happened. I'm starved. Can't wait for dinner.
Crazy girl,
he said, his voice serious. I turned to him, widening my eyes to look innocent. What?
You don't have to pretend around me, he said.
I might need to pretend for me, I confessed. Promise we'll make sure no demon murders my mom before I can make things up to her? I'd meant to say it lightly, but there was a flash of pain across his face. Yeah, can't make jokes about murder and moms around the boys. God, I was such an ass. Levi, I started to say, meaning to apologize, but he leaned in and kissed me instead. His lower lip met mine gently, and I turned my mouth into his, pressing my lips deeply against his. I felt my fingers rise to rest against his jaw as he kissed me. Some of my fear and shame ebbed away, replaced with lust, although the damn gear shaft was between us and I couldn't have sex down the street from my childhood home. He pulled back just slightly, kissing the corner of my lip as if he loved that particular spot, and then returned to his seat. There was the slightest self-satisfied smirk on his lips, as if he knew how much he'd just teased me out of my bad mood with nothing but a kiss.
You don't have to pretend with me,
he promised. And you won't pretend with me? Because I'd been on the verge of apologizing, but he had made it clear I didn't need to.
I won't,
he said.
For instance, right now, I'm going to be completely honest and say, I really want to buy you some new damn clothes.
Well, let's go, I said. I'm a self-sacrificing kind of girl. I'll let you buy out half of Macy's if it will make you happy. He grinned as he put the car into drive. We made a K-turn across the street, and he drove us away from the house where Ash and I had grown up. I resisted the urge to look back over my shoulder. Half an hour later, Levi put the Jeep into park.
You need a dress.
I glanced across the parking lot towards a mall. Dusk was falling, but the mall was brightly lit and busy. People in shorts and flip-flops streamed across the parking lot towards the movie theater. It felt strange to be back in suburbia after the last few weeks. Levi surreptitiously tucked his 9mm into the back of his jeans, pulling the hem of his leather jacket over. I guessed he couldn't carry a sword into the mall, but he wasn't willing to go unarmed. Is that necessary? I asked.
Yep,
he said, his voice clipped.
My first job is to protect you.
He closed his door and came around the front of the car to me. He offered me his hand, and even if I wasn't pleased with the idea of him being armed 24/7, I still reached out my hand, too. His fingers knit around mine, his grip strong and confident, and we swung our hands between us slightly as we made our way to the mall. What's your second job? I asked.
To make you happy.
But when it comes down to it,
job one will always win out,
he promised. I hope we don't have to test that theory out anytime soon. He was quiet. Right. No promises on that one.
Let's try to be normal for one night?
He asked. Except that you're heavily armed?
Except for that.
I tucked my arm through the crook of his elbow. Why settle for normal? I might miss my old life, but Levi and Riker, and this new world of magic, it was all better than normal. I just wanted to have my sister and mother back, too. I felt my chin lift as we crossed the parking lot, arm in arm. It would take some doing, but I believed I could have it all. 7. When Levi turned up the long driveway towards home, I could see a few lights blazing in the windows. The big farmhouse looked cozy and serene, nestled among the pines. I slipped out of the Jeep into a warm summer evening. It smelled like honeysuckle and lavender and fresh-cut grass out here, and I inhaled a deep breath. It was strange that nature was so beautiful and perfect when humans were so wayward. Wayward. That wasn't a word I used every day. It felt like someone else's word, formed on my lips. It still made me shiver to think that I was the reincarnation of the first woman who had uncurled in the Garden of Eden, who had set her toes down in the soft earth of a perfect world. Not that perfect had lasted long. How much do you feel like an angel? I asked Levi as we crossed the garage to the door.
With you around? About 2%, he said. No, I don't feel much like an angel at all. But the powers are hard to argue with. There's something supernatural going on there.
What power should the missing brother have? I asked.
Near immortality,
Levi said. He keyed in his access code on the pad beside the door and then held the door open for me.
I wouldn't have minded that one.
You get to be super strong and super fast. That doesn't seem like a bad deal. Despite the fact it was past midnight and into the small hours of the morning, I found Riker and Jacob at the dining room table, still studying. Riker flipped a page over and then glanced up. His weary eyes brightened when he saw me. "Were you guys waiting up for us?" I teased.
"Work to do,"
Jacob said curtly.
"Yeah,"
Riker said.
"I wanted to hear all about how much lamer your date with Levi was than our date."
"Hey, I'm not choosing favorites."
"We all know you're going to have favorites."
Riker's eyes flickered towards Jacob.
"And not favorites."
"You aren't helpful," I told him sternly.
"And we all know I'm going to be your favorite,"
Riker said, tilting his chair back on two legs, his arms crossed over his chest. "Don't be so sure," I told him. "Cocky isn't cute."
"So what did you do?"
Riker asked. Levi came in behind me, draping his arm over my shoulders, and I breathed in the scent of his soap and aftershave, whatever it was that made him smell like pine and fresh sawdust and dark chocolate. He was delicious. "We pretended we were normal people for a night," I said, smiling up at him. "And it was exactly what I needed."
"I can think of some things you need,"
Jacob muttered.
"Watch yourself,"
Riker warned.
"I didn't mean it in a bad way,"
Jacob said. I'd take bets that he did. But now, determined to embarrass him, I said, "So, are we still on for 9 tomorrow?"
"Yeah, sure,"
Jacob said. He managed to sound pretty disinterested in the date he'd invited me on.
"You're going on a date?"
Riker's lips quirked up in a smirk, but all he said was,
"Awesome."
"It probably won't be," I said.
"Wait and see, princess,"
Jacob said.
"I thought we were being idiots,"
Riker said, unrelenting as usual. His eyes flickered up towards me from his book. Golden eyes met mine evenly. He ignored Riker.
"I just figured I'd take my turn and show you I'm not a complete asshole."
"Even though you don't care what I think," I pressed him. Jacob turned his eyes back down to his book, sighing under his breath, as if I'd interrupted an important thought. Of course. "What are you working on?" I asked.
"We're going through Wendy's journals again,"
Jacob said impatiently.
"Looking for something we might have missed."
"You want me to help?"
"Nope,"
Jacob said.
"You have enough mommy issues of your own to work through. You don't need to delve into ours."
Levi hugged me into his side.
"We should all get some sleep. The research is important, but if you're tired, you're going to miss something. Doesn't get us anywhere."
I nodded. What I wanted was to sleep between Riker and Levi every night, but I didn't know how to ask them for that after the magical night of my 18th birthday, when they'd responded wordlessly to my need to be comforted and safe. "Come up with me?" I asked Levi. He nodded, and as we headed for the stairs, I told the other boys, "Good night. Don't stay up too late." Riker waggled his eyebrows back at me, as if he took my meaning. I hid my grin, ducking my head, but I didn't miss Jacob rolling his eyes. As we headed up the stairs, I said to Levi, "I wonder if Jacob ever feels left out. Maybe he'll get lucky and the 4th will hate my guts. Then he won't be alone."
"Yeah,"
Levi said. He pushed open the door to his room for me.
"Hates your guts. That's why he's taking you out tomorrow." "Sure."
I pulled a face. "I think he's just competitive." Levi threw himself onto the bed and pulled a pillow over his face.
"Whatever you want to tell yourself, Ellis. And whatever he wants to tell you. I don't buy it."
I chewed on my lower lip, standing at the foot of the bed. Levi's tall, powerful frame was sprawled across the bed, but I couldn't see his face under the navy blue pillow. He was being weird now, too. Boys were always being weird. Even the ones who could be trusted to slay poltergeists and protect the living could not be trusted to talk about their feelings. I wanted to ask him if he was jealous, but like I'd just told Riker, cocky wasn't cute. We might all be fated to want each other, maybe even to love each other, but that didn't make human relationships easy. I slipped my heels off and tossed them into Levi's closet. It was a little bit of sparkle and femininity alongside the steel-toed boots and boxes of ammo. Then I curled up on the bed, pushing my head into his pillow so I could nestle my head on his shoulder. He put his arm around me automatically, his big bicep wrapped around my shoulders. I reached up to tug at the corner of the cotton pillowcase. It's weird not being able to see your face. You could be anyone under there.
Yeah, I guess I could be.
I sighed. He was exasperating me all of a sudden. We'd had such a fun night together. In the theater, he'd yawned and then stretched his arm out behind my seat back. All of it so exaggerated that I knew he was teasing me on purpose, and I'd breathed in the scent of his cologne and leaned into his shoulder. It was the first time a boy had ever taken me to the real theater, and to a fancy dinner, too, where we'd eaten so much Italian food and gelato that I was still stuffed. It had been perfect. And now here he was, being a bear, a jealous bear. As if it were easy for me to be the girl at the center of a harem. I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and these boys were complicated. I pushed my face under the pillow, too, the world going navy blue, until my nose bumped against his. This close up, his handsome face was nothing but a blur of tan skin and blue eyes. Fine, I said. I'll join you down here. We can be anybody together.
Would you rather be someone else?
He asked. Sometimes, I said. That was the truth. Nothing about my life had been easy. Not for a long time. Not since my sister died. But then I would miss out on you and Riker and that jerkface down there. It's an interesting life. I nuzzled my nose against his, hoping to find his lips with mine. I felt him shift slightly towards me, his hand sliding down to my hip, holding me against him.
I think you should have a happy life, pretty girl,
he said. I'm happy right now.
You are?
The words were a soft breath against my lips. His lower lip touched mine, tentatively. I am, I said, and I'm getting happier. Our lips met. His lower lip was soft, cool, and his mouth still tasted faintly of peppermint gelato and chocolate and coffee. I ran the tip of my tongue over the inside of his upper lip. His lips parted, inviting me in. Instead, I kissed his lower lip again, then pulled away, rolling over onto my back. I looked up at the bright white ceiling above. Sorry, I said. I can't kiss you seriously under a pillow. He sat up on his elbow, tossing the pillow across me to the floor.
I never liked that pillow anyway.
His lips met mine again, and this time I didn't pull away. I threw my leg over his jeans-covered legs, feeling a thrum of desire for him. He grinned as I pressed myself up against his thigh.
I wonder if there's anything I could do to make you even happier.
I believe there is, I said thoughtfully, as if I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Levi's hand slid up the hem of my dress, up my thigh, and he did put his finger on it. I gasped with surprise, and with the thrum of pleasure at how confidently he had reached for me. His thumb brushed steadily over my clit, and even through my underwear, he sent a wave of pleasure flooding through me. All right, I said, pushing his arm away, struggling up on his pillows. I'm going to need you to take off that completely unnecessary shirt. That shirt is definitely getting in the way of my happiness. He grinned, unbuttoning his button-down shirt with slow deliberation. I pursed my lips to one side, exasperated, as his broad pecs and then those chiseled abs came into sight, 2 hard-edged abs at each button. Finally, he pushed the last button through, but he showed no inclination to take his shirt off entirely, and I sat forward to push it down impatiently off his shoulders. He finally shook the shirt off one muscular forearm and grabbed the hem of the dress he'd just bought me like he might tear it off my body. Easy on the fabric, I scolded teasingly as he tugged me towards him, pulling the dress hem hand over hand. This was expensive.
I'll buy you a new one,
he growled, so I had to quickly yank it off over my head, for the sake of the dress, of course. I ran my fingers over the leather of his belt, the metal buckle cool under my fingertips. As I struggled to get his pants off, he leaned forward, sliding a finger under the waistband of my panties with dangerous intent. This man was a hazard to textiles. Our bodies began to move together, him pumping into me rhythmically, slow at first, going deep and then pulling out until his tip brushed me again, and then he filled me. I wrapped my legs around him, pulling him in tight, and he began to make shorter, faster pumps. He reached up to tweak my nipple, then caress it, the rough touch of his palm after he teased my nipple a mix of pain and pleasure that made me squeeze my thighs tight around him. Having Levi between my legs felt warm and solid and satisfying. I kissed his shoulder, wanting him to know how much I liked this. His shoulders were broad and faintly freckled. I felt my legs begin to ache with restlessness, my toes curling, as my pleasure flamed into the beginning of an orgasm. I felt like the only thing that would soothe my sudden restlessness was even more of him. I dug my fingers into the meat of his shoulders, my back arching against the bed, and murmured, "Faster." He began to pump harder and faster into me, and one of my hands roamed down to explore his hard and narrow hip bones, the muscular curve of his ass. Everything about him felt so good. Then my orgasm started to build in waves of heat and pleasure, my face growing hot, the sensation so strong that even though it was good, I could hardly bear it. I hung onto his shoulders, buried my face against his smooth and hard pecs, and let myself come in waves in that intimate position. He stopped, shuddering with his own orgasm, his face against my neck and hair. He turned his head and kissed my cheek, a sweet little kiss that seemed in complete contrast to the rough way he'd just taken me. His lips quirked up as if he were going to say something, but he didn't. I turned onto my side, drawing him against me, feeling his cock against my thighs as I drew his arm over my shoulders. "I require cuddling," I told him loftily. And I knew with Levi, I would always get what I needed, and probably what I wanted. He settled in behind me, drawing me against his powerful body. Whatever he'd been close to saying might have been lost, but he didn't need words to tell me that I was safe and loved. 8.
"You ready?"
Jacob said gruffly, leaning against the kitchen island. I held a finger up, still drinking steadily from my mug. I needed a full cup of coffee before I talked to Jacob, especially after my late night. I was still bleary-headed with sleep. But I hadn't wanted to be late. It was 8:55. I was ready for my date, just like I was supposed to be.
"You better bring a jacket. It might be chilly where we're going."
Okay, maybe I wasn't ready. I would have to run upstairs to where the pile of new clothes was still piled up by Levi's door. I'd grabbed a few sweaters at H&M. That morning, I'd taken a quick shower to shake off sleep, and then pulled on brand new jeans and a red knit top, grateful to have some clothes that I had picked out myself. I would have told Levi that, but he rolled over and went back to sleep. I had been a little jealous of him.
"Your jacket's hanging up in the closet. Riker put it away for you."
There was that faint tartness in his voice, like usual, telling me how much of an incompetent slob I was, as if I even knew where the coat closet was in this house.
"Want me to grab it for you?"
"Sure," I said flatly. Well, this was going to go well. He came back carrying the tan leather jacket that I'd inherited from Wendy. He held it out like a gentleman, even though he glanced away like he was embarrassed by the gesture. I quickly slipped my arms in and shrugged it on, taking a step away from him as soon as it slid over my shoulders. God, I wished things could just be comfortable between us. Maybe I should have taken him up on his offer to start over. But I knew I'd never forget what he'd said to me when he told me that he loved me in a voice like he hated me. "Thanks. It's, June, and I don't know where we're going that it's going to be so cold. But okay. Maybe hell is freezing over and you're going to be nice to me, and that will be fun right before we die of hypothermia." He stared at me as if the way my mind worked weirded him out.
"It's a surprise."
I nodded, even though I wasn't so sure about surprises when it came to Jacob. Levi's surprise had been a night away from the madness of our lives. Riker's surprise had been a night of cliff jumping. I was a little bit afraid that Jacob intended to top Riker's date. "Is everyone else still asleep?" I asked, trying not to yawn. I could feel it starting to get the better of me, though, a faint ache at the back of my throat.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Bunch of dorsers."
I snapped my lips shut, holding back my yawn.
"Let's go,"
he said, heading for the door to the garage. His dark curls brushed against his broad shoulders, which were dramatically broader than the sweep down the V of his back to his tapered waist. It was a shame all that pretty came wrapped around so much attitude. I slid into the seat in the Jeep next to him. I twisted in my seat to clip my seatbelt in, and that was why I saw the picnic basket in the back seat. "I take it no bologna in there?" I teased. Jacob shook his head.
"Riker loves the world's worst foods. Bologna, mac and cheese, bacon everything. He's got the most American palate."
I also had an American palate. "Who doesn't like bacon?"
"It has its place,"
he said, starting up the Jeep. He twisted in his seat, putting an arm over my headrest to back out of the garage.
"But it doesn't need to be in everything. Bacon donuts? You people should be embarrassed."
"I can't wait to judge your country of origin based on the lunch you packed us," I said, resisting the temptation to stick my tongue out at him. Really mature, Ellis. He did bring out my most bratty side. His eyes flickered over to me.
"I am American,"
he said flatly. "Of course." My stomach bottomed out. God, I'd hurt his feelings. Again. "I know. It's just the accent throws me. And the general disdain."
"It's all right,"
he cut me off.
"It's true. I didn't grow up here. I have a different perspective. You don't need to apologize."
"I wasn't going to apologize," I said tartly. I knew I should stop, but I didn't. The conversation I'd overheard played again in my head. "You never apologize. Why should I apologize?"
"I apologize,"
he said.
"when I owe someone an apology."
I crossed my arm over my chest. "No," he said, just as I parted my lips to point out that he owed someone in this Jeep an apology. It was quiet except for the sound of the wheels turning over gravel as we steered out towards the main road. But instead of turning onto the paved road that led towards town, Jacob turned us down a dirt track that led deeper into the forest around their house. I squeezed my eyes shut. Please don't let this plan involve heights. It was one thing to do something that felt risky and terrifying with Riker, who both challenged me and adored me. I didn't need one more opportunity to embarrass myself in front of Jacob. "Where are we going?" I asked.
"Can I just surprise you?"
"Is it a surprise I'm going to like?" I asked. "You don't have a vampire in a box or something like that."
"Well, you do make me want to find a Geist to stab,"
he said. I pursed my lips at him. Like Riker had said, slaying was cheaper than therapy.
"But no,"
he went on.
"I actually did try to plan a date that you're going to like, though why, I don't know."
"Me either," I said. "Riker and Levi and I have a good reason to bond, but you're going to be out of here soon."
"We all have to survive the far first."
I ran my fingers through my hair, perplexed as usual by Jacob, and then began to pull my hair back into a ponytail. He wanted to be free from us, but sometimes it seemed like he didn't want to leave either. "Where are you going to go, anyway?"
"Why does it matter to you?"
He pulled to a stop. We were in a small clearing, and there was a metal lean-to in front of us. "What's this?" I asked, besides a likely location to spring a vampire in a box on a girl.
"I keep our helicopter out here."
He climbed out of the car, slamming the door shut behind him. We were going on a helicopter ride? I'd never been, and I felt a surge of excitement. It was funny, but heights didn't bother me as long as I was in a plane or safely behind glass. It was my own clumsiness I was most scared of. I was just the kind of person who fell off the monkey bars or slipped on wet rocks. Whatever angel handpicked me for this destiny gig had an awful sense of humor. I scrambled to get out of the car myself. "I thought you had to ditch it when you rescued us." He rested a forearm on the side of the Jeep, looking self-satisfied.
"When you rescued us? Man, that sounds nice, doesn't it?"
"Yep," I said. We already established you're a nice guy deep down, didn't we? That you want to be nice to me. You just can't help yourself.
You would know, he said. Your mouth's always running off with you.
For some reason, staring across the car at him, at the little smirk on his kissable lips and those golden eyes that seemed hypnotic, I thought about him kissing me. To shut me up, of course. That was what he'd say. Maybe I should kiss him first. He certainly needed to be shut up sometimes. He stared back at me, his eyes smoldering, as if he were thinking of things that were just as inappropriate. What was wrong with me? Why was I drawn to him even when he was an ass? He was the one who broke off his gaze, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Ha! I'd won that round. Maybe. I turned myself, heading for the lean-to.
Different helicopter, he said. I stole that one because I knew I'd have to ditch it. This one, I built. I stopped with my hand on the door.
I'm not so sure about this.
I've taken Riker and Levi up plenty of times,
he said impatiently. He was suddenly right behind me, reaching past me to open the door, his big, scarred hand wrapped around the doorknob, and then he slid past me. His denim-covered thighs slid against my ass, just for a second, and I took a step forward, willing my heart to stop racing. In the dim of the building, he crossed under the blades and ran his hand over the glossy white front of a small white helicopter. He looked more fond of that thing than I'd seen him look at any human being. How did you learn to fly? He glanced towards me, then pulled up a roll-up garage door. His arms worked above his head, his shirt riding up to expose his chiseled lower abs above his low-slung jeans on his narrow hips as he pushed the old-fashioned door along its tracks.
You're always so curious, aren't you?
That's what a date's for, you know, getting to know each other.
I'm not that interesting, princess,
he told me, turning away. He set his shoulder against the back of the helicopter and leaned into it, pushing it across the floor and down the ramp. I joined him on the other side of the helicopter's tail. The glossy white paint felt cool against my palms, and I planted my feet on the concrete pad to help push.
You don't have to do that, he said shortly.
I don't want you to bitch at me.
Well, it wouldn't be a very romantic date if I made you help. Or, I suppose, if I bitched at you.
I grinned. Jacob being romantic seemed more preposterous than Jacob being nice. Then the helicopter was out in the sunshine. I stood back, dusting my hands off, feeling a familiar ache in my shoulders. I was always sore these days.
Come on.
Jacob seemed genuinely enthused for once as he clapped me on the shoulder. He slipped ahead of me to swing open the door and held it open, gesturing me in. To the pilot's seat. I quirked an eyebrow at him.
Don't worry, he said. I can handle the helicopter controls from my side. I just thought you might like to learn to fly.
Well, yeah, I said.
I'll take her up and then I'll let you have the controls,
he said as he climbed in beside me. He reached over me, his shoulder brushing mine, and took the headset off a hook hanging above the door. Leaning in close to me, he settled the headset over my ears, the look on his face intent and businesslike. Except that I was completely capable of putting headphones on myself. I felt the faintest smirk, nerves and attraction all at once, come to my lips, and I tried hard to fight it back. No smirking. I hated that these boys smirked all the time. Maybe it was contagious. He slipped his own headset on, and then started the helicopter up. It shook and vibrated beneath us, and I looked for something to hold on to. Beside the stick-shaped control between my knees, because clearly if I touched the controls, I would send us to fiery doom. There was nothing to hold on to.
Can you hear me?
He asked, toying with his mic. His voice sounded muffled through the headset. I nodded.
Say something, he said impatiently, so I know if I can hear you.
You're a jackass.
Great.
He reached over and gathered my hands together in my lap. I frowned at him, confused about why he was holding my hand. Did he really intend to fly a spinny death machine with just one hand? It was not the right time for romantic hand-holding, and Jacob was not the right guy for romantic hand-holding. and I probably wasn't the girl for it either.
"Hands in your lap. I'll tell you when you can touch things," he said to me. "Let's go."
The feel of the helicopter lifting into the air was pure exhilaration. The world fell away from us until it spread below in a pattern of greens and blues and gray rock. The forest beneath us was bisected by roads, and to the west I could see neat tracts of farmland. Everything looked tidier, cleaner from the air. It was hard to believe the world down there was full of human treachery and resentful spirits. "It's beautiful," I said. He reached down and tapped the top of the stick between my knees.
"Take the cyclic."
I side-eyed him. The man who didn't trust me for one damn thing really wanted me to take the controls. He nodded, and I took it in my hand the same way he had held the stick when he was lifting off. But lightly. My fingers barely rested around the black plastic grip, afraid that I would accidentally nudge the helicopter into a death spiral.
"It's not fragile,"
he said impatiently.
"Don't worry, Princess. I won't let you kill us."
"Comforting," I muttered, but I gripped the controller a little more tightly.
"This is the cyclic," he said. "If you push it forward, our rotator blades tilt forward, and we go that way."
He pointed forward out the window.
"Go ahead and try it."
I pushed it forward, and the helicopter moved forward.
"Same in every direction," he said. "Try pushing it to the left."
I did, and the helicopter continued to face forward, but hovered towards the left. The feeling of floating above the earth was incredible, and I found myself grinning. I turned to look at Jacob, and he grinned back at me, like my joy lit him up too. "Easier than I thought," I said.
"To really fly this thing," he said, "you need to know the 4 controls. Besides the cyclic, there's the anti-torque, the collective pitch control, and of course, the throttle."
"Of course, the throttle," I repeated. And, just like wielding magic, it turned out that flying a helicopter was a whole lot of work. When he'd run through it all, he pointed forward.
"Go ahead and follow the river."
I was nervous I'd do something wrong, but Jacob was right beside me, the slightly impatient teacher as usual, with his quick, confident hands on the controls, taking me through it all. As we followed the gleaming silver thread of the river through the forest and fields, hovering high above tin can cars and toy-sized cows, flying became a heady feeling.
"You're a quick learner," he said. "I'm going to take over now. Landing's really counterintuitive. You really have to force the helicopter down. It doesn't want to land again."
"Me either," I said. I cocked my head to one side, trying to commit those words to memory. Who knew when Jacob would say something nice to me again? Maybe he'd practiced that. Maybe "say something nice" had been a note he'd made to himself when he was studying up on humans and dating 101.
"I'll take you up again," he promised. "Teach you to fly for yourself."
"Even the landing part?" I teased.
"If you promise you won't steal my hello and run away,"
he said. As he cut the engine, I pulled my own headset off. I bit down on my lower lip, waiting for the drone of the blades to fade as they revolved slower and slower. The blades dipped down towards Earth. I'd felt close to Jacob for a few minutes up there, but that glow of warmth was almost always followed by some kind of sting. As we pushed the helicopter back into its hangar, I thought that maybe we should end our date on a high note. But Jacob grabbed the picnic basket out of the back of the Jeep and nodded towards a narrow trail that led from the clearing.
"We've got about 100 acres here," he said,
going ahead of me under the twisting, intertwined branches.
"When I came out here, Riker and Levi helped me build the shed so I'd have a space to work on my chopper. It's out here, hidden, in case we ever need an escape."
"Makes sense," I said. He stepped out into a sunny clearing, looking out over a long hill interspersed with rocks and small, twisted trees.
"I needed a place to myself," he admitted. "It was weird. I remembered the house from when I was a kid, but I remembered everything different."
"How old were you when you left?" I realized too late that "when you left" might be the wrong way to phrase it. He hadn't wanted to go.
"I was 8,
he said. He threw out a blanket on the side of the hill, its red-fringed ends fluttering briefly in the breeze before it settled to the grass, and then threw the picnic blanket down on top of it.
What else do you want to know, Ellis?
I didn't know what to ask, so I knelt on the edge of the blanket, curling my legs behind me. It had been cool up in the air, but now I was sun-warmed and tired, and I slipped my jacket off, folding it over once before I set it next to me. I guess I want to know what you want to tell me, I said. I didn't want to keep pushing him. He nodded.
Well, the short version of the whole British thing is that since I'm a Nephilim, everyone and their brother wanted their hands on me. The angels wanted to kill me. Half-angels are a travesty. And the demons wanted to torture me and then kill me. Wendy thought she could keep me safe. When she found she couldn't, she packed me off to an English hunting family. A pack of assholes, unfortunately. But they kept me safe.
I thought of what he'd said earlier about ghosts and tea and child abuse. Did your mom know that they were... He shook his head.
I dropped hints, but I didn't tell her. Not really. I wanted to believe that if she knew, she'd come back and rescue me.
But you weren't sure? He sat gracefully, cross-legged, and began to unpack the basket between us.
I can't say that around Riker or Levi. They just see her as the perfect mom. The perfect hunter.
But you and I both have our mommy issues. He might be surprised if he talked to them more. There were so many secrets left tangled between these brothers. I unknotted my hair tie, shaking my hair loose over my shoulders. The sun felt good, warming my hair and my tense shoulders.
You have to wonder, when they sent us away, if they were really looking out for us, he said, or if they were looking out for themselves.
He was looking out over the hill, the breeze ruffling his curls, but then he returned to pulling out glass containers from the basket.
Anyway, I thought you'd like to have some British stuff. I know you think I'm the least romantic guy on the planet, which is probably true, but I made you a fucking pie, Ellis, so that should count for something.
I grinned. It depends on how the crust came out.
Oh, the crust came from a box. I don't like you that much.
He handed me a can of bubbly water.
Hydrate. You still have to hit the gym when we get back.
I thought we were taking a day off. Before he could call me a dosser, whatever that was, besides bad, I added, I'm kidding. I like staying busy. He nodded. The spread he put out, strawberries, grapes, meat pie, which I thought was going to be an atrocity but was actually deliciousness, cheese and crackers, kept us busy for a while, eating in amiable silence for once. Still thinking about both staying busy and the ticking clock that no one knew about, I said, I've been trying to figure out how to project. You know, like Riker does. I found a thing in one of the books.
Which book?
Pacific Chronicles, the third one.
You can't trust anything from the West Coast, he said. Optimistic magic every time.
Maybe, I said.
And why the hell are you doing that on your own?
He raked a hand through his curls, suddenly angry with me.
What if you manage to get out of your body and get into a situation you can't handle? Like into the far?
I didn't think it was that easy to end up in the far.
You don't think, period, he grumbled. Has Riker or Levi been helping you?
No, I admitted. I was worried I'd tip my hand to my dead sister's ghost, who might or might not be reporting on my every move to Mr. Joseph. I just have so much to learn and so little time.
You have time, he said. Time to do things right and not end up dead.
So you don't think it's possible for someone who's just ordinary to project like Riker does?
Who the hell is just ordinary around here?
He muttered.
You're certainly an extraordinary pain in the ass.
What do you care? He shot me a look.
We've covered this already.
I opened my mouth to answer him, and he leaned in and kissed me. 9. I froze. Jacob's lips pressed against mine, a gentle, chaste kiss, but his lips were firm. I inhaled his bitter coffee and harsh soap scent, something spicy like aftershave, and I thought I should push him away even as my lips parted against his. I felt myself soften despite my best intentions. Those bright golden eyes closed as he felt me respond, and he kissed my lower lip, slowly, like he was savoring me. But I kept my eyes open. I wanted to see him. Those long lashes resting on chiseled cheekbones, the scar that cut into his eyebrow that I'd not noticed before. His eyes fluttered open again as he pulled away slightly, running his thumb slowly over my lower lip. My heart was beating so fast that my chest ached. I tilted my chin up, out of his grasp, trying to get myself together. Well, that's a bummer. Nothing burst into flame that time. I knew it was too far the second I said it. He had been unexpectedly vulnerable, first opening up about his mother and his time in England, and then kissing me. And I sunk my teeth into my lower lip. I wished that I could take it back. There was a space between us, a breath while he regarded me steadily. Then Jacob grinned.
"You're such an ass, Ellis."
I let out a long, slow breath, relieved that he wasn't mad. "Why'd you kiss me?" I asked.
"Cursed,"
he said shortly. "You're not so cursed that you can't resist kissing me." I poked his hard-muscled bicep, because, as he liked to point out, I was so mature. "You wanted to kiss me."
"And you wanted to kiss me,"
he said. He was looking away over the hill again, the slightest smirk still turning up the corners of his kissable lips. The wind ruffling his curls made me want to run my hand through them and try to tame them. The cocky ass. He was right, though. He fell back on the blanket, his shoulder brushing against my leg, and stared up at the sky. His golden eyes seemed to reflect back the light of the sun.
"Are you done eating? Shall we get back to reality now, Ellis?"
I shook my head, and his lips arched up a little more. I wanted to smack him. "No, because I want you to teach me to project. I know Riker's gift is special, but when we were in the hospital, Levi said he was talking to you, that you were their guy on the outside."
"Oh, that," Jacob said. "We have a place we all go when we need to talk. You have to know where you're going. You have to have a clear picture."
"And I wouldn't know." He glanced over at me sharply.
"What's troubling you?"
The thinnest breeze from behind me raised the hairs on the back of my neck, reminding me that I might not be alone. Not ever. I felt my features twist briefly. I didn't even know for sure that my sister couldn't be trusted. She had always tried to protect me. I remembered her leading me into Levi's arms when Tom was intent on murdering me. But she was trapped by a monster. She might not have a choice. Jacob sat up on his elbows, his eyes still steady on me.
"Is it your mother? Did you want to see her?"
"No," I said. "I just want to learn everything I need to learn, so I can go into the far and help my sister." My voice came out too loud, like I was saying that for someone else to hear. Jacob gave me a strange look and sat up the rest of the way, resting his elbows on his knees. He seemed like he was thinking about something, and then he scrambled up to his feet. I glanced to one side through my blur of tears, staring at his denim-clad legs and his boat shoes. Boat shoes. Riker and Levi wore steel-toed boots, but apparently Jacob was confident he could slay poltergeists in the most preppy footwear possible.
"Well,"
he asked impatiently, his hand held out to me.
"Are you going to get off the picnic blanket so I can pack up?"
He must be done with our date, especially as I'd reminded him we had training to do. Especially as I'd started crying. That was always bad luck on a date. Jacob wasn't the only person who needed dating 101.
"I'll take you where we meet so you'll have it in your head. If you know where to go, you'll always be able to find us."
I wiped away my tears quickly and put my hand in his, letting him pull me to my feet. "Thank you."
"Please don't mention it,"
he said dryly, as if he savored his reputation as the asshole brother. Half an hour later, we'd packed everything back up and hiked back out to the Jeep. My heart was still beating too fast, but now it was because I was so desperate to tell someone my secret. I felt like something had to go wrong. I'd been trying to find a way to tell them without my sister following us for so long. I felt the secret like a pressure in my chest, like I was going to explode if I didn't tell the boys that I'd been keeping something from them. Jacob drove us back to the house, and as he pulled into the driveway, I side-eyed him.
"Come on,"
he said, ignoring the look I gave him. He parked in front of the garage instead of opening the door. He didn't want Riker and Levi to know we were back yet. I threw my door open and clambered down. My legs felt restless, like I wanted to run, and when Jacob started across the yard towards the running trail, my pace quickened, outpacing him slightly until I stopped and turned back to look for him. He was right there behind me, his long stride matching mine. He slipped his hand into mine. His fingers were warm and lithe, his palm warm, and I felt comforted by his hand on mine, even though I looked up at him in confusion. It was hard to imagine Jacob, even if he found his romantic side, ever being the hand-holding type. He matched my quick pace, and when I broke into a run, he ran with me, our hands linking us as we ran down the path. The low-slung branches above our heads seemed to whip past us as we ran, until I felt him tug me towards the right. We stumbled to a slower pace to make our way down a narrow, overgrown path through the woods. There was a pile of rocks, set deliberately to form a pyramid as high as my waist, and I squeezed his hand in mine. It made me think of where the boys had laid Wendy to rest. "Is that a grave?"
"Yes," he said. "For our dog, the one we had as kids."
"Where are we going, Jacob?"
"To our old hideout."
He shook his head faintly.
"I can't believe I'm showing you this. It's so stupid. But it is where we meet when we can't communicate by cell phone or whatever like normal people."
We came to a stop at a treehouse. I started to smile, because there was something so boyish and innocent about a treehouse. It was nice to think of these rough men as little boys. There was a lean-to at the base, much more crudely built out of plywood than the lean-to they had made for the helicopter, and a rope ladder up to a platform in the spreading branches of an old tree. Jacob pressed his hand over the words written above the door, and my smile dropped as his hand fell away. It was a child's writing, Jake and Levi. Sometime later, a different childish hand had added, "and Riker." Suddenly, I imagined what this place would mean to him, the house in the woods where he'd played with the little brother who would forget him. "You and Levi built this?"
"They went on playing out here,"
he said, as if he knew what I was thinking.
"It's not Levi's fault he forgot me. Childhood amnesia. My mother's secrets. She burned damn near every photo she had of me so Riker and Levi wouldn't come looking."
"How do you know that?" Instead of answering me, he ducked through the opening. I followed after him, although I had to crouch to slip inside. He was already sitting down, his long legs folded awkwardly in front of him. It was dim in here and smelled of wet leaves.
"Anyway," he said, "now you'll know. You can picture this place. And if you can picture it and if you know what direction to go, southeast or whatever from where you are, you can find it in your mind with the help of a home spell. But you don't need a compass today, since we're here."
His voice was brisk, no time for sentiment, and he used a stick to draw symbols in the dirt floor.
"Most of our spells are a circle, for the eternality of life, but home spells start with a square. Do you remember the symbol for family?"
"I remember reading it," I said.
"Well, that's helpful," he said.
He passed the stick to me.
"You do it. I'll walk you through it."
Together, we made the symbols that would focus the spell.
"The place we go to is not actually here, of course," he said. "It's in the slipscape, a parallel dimension that overlays ours, and the slipscape is next door to the far. And you're going to be not stupid for once, right? And—"
"I won't go alone," I promised. "Not until I know what I'm doing." He nodded curtly.
"Good. Take my hands. We'll try to go together."
He held out his big, scarred hands, and I rested my fingertips on his palms.
"Not like that,"
he said impatiently, grasping my forearms. I slid my fingers under the sleeve of his shirt, pushing aside his leather bracelet, bare skin to bare skin.
"I like to use Latin," he said. "It doesn't matter, really, if you use English or Spanish or Latin. It's just all in your mind. Using a language you don't know makes it feel more purposeful, helps you focus."
Together, we closed our eyes and repeated the words he used.
"Detrahet mi in domum irum. Detrahet mi in domum irum."
I shivered. A cold ripple seemed to pass through my skin, like a sudden cold blast from a fan, and then cold swept over me, a chill as deep as bone. I gasped, but it was already gone. I opened up my eyes in a hurry. Jacob sat back, letting go of my arms. We were still sitting facing each other, and we were still surrounded by the dim of the treehouse, with cracks letting in the light. Except the light was bright, brighter than in the treehouse, which was shaded by trees. I started to turn, eager to push aside the tarp that hung in the doorway. Jacob stopped me with a hand on my knee.
"You don't want to look out there," he said. "The slipscape is a weird place. We use it for our purposes and then we get out."
I nodded. He looked at me, his eyes bright in the darkness as if he knew I was hiding something.
"What is it, Princess? What were you so desperate to tell me?"
"Can a ghost follow us here?" I asked, my voice soft. He shook his head.
"When I say slipscape, I mean a dimension just parallel to ours. We aren't really there. It's like we're the ghosts this time. He trailed off. "It's just a parallel version of reality where I died at the demon's hands. Where the grave out there is for me, not the dog."
His gaze sharpened.
"Why?"
"I've been trying to figure out a way to talk to you guys," I said, my words tumbling over each other in my eagerness to shed my secrets. "My sister might be working for Mr. Joseph. Not that it's her choice. He's got her body on ice." My eyes widened. "Actually, maybe she's not a ghost. Maybe she's here." He reached out and grabbed my hands impatiently.
"Ellis, she isn't here. Focus. What do you have to tell me?"
"Mr. Joseph said he'd kill my mother if I didn't work for him. He wants me to go into the far and find his dead wife. I'm supposed to have 30 days, 26 left."
"And your sister Ashley is—"
He trailed off. "He has her body. He said that he bound her part of her soul in his little box, that she's trapped and she can't move on to heaven because of him. He said that he can stuff her back into her body, bringing her back to life."
"He's got to be lying to you, Ellis, telling you what you want to hear."
"I know he could be," I said. "I don't know what to believe, but I don't want to get my mother killed."
"How did he tell you all this?"
"When we had the car accident, Ash was there, in my dreams, and she led me to Mr. Joseph. He said he can control her." I hadn't even realized I was shaking until he pulled me closer. My hands trembled against his chest. He shushed me into my hair and wrapped his arms around me.
"Calm down, Ellis. I'm going to get Riker and Levi here to listen to. And you tell us everything, from the beginning, all right?"
I nodded. I could feel his lips against my hair, and I wondered if he had just kissed me. He turned my chin up, his golden eyes intent on mine.
"Weren't you a clever girl?"
I stared back at him, more surprised by a compliment from Jacob than I was to be in a parallel dimension.
"Be right back,"
he told me. Then Jacob shimmered and disappeared. 10. I squeezed my eyes shut to will myself not to look out into the slipscape. I was going to trust Jacob for once. I could imagine myself too easily as Pandora, wrenching open the lid of the box, breaking a nail in the process. I had trouble enough at the moment. I felt a rush of cold, and I opened my eyes. 3 big guys did not fit easily into their childhood hideout. Jacob folded his lanky legs up. Levi's big shoulder was against mine as he hunched over, looking slightly miserable, and Riker's knee was pressed against mine. Riker rested his hand against mine as if to comfort me.
"You okay?"
"I'll be a lot better in a minute," I said. "Keeping a secret from you guys has been driving me mad, but I've been trying to find a way to tell you without tipping my hand." Riker started to ask a question, and Jacob cut him off.
"Just tell us the story from the beginning, Ellis. We were driving away from the hospital, and the company car rammed us. And then?"
I took a deep breath, feeling steadied by Jacob's confidence, and told them everything that had happened. Everything Mr. Joseph had said, about how I had to go into the far to save my sister and my mother, and how, if I did, he would bring my sister back to life. It was already a tight space, and when Riker and Levi erupted, the noise felt deafening.
"No,"
Riker said firmly.
"The happy ending is that your sister moves on to heaven, Ellis. You can't bring her back. That isn't how this ends."
"How would you know?"
"How would I know?" How about 16 centuries of recorded lore establishing that nothing good happens when you bring the dead back to life?
Riker shook his head. But she's not really dead, I said. Mr. Joseph said he restored her body.
Mr. Joseph said,
Riker said, and when he said it in that deadpan tone of voice, it sounded completely preposterous, like I was being stupid and naive. It's my sister. Of course I want to try to bring her back to life.
Yeah, of course you do,
Riker said. His eyes on me were soft and understanding.
But you can't.
The hell I can't, I said. Look, we're going into the Far anyway to free my sister, right? So why not just give Mr. Jacob what he wants? One step further.
One step further. So what happens when your sister comes back all wrapped up in a demon because instead of sending her through heaven's gates, you stuffed her, and a bit of hell, into a body?
We'll have to make sure that doesn't happen. Levi ran his hand through his hair.
Ellis, I know this is hard, but what Mr. Joseph told you, it's impossible. It's nothing but a lie.
So is it a lie, or is it a bad idea? I asked tartly, looking back and forth between them. You have to pick one.
Ellis, we'd like to bring your dead sister back to you,
Riker said, his voice rough.
But we can't.
Well, maybe I can, I said. There's different technology to keep people alive than there was in 16 centuries of lore. Levi held up his hand, as if to break into the heated argument shaping up between Riker and me.
What we can do for sure, Ellis, is to get a hunter protection detail on your mom. Hunters will stay close. The company won't get the chance to hurt her.
Some of my fight ebbed away. Thank you. Levi nodded.
It must have been so hard for you, thinking that if you made a mistake, your mother would be killed.
Riker glanced away, as if Levi had reminded him that he couldn't just be angry with me for having kept a secret from them. I had done my best with an impossible situation.
Your mom will be safe,
Levi promised me. Why do you think my sister would come back with a demon? I asked.
Because that's how it works,
Riker said.
Demons search the far for people they can take to hell. But the thing they really love is getting a ride back here. Vaults them right up the demon pecking order. Because usually, demons can't touch our world. But in a human body, they can do incredible damage.
Don't you do exorcisms for a living? I asked. Levi ran his hand through his hair. Even the coolest of the three boys was starting to come unglued.
We could try it, Jacob said. We could run an exorcism before she's even back in her body, if we can get control of the body.
I stared at him, my lips parting slightly.
What the hell?
Riker said.
I'm just saying that perhaps it isn't a completely idiotic idea.
Jacob made a seesaw motion with his hand.
It's a mildly idiotic idea. But where's the harm in trying? Besides the potential to unleash a murderous demon on an unsuspecting world?
Riker said.
Yeah, besides that. Which we would stop.
It can't hurt to try, I said. If my sister doesn't end up alive again, then she's not any worse off.
She could be a whole lot worse off. Sending that demon right along back to hell could mean sending your sister with it,
Riker said, his voice harsh.
Riker,
Levi broke in. He took my hand in his, squeezing my fingers gently. I looked to Levi for support, but he said kindly,
It's not a good idea, Ellis. Even if we got your sister back here without a tag-along from hell, most likely, the company doesn't really have your sister's body. Or if they do, it's not in any shape for her spirit to return to.
Then she dies, I said. At least maybe I'll get to say goodbye. I don't even know what happened the night she died. Riker shook his head. What? I demanded.
The answer's no, Ellis,
Riker said, his voice low and husky.
We protect your mother. We make sure your sister makes it to heaven. And that's the end of it.
You're not in charge, last I checked, I said. Riker stared back at me. His deep blue eyes were full of anger as well as sympathy, and a muscle twitched in his high-boned cheek, as if he were holding himself back from what he wanted to say to me. It was Levi who said,
Do you remember when I said I'd protect you whether you like it or not?
I turned my gaze to him. Unlike Riker, his green eyes were sad.
No,
Levi said, his voice firm and clear. I pulled my hand away from him, crossing my arms over my chest, and looked towards Jacob. He had been, unexpectedly, my only ally in this fight. I would have expected Riker and Levi to embrace the chance to bring my sister back to life. Jacob hesitated, then shrugged.
"I'm sorry, Princess."
"I thought that I was the Lilith," I said, my voice coming out ragged. "And that we were a team."
"Yeah, we are a team," Riker said. "That's why we'll keep you from doing something stupid until you learn how to be the Lilith and be part of the team."
I was about to lose it in front of the three of them. I turned, getting up on one knee, desperate to flee.
"No,"
Riker said, grabbing my wrist. He yanked me back before I could push open the tarp to slip out of the floor. Behind me, I heard Jacob chant in Latin, and the world shimmered. I closed my eyes as the cold washed over me. I opened my eyes into a dimmer world, shivering, and plunged out into the woods. I ran past the stone grave and back to the trail. The boys called after me, but I didn't stop, running desperately for the house. This time, the cold that had settled in my bones when we passed back into our dimension seemed to stay with me. 11. When someone knocked on my bedroom door, I called out, "No thanks." I didn't want to talk. Not to any of them. "It's Olivia." I jumped to my feet in surprise at hearing a soft, feminine voice. Then I sat back down on the bed that I hadn't slept in once since I arrived at the house. The boys had offered me this room as my own, but I didn't want to sleep alone. It was still made up the same way it had been when I arrived. Well, tonight might be the night I finally got to know my own bed. "Come on in," I said, leaning back with my hands braced on the quilt. I didn't want to look like I was too excited to see Olivia. Truth be told, I needed someone to talk to. 3 lovers, or 2 lovers and whatever the hell Jacob was, that was fine. But I needed someone to be a friend. Of course, I didn't know if Olivia was interested in being my friend, but maybe it was a good sign she was here. The door creaked open, and she stuck her head in. Her red hair was piled up on top of her head in a mussy bun, and she had a pencil stuck behind her ear. "You are rocking the geek chic," I told her. She did look seriously adorable. "Did the guys send you to talk sense into me?" She shut the doors softly behind her. "They called me in to look for Ash." "Oh," I said. "And to keep you company for a little while. They're all busy. It takes coordination to get a whole team of hunters set up. They'll keep an eye on your mom 24/7. I nodded, feeling vaguely disarmed by the way they were caring for me, even though we'd just fought. I didn't like the feeling. I still wanted to be sure that I got what I wanted, and not what they thought was best for me. She ran her hand over the top of the chair pushed into the desk in the corner. "Do you mind if I—" "Go ahead." I hadn't sat at the desk yet either. It felt like I was either training or parked at the dining room table reading those books full of tiny text, if I wasn't with one of the boys. She sat down, but then didn't seem to know what to say. "Are you okay?" "Not really," I said evenly, although I felt guilty for not just saying yes. It was a lie, but it was polite. "I have a chance to save my sister. Who wouldn't want to take that?" She nodded. The silence between us stretched out awkwardly. Since she hadn't answered the "could you skip saving a blood relative" question, I decided to lob an easier question her way. I was really desperate for that best friendship. "Are they mad at me?" I asked. The silence stretched out again. I got up from the bed and wandered over to the window, pushing aside the curtains. I casually contemplated hurling myself out onto the roof. I hated awkward social situations, even if I was making this one awkward myself. I should have just stuck with my original "no thank you." "They're not mad," she said. "They're worried about you." "Yeah." I rested my forehead on the cool glass. "They should be." "They'd do anything for each other," she said. "I think they get it." "Funny," I said. "I thought they'd do anything for me." "You know what I mean." "No, Olivia. I don't know what you mean. I've known them for less than 2 weeks. But there's supposed to be this thing that bonds us, and now I need them, and they're like, rather not. They wish they could, she said. She started to say something more, and then stopped abruptly. I mean, it really is dangerous to try to bring your sister back, even if Mr. Joseph isn't lying, which he probably is. What were you going to say first? That I bet they would do something stupid like you want to save each other, she said dryly. But they're protective of you. They're bossy. That too. I traced my finger along the panes of glass in the window. Someone had painted the trim sloppily, and there was white paint on the glass itself. Do you have a crush on Jacob? Excuse me? I'm just curious. For a second, I expected her to tell me, just like her crush had, that I had no call to be curious. But she didn't answer me. I turned my back to the window. Do you want to be friends, Olivia? She said. She put her hands in her pockets. She was so chatty in front of her computer, telling us everything she dug out of other people's emails and hard drives. But now that we were talking about feelings, it was like pulling teeth. I started to smile. So none of you hunters talk about your feelings, huh? She smiled faintly. Not if we can help it. So you must have been thrilled to get sent up here to do the girl-bonding emotional thing? I pointed to the two of us. Technically, she said, we're both over the age of 18. A sociologist would describe us as women. I crinkled my nose at her. I feel like a girl. She tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. I guessed she didn't feel like a girl, because she didn't say anything. Okay, so you're going to find Ash? I said. Focus on the things that Olivia was willing to talk about. The work. I am, she said, and sure enough, her amber eyes lit up. Once we're done here, I'm going to start running my computer program that will sort through possible company locations and... She slipped into technobabble. I nodded, although I could practically feel my eyes glaze over. Olivia was very sweet, and I was glad she was on our side with all her technical expertise. But, good Lord, know your audience. I was having a hard enough time mastering spells and symbols. I wasn't ready for phantom search criteria and grid usage discrepancies. Okay, I said. Well, I'm glad you're on the case. Thanks for letting me know the plan. She hesitated. I could almost feel her desire to flee the room. I could imagine her turning on her heel and running back out through the door. Can you come downstairs so we can all talk? What about? What we're going to do next? I thought that was it, I said. Protect my mom, find my sister's body. Let her die for the final time. Ellis, she said softly, they're not killing your sister. What you want to do is impossible. I shook my head. You should trust them. They're a good bunch of hunters. They're the good guys. I know, I said. Come down and talk, she said. It will make things better. I need some time. You don't have some time, she said. Duncan, their father, wants Riker and Levi to join him for this vamp nest, and they think he might have some idea who the fourth is, so they want to go help him. You can't just let them go without saying goodbye. I turned back to the window. The distant pines seemed to shake in the breeze, their long, slender trunks shivering, as if the summer air wasn't warm enough for them. The quiet stretched awkwardly between us again. I wondered how she liked it now that she wasn't the only one being subjected to painful silence. She took a step back, her heel bumping the door, and turned the crystal knob in her hand. But she stopped there, with the door cracked open, and her chin took on a stubborn tilt. If you think it's okay to let someone you love go without saying goodbye, she said, then you have a lot to learn about what it means to live in a hunter's world. I stayed in the silence of my room for a while, but I've never been built for brooding, especially in a room with little to offer but 4 walls, a comfortable bed, and a view of trees. I needed a distraction or I was going to go out of my mind, worrying about my sister. I couldn't stop replaying the conversation with the boys and imagining how I could have made my case better. I should have been able to win them over, but now that they'd said no together, I'd have to convince each of them individually. And I couldn't hope to do that until Riker and Levi came home. So all I was doing was chewing my lip and obsessing and not helping a damn thing. But I also couldn't go downstairs and pretend everything was fine and normal. They had hurt me, and I didn't want to be around them right now. There was no way I could hold my tongue. But I could at least go raid Jacob's library. I didn't have to be bored while I sulked. I slipped out of my bedroom, closing the door softly behind me, and headed down the hall. But before I could reach Jacob's room, I heard the low, husky murmur of boys' voices, a sound that normally made my heart leap, and I jumped for the nearest door. But Jacob's doorknob didn't turn in my hand, so I leaned against the door as the boys reached the top of the stairs and turned the corner, trying to look innocent.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Jacob asked. So much for innocent. He brushed against me, wrapping his hand around the doorknob, and I looked for him to have a key. Instead, he muttered,
"Reserrare."
"Why do you lock your doors here?" I asked.
"Why do you know my door was locked?"
He made a finger gun that he pointed at me with a flourish.
"And that is why, princess."
Levi stuffed his hands into his pockets.
"Can we talk?"
Jacob closed the bedroom door on me before I could follow him in. I rapped on the door. Hard. There was a long silence. Levi regarded me steadily, leaning his shoulder against the wall, his hands in his pockets. I felt my cheeks prickle with a blush for ignoring him. Levi didn't deserve to be treated meanly, no matter how hurt I felt. But I had nothing to say to him now. Then Jacob swung the door open. I could hear his impatient sigh under his breath.
"What?"
"I just wanted a book to read. I thought you could probably manage to give one up for a while."
"Did you finish the verses?"
Jacob asked. I popped my hands onto my hips. "I need an escape." He shook his head.
"Nope, that's not what you need."
"Ellis," Levi said.
"Riker and I are leaving for a few days. Going to see what Dad knows."
Olivia told me.
"You want to come say goodbye?"
He asked.
"Riker's already got his stuff in the Jeep. We want to get moving."
It seemed cold to tell him no to his face. Jacob rested his forehead on the door, which he still held half open, his tall body blocking me from slipping in. "You should say goodbye," he mouthed. From that angle, Levi couldn't see him. "Why just you two?" I asked. "Didn't bad things happen the last time you guys split up?"
"Dad's kind of a recluse,"
Levi said.
"He might be more willing to talk if it's just us."
I glanced towards Jacob. I wondered what his relationship had been like with his stepfather, how well he'd known Duncan. Jacob half shrugged in response to my questioning look. There were feet on the stairs. I threw my head back, rolling my eyes to the ceiling. I should have stayed in my room. Riker stood behind Levi, his arms crossed over his powerful chest. Olivia was right on his heels.
"Let's roll,"
Riker said impatiently.
"I wanted to talk to Ellis first."
Riker's blue eyes met mine, bright even in the dim light of the crowded hall.
"Give her space to cool off. It'll be all right."
I crossed my arms over my chest. Jacob banged his forehead into the door a few times.
"What?"
Levi asked impatiently.
"I have a reason not to know how to be human,"
Jacob said.
"I don't know what's wrong with the rest of you."
Levi stared at me, his frown crinkling his brows above his handsome face. I tried to ignore him, despite the way I could feel his concerned gaze, as he said,
"I don't know about leaving Ellis like this. I'll keep her out of trouble,"
Jacob promised. I snorted and crossed my arms over my chest, a second before I realized I was doing a pretty good, unintentional imitation of Jacob. "Good luck."
"Call me if you find anything,"
Riker said to Olivia. His subtle emphasis wasn't lost on me. He didn't want me to know anything about where to find my sister's body. He didn't trust what I would do. "Really?" I demanded.
"Really, Firestarter,"
Riker said.
"You want to have a temper tantrum? Go right ahead. There's work to do when you're finished."
He turned and clattered back down the stairs, calling out gruffly,
"I'll be in the Jeep."
Levi sighed. Helpful. There was a deep, uncomfortable silence when he had gone. Jacob hesitated with his hand on the door, like he wanted to shut us all out, but he couldn't quite bring himself to go back into his room now. Olivia's cheeks were flushed, as if she were embarrassed to see all our family drama. Levi clearly had something he wanted to say, but he jammed his hands in his pockets, hunching his broad shoulders. He didn't say a word. Olivia said. "I'm going to get some work done in the office." No one answered her. Levi crossed to me, glancing at Jacob as though he'd like privacy, and rested his hands on my hips. I avoided his gaze, knowing he was trying to gauge how I was really doing. He was always too perceptive when it came to me.
"You going to be okay here?"
His voice was low and warm. I met his gaze evenly. I had been trying to stay away from them because I knew I couldn't change their minds now, and I also knew I couldn't stop myself from telling them all the reasons they were wrong. He shouldn't ask me a question like that. He wouldn't like the answer. "Why are you asking me that when you're the reason I'm not okay?" There was a flash of pain in his eyes.
"I'm not trying to hurt you, sweet girl. Like I said before, job one."
I dropped my eyes to his broad, flannel-covered shoulders because I didn't want to meet his eyes anymore. They were so full of worry, and we were standing so close, it was hard to avoid his gaze, those full lips so near my own. Why did he have to stand so distractingly close to me when I was so angry at him? "I don't want to hear that," I said.
"I know."
His thumbs knit through my belt loops, his big hands spanning my hips.
"I'll miss you while I'm gone."
I dared to glance up and quirked an eyebrow at him. "Even knowing that I'm mad at you?"
"I like you even at your most annoying,"
he promised me. There was a flash of humor in his beautiful, long-lashed eyes. I felt myself give a little, even though I wanted to still be furious at him. "I think you're being annoying right now, for the record. Worse than annoying."
"And you like me anyway?"
he teased. Jacob's door clicked shut, closing us out. "Nope," I said. "I do not." But he leaned forward, and I thought he was going to kiss me. It was only as I leaned forward into his kiss that I realized he was actually bending forward to whisper into my ear. But it was too late. My lips grazed his cheek. He turned his head and kissed me back, his big hands still spanning my hips, as if he held me close, held me down and grounded, even when I wanted to float away. 12. I watched from the window in my room as the Jeep pulled out down the long gravel driveway, and then I went to find Olivia. She was in the office, packing up her laptop into her hot pink backpack. "I'm starving," I said, tossing myself into a wheeled office chair. It rolled back across the tile floor faster than I'd expected. I sat up, trying to look nonchalant, like I could be trusted as a hunter, like I could be trusted to keep myself safe in a rolling chair. "Do you want to order a pizza or something?" "No delivery out here," she said. "We could go get it." She shook her head. "No, we can't." It took me a moment to put the logistics together. "There's no second car." "Olivia, don't go. Don't leave me trapped here with Jacob." I was supposed to sound teasing, but it came out whinier than anything else. "You're safe here," she said, zipping up her backpack. "The house is warded, and it has the best security system known to man, thanks to me." She pointed to the screens on the wall, which were covered in gray images now. I squinted at them, then realized it was imagery from around the house and surrounding woods. "But I'm a prisoner," I said. "Safe and a prisoner." "Would you stop?" She seemed exasperated. "This is not like when you were trapped by the company. You're with people who care about you, who want to keep you safe. And you're being pretty awful about it all." Her words struck me through. I felt like I was being a drama queen, but also helpless to stop it. I was trying to take care of my sister. "So I take it you don't want to be friends?" I asked crisply. "You never answered me upstairs." "I would love to be your friend," she said, "as long as it's friendship you want, and not your sister's coordinates." I bit down on my lip. "Both would be nice." She threw her backpack over her shoulder and headed for the stairs. "Olivia, I was just joking. I'm not stupid. I wouldn't follow the coordinates on my own." "Bye, Ellis," she threw over her shoulder, heading up the stairs. Okay, so maybe not my top choice for a new best friend. She was still the only choice I knew of, though. I pulled one of the books of magic off a stack on the long table facing the screens and began to flip through it. The room felt cool and eerie, being here alone, faced with the endless soft static of the ever-changing security camera feeds. I heard a creak upstairs, and a sense of anxiety raced up my spine. I glanced back down at the gilt-edged book in my lap. How long had I been engrossed in magics for everyday use? After the creak, it seemed deeply quiet in the house, as if I could be all alone here. I smelled red sauce and fresh crust before I heard Jacob, his feet quiet on the stairs. He set a pizza on the table in front of me.
"You should eat,"
he said. "You got me a pizza?" He leaned forward, taking a slice himself. Long strands of drippy mozzarella came along with his slice, and his long, agile tongue swept them up. He chewed and then swallowed, taking his time. I'd already begun eating before he answered.
"I got me a pizza. Just thought you might like some."
I glanced down at the slice, which was hot and delicious, covered in sausage, mushrooms, and pepperoni. "How'd you know this is my favorite kind?"
"It's like 80% of the population's favorite, Ellis. Not like we're slice soulmates."
Right. He was still Jacob, and I was still mad at him. I ate my pizza in silence, staring at the grainy, flickering images from outside.
"You still want a book?"
he asked. I was reluctant to admit it, but I said, "Yes."
"Then earn it in the dojo after dinner."
I tilted my head back up to look at the ceiling in exasperation. "I'm not going to work out after eating pizza. Sometimes it's really obvious you aren't exactly human." He nodded slowly. It was long enough for me to start to feel like maybe I'd hurt his feelings. His humanity wasn't something to joke about. He said,
"You are just super feisty tonight, aren't you?"
"It's been a rough day."
"I know."
He put his feet up on the desktop in front of us.
"Not trying to one-up you. I know you expected today to play out differently. But I have to tell you, I always hate going into the slipscape."
"Tell me more about it," I said.
"The slipscape?"
"Your slipscape." He sighed. He took another bite and began to chew, staring at the screens himself, and put his feet up on the long table, leaning back in his chair. The silence stretched between us, awkward like usual, and I thought he wasn't going to say anything. I needed to understand the new world I found myself in, but every question I had also seemed to press some tender bruise for the boys. Here I was, asking Jacob to explain the parallel universe where he was murdered as a kid. Maybe I could be more tactful. I closed my eyes and tried to figure out how to reframe that question.
"Well, we need an alternate dimension that we all have an anchor to."
Jacob's voice surprised me, and I sat up a little, opening my eyes. He wasn't looking at me. He was still staring at the screens.
"It's a world that occupies almost the exact same space as ours, so we can always figure out direction and coordinates. It's easier to get back to some place you all have an attachment to, some strong emotional feeling."
"Lucky me, then. I should be able to get back to the treehouse after today's fight." He nodded faintly.
"Yes, you should."
"But why that dimension?" It felt impolite to name it, the one where you're dead. Couldn't they have picked something that wasn't quite so painful?
"Riker and Levi have an emotional attachment to the spot where they buried their dog," he said. "And then, to think that I would have been the one buried there."
He trailed off. I felt my lips part, feeling that I should have something wise and compassionate to say.
"I guess they wonder where they would have put the dog, then,"
he finished. He surprised me into smiling, and then I felt myself blush faintly, embarrassed by that reaction. His eyes were steady on me.
"Still mad at me?"
he asked.
"Even after pizza?"
"It depends. Do we really have to dojo after this?" He said,
"Well, maybe we could take one night off."
"Thank you," I said. I realized that, for the first time, I'd have to sleep in my room alone. I imagined myself sitting up awake that night, listening to the whistle of the wind through the pines, too restless with anxiety to sleep. I could picture myself slipping down the hall and tapping on Jacob's door. It would be quiet for a few seconds inside, long enough for me to have second thoughts, to pad down the hall to my own room. Then he would swing the door open. Those bright golden eyes would meet mine. And he would say, "What?" I didn't know what would come after that. Crushing rejection or cuddles. That was a chance I couldn't take.
"Maybe we should go to the apothecary,"
he said. I froze. He was full of surprises tonight. Dread washed over me, but I couldn't let him see it. I grinned. So desperate to be rid of me after all, huh?
"The apothecary we visit in D.C., he said, happens to be owned by a man who once raised his family back from the dead. I thought we might talk with him."
I cocked my head and took another slice of pizza, biting into it and chewing slowly, even though the thought of swallowing it made my throat ache. I didn't want to eat. I just needed a second to calm myself down. I couldn't quite parse what he was saying. Maybe he just wanted me to understand the impossibility of Mr. Joseph's promise. Maybe he wanted to help me with my sister. But that possibility felt tremulous, a thin string between us that might break if I pulled it too hard. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. I took a second bite.
"I'm not saying yes, Princess," he said. "I'm just saying we can do our homework."
I leaned forward and put the slice of pizza down on the table. I wanted to kiss him. Joy was a restless bubble rising through my chest, and I turned my head away because I didn't want Jacob to see he'd just made me so damn happy. All I wanted was to have someone on my side, helping me, helping Ash. Could Jacob really be on my side now? "Sure," I said. "Let's do our homework." 13. How are we going to go on a road trip without a car? I asked Jacob as we stepped out onto the porch in the cool night air. He nodded at my shoes.
"Those comfortable? We'll walk into town, and I'll steal one."
"You're going to get arrested one of these days."
"We'll see. I did a bit in juvie in London, and it was like a vacation. But I've never had any trouble since."
We started down the gravel driveway. "How long of a walk is it?"
8 miles.
I threw my hands up in exasperation at this detail. He ducked his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips.
"No dojo? Conditioning work."
"You make me crazy," I said.
"Edom,"
he said. I wasn't going to give him the pleasure of asking. "So do all the British hunters learn Latin and breaking and entering? You're very well-rounded."
"The family I ended up with is a bunch of thieves and extortionists," he said. "They mostly pass undisturbed by the police, because what they do with the supernatural, well, it's essential. They've found a way to provide an essential service and still profit handsomely with their other activities."
Wendy had sent him off to live with criminals. Had this woman not had access to care.com? Had she asked for any references at all before she sent her tiny son off to live with monsters? What was the best part of living in Britain?
Not hearing an American accent.
Well, he was quick with that one. I pursed my lips, wondering if my voice really annoyed him that much.
"You know what's really weird here?" he asked. "Small talk with strangers. Why the hell do people think you want to talk to them in the line to buy a sixer and a pack of hot dogs?"
I nodded, but now that he had begun, apparently he wanted to keep going on all the ways that America in general, and probably me in particular, annoyed him. He went on.
"Americans drinking milk. It's for putting on cereal and in coffee if you must. Hugging. So much hugging with you lot. Supersized portions of things you shouldn't eat anyway. High school sports, college sports."
"All right, I get it," I said.
"The gaps in bathroom stalls. Tax not being included in prices. Iced tea. Flat lemonade."
Okay, I get the picture. What's the best part of being here?" He hesitated. He was still smug-looking over the expansive list he had of what was wrong with America, and I expected a glib answer. He glanced away before he admitted,
"It's been tough, getting to know my brothers again. But I'm glad I have."
"And yet you still want to up and leave them?" The silence hung between us. Even the trees on the side of the road seemed to hang, still and gray, their limbs casting long shadows on the paved road. "Oh," I said, "you don't want to leave them. Just me."
"I didn't say that."
"You don't have to."
"Don't put words into my mouth, Princess. I take pleasure in telling you what I think of you myself."
I pursed my lips. I didn't want to fight with him. so I asked lightly, "Teach me how to steal a car when we get there?"
"Sure."
Wendy's motorcycle boot had always fit a bit too loosely in the heels. I should have taken the boy's credit card for a more complete workout in the mall. I tried to walk normally, but the heel began to rub raw. I took awkward steps, trying to avoid sending the seam along the heel to dig into my skin.
"Why are you being weird?"
Jacob asked. "Because I recently learned I'm the reincarnation of the first woman, that my sister may or may not be totally dead, and people want to force me into the terrifying world beyond death?" His eyebrows lifted, and he shook his head slightly before he answered.
"I meant why you're walking weird."
"Blister," I said shortly.
"I thought those shoes were comfortable."
He said it impatiently, like I was getting blisters just to spite him. "So did I."
"I would have gotten a taxi for us."
"A taxi was an option?"
"Yeah, of course. Just not the best option. This is free and it's conditioning."
"If you use the word conditioning again tonight, I'm going to punch you in the face."
"You can try, princess."
"You have some weird kinks, Jake."
"You have no idea."
The tiniest smirk lifted the corners of his lips.
"Yet."
I shook my head. He blew hot and cold. He was impossible to figure out. He stopped abruptly, unbuckling his sword in its sheath and shrugging off the harness. "What are you doing?" I asked. He didn't bother to answer, but holding his sword in his hand, he squatted down slightly in front of me. I took in the broad expanse of his shoulders in his shiny black leather jacket.
"Come on,"
he said impatiently.
"You're going to be no use in a fight with your feet a mess."
"Are we getting into a fight?" I asked.
"You never know."
"I didn't plan on a fight." I took a step back, shaking my head. "I can't ride piggyback. For one thing, you're an angel."
"Half angel."
I didn't even know why I'd just said that. Jacob was intimidating in so many ways, but it wasn't the supernatural that made it seem ridiculous to hop on his back. Like his girlfriend. Like his girlfriend if we were at the state fair, not on our way to talk to a demonist who owned a shop of magic ingredients. Like I was his girlfriend at the state fair, after he'd just won me an enormous teddy bear with those big muscles of his, and then we'd both had vanilla soft serve, and his lips were still cold when we kissed. Apparently, I had quite the state fair fantasy.
"Ellis, you're being ridiculous. This is the practical thing."
"I cannot believe you're willing to do something so nice for me."
"I'm not really trying to be nice. I'm trying to keep you not broken. You're already nearly useless in a fight. Get on."
"I guess one of us has to be." Not broken, that was. His lips curled up slightly, but he didn't sound angry when he asked,
"Are you really insulting me right now?"
"You're the one making things weird."
"No, you're making things weird with that limp. It's annoying."
"Fine," I said. "This is ridiculous. Fine."
"You're welcome,"
he said. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, reluctant to jump on his back and press my inner thighs to his waist like I was dry-humping the angel. But without making that jump, I couldn't quite wrap my legs around him enough. He stood up, and I slid off his back. My feet hung for a second, and then I found the road with my toes.
"What is your malfunction?"
he asked, squatting down again. "It's weird to ride you like a pony," I said.
"You're not riding me. And if you were, it definitely wouldn't be like a pony."
"It's exactly like I'm riding you. That's what I'm doing."
"You're not riding me. I'm carrying you where I want to go. If I were a horse, it'd be a stallion."
"You're bossy, too," I told him, shaking my head. My hands still rested on the slick leather of his jacket as I debated whether to try again to mount Mr. Stallion or to just let my feet turn into bloody stumps. It was kind of a toss-up. "You're all bossy."
"And you're the only girl in the world who would come into a completely unfamiliar world and be stubborn and headstrong and ridiculous,"
he said back to me. "I thought you were on my side for once," I said tartly. I still couldn't understand why he was, and the words hung between us. I'd said them like our usual sharp-edged banter, but I meant them.
"I'm trying to be on your side, but you won't even take help when you need it."
The words made my chest warm. Forget the second half of the sentence and Jacob being typically critical. I'm trying to be on your side. It was just what I wanted him to say. I felt tears sting my eyes, unbidden, and I glanced up at the blurry stars, glad that he couldn't see my face. Because you're such an open and vulnerable kind of guy, I said, blinking those tears away. I felt them hang on my lashes for a second, and then they were gone.
Would you just get on my back now? He said. And no talking.
I leaned in towards his back, preparing for another jump, but I couldn't quite make myself do it. This feels so weird.
You know what's weird? Bleeding from your feet. That's what's weird.
It's just that I think of this as being something you do with someone where it's playful and fun. I finally hoisted myself up on his back, wrapping my thighs tightly around his waist. He lumbered up to his feet. I felt my hands slide on the slick leather of his jacket before I looped my arm around his neck in a stranglehold.
Are you trying to kill me?
He asked, wrapping his hand around my wrist and yanking it down. My hand brushed over his chiseled pecs under his open jacket.
And I could be fun.
I'm sure you're many wonderful things, Jake. Accomplished demon hunter, honorable man, kick-ass Nephilim wielding his supernatural powers to save humanity. But I don't know that I'd call you fun. I heard the softest exhale of breath, almost like a laugh, as he loped along the road. I bounced awkwardly on his back, like I was dry humping the stallion.
What?
I demanded, craning my head slightly over his shoulder, looking for the telltale rise of his broad cheekbones that meant he was smiling.
You called me Jake.
Yeah? Riker and Levi call you Jake.
But you always call me Jacob.
And you always call me princess when you mean asshole, I said. So what?
I don't always call you princess, he said. And I don't always mean asshole.
I racked my brain. Yeah, there was the read the room Ellis, when he'd been pissed at me for bringing up his mom's murder, and when he'd told me that his last name wasn't Alexander like Riker and Levi, and when he'd agreed with me that our destiny was a terrifying fucking thing to live up to. What's your last name? I asked.
Why do you care?
I rested my elbows on his broad shoulders so I could tick things off in front of his face. 1, we live together and it's weird I couldn't even send you a letter in the mail.
You don't need to send me mail. Like you said, we live together, and we have magic. Why would you send me mail?
I'm just saying. And 2, if you don't tell me your last name, I'm going to find a different name for you. Like Pony.
Here I'm being nice to you, gallant even, and you're so ungrateful. Such a princess.
That time you meant asshole.
Yes, I did.
He shrugged slightly, wiggling his shoulders, as if he were adjusting under the burden of my weight.
It's Kerr. It's Scottish.
It's pretty.
Wendy's maiden, he said. She married Duncan Alexander.
But she never married your dad?
Angels aren't the marrying type.
How do angels end up with humans anyway?
Lord if I know, he said. I'm only half, and I'm not sure I can manage a human relationship with a human girl.
Would you feel that way if the human girl weren't me? I bit down on my lip as soon as I'd said it. Too much honesty in one night. I should slow my roll. For a few long seconds, I didn't think he was going to answer. Then he said,
It's nothing personal, Ellis.
It feels personal.
Well, it's not. I've told you that before.
You were just reunited with your brothers a year ago, and you're willing to give them up to get away from me. Hard to take that any other way.
They're a pain in the ass, too.
His voice was gruff. I wanted to ask him how they were a pain in the ass, if it was because they pushed him to love and to be human. But it was a cheesy question, and I couldn't think of a way to ask it that wouldn't make him snort. It felt intimate here, the two of us not looking at each other but my voice close to his ear, as if we could ask questions and share secrets in a way we normally didn't. Even if I felt like the waistband of my jeans was gaping in the back. I was supposed to be a sophisticated reincarnation of the first woman, but there might be a half moon of my ass showing as we walked down the night-shadowed road. Do you really want to leave us? I asked. It was the most serious, impossible question, one that told him far too much about me, and I wished I could take it back the second it hung in the cool, silvery night air.
"No," he said shortly. "I don't want to leave any of you."
I nodded, and then realized he couldn't see me, but maybe he'd felt my head bob, my hair brushing over his shoulder.
"But I've never just been on my own, Ellis," he said. "All my life, I did what I was told. Lifted cars, mostly, and killed geists, until I ran away from home. I wanted out of the life. And then I found my brothers, and it was right back to hunting. And I just want something else. Just once."
"What's the else?"
"I don't know," he said. "Being a Nephilim's brought me nothing but grief. Why would being one of the four be any different?"
"Well, you aren't alone anymore."
"I wasn't alone," he said. "I got my mother killed. Trust me, Ellis. That's worse than being alone."
I didn't know what to say to that. I squeezed him slightly, since my arm was already around his chest, but I didn't know if I'd even done it strongly enough for him to feel it.
"Don't feel sorry for me, Princess," he said. "I'll find my something else. And then maybe I'll come back. See you all for the holidays and a good geist slaying every now and then."
"Cheaper than family therapy," I said.
"Exactly."
I rested my chin on the smooth leather of his jacket, breathing in his scent. For the first time, I knew that having Jacob with us might make me crazy, but being without him would make me lonely. But I had to help him break the curse. He deserved his something else, even though I wanted my something to include him. 14. I was pretty sure that my mom was going to discover that I was alive and out of the reform school. What did she think had happened to me? Had they left her believing I was still there? Only because I was convicted of car theft and sent to federal just-let-the-soap-melt prison. Jacob took the same logical, cool approach to explaining to me just how to lift a car from a parking lot outside a bar, despite the time pressure I felt to get out of there before we were discovered.
"Cool it, Princess,"
he said as he put the car into drive.
"We're just preventing a DUI. We're practically heroes."
"Yeah, practically."
"You think you could do that on your own next time?"
"No."
"Well, you might not be quick, but at least you're honest."
"You might not be honest, but at least you're quick," I said testily. He grinned slightly at that.
"You'll get the hang of it next time, I'm sure."
"Planning to turn me into a hardened criminal like you?" I had meant it teasingly, but I could see the conversation take a wrong turn, the slight shift on his face, like I'd reminded him of where he'd come from. "You're not a hardened criminal," I said. "You're like a moderately crispy, chaotic good."
"You are such a nerd."
"You're calling me a nerd? You're British."
"What does that mean?"
"You use terms like warrior food."
"Which that pizza was not. Thank God for the—"
He glanced at me sidelong, as if he'd been on the verge of saying conditioning.
"Exercise."
Oh, my Lord. But I was gratified that I'd diverted the conversation from the wrong turn it was taking, and we seemed to be back on solid ground. Solid for Jacob and me, at least. He wasn't threatening to shove me under a cold shower, so that was progress. An hour later, Jacob slammed on the brakes. I rocked forward against my seatbelt and braced my hand on the dash, watching as red brake lights lit up like a radioactive sea in front of us. Then I looked up, past the traffic, at the bright DC skyline strung out in front of us, the lights like diamonds along a necklace. I could see the Lincoln Memorial rising like a white coliseum above the traffic. "It's so pretty," I said. "I always love coming here."
"Enjoy the view while you can. We're going to the seedy part."
"Of course we are."
"Sorry, Princess. Hunters don't get to be part of the ritzy country club world. Not like where you come from."
"It's not all it's cracked up to be," I said. "Families still fall apart. Some people still need drugs or booze to get through their day. And everyone still secretly picks their nose." The angel looked scandalized. We drove past the theater and the waterfront and turned deeper and deeper into a warren of city streets. Finally, we rolled down a long street where the windows were barred and metal garage doors covered storefront windows. I stared out the window, feeling out of place. Jacob parallel parked on the street.
"Good thing the car's already been stolen," he said, pocketing the keys.
We got out of the car, and I hurriedly threw my sword on and then my jacket over it, brushing my thumbs over the buckles to release them so the sword hilt would hang below the collar of my shirt. Jacob brushed his hand over the back of my neck, pulling up the collar in the back, and his touch raised goosebumps along my skin. Nice goosebumps. His breath was a soft tickle against my ear.
Just remember, we're the scariest thing out here tonight.
Scarier than the demonist? I said back softly.
Much, much scarier,
he promised.
You'll see.
We walked down the street to an alley, and then to an alley off an alley. Is this some kind of test? I asked.
Not to me, he said, but I hope we beat Riker and Levi back home. They're going to be pissed.
Do you care? I asked, bumping my shoulder into his. Jacob seemed so defiantly disinterested in what anyone thought.
They'd feel betrayed, Ellis, he said.
My sense of playfulness ebbed away instantly. He was right. I rubbed my shoulder that I'd bumped into him, even through our jackets. I felt a spark when we touched. But this spark had just made me feel like I so often did around Jacob, like an asshole. Well, we'll beat them back, I said. We'll be back by morning.
Hopefully they find Duncan, he said. Hopefully he's useful for once.
What's he like?
I'm too biased to answer that question, he said.
What's your father like? He turned to face me, exasperated.
Why do you want to have this conversation now?
I stared back at him. I had thought maybe the two of us could get into personal territory. I know I ask questions you don't want to answer, I said. I don't want to talk about what happened with my sister. I get it. But I live in this weird new world now. You and Riker and Levi are at the center of it, so understanding you all seems pretty key to understanding that world. And staying alive.
We'll make sure you stay alive,
he promised me.
No talk necessary.
Then I guess I'm just curious, I said. I bumped his shoulder again. After all, you don't have a shower to threaten me with today.
I could find one.
He stopped at a back alley door, and I took a step past him before I turned. He rapped his knuckles against the door. Nothing happened. The night sky began to drizzle, a soft mist that beaded on my hair. He leaned against the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest. What's taking so long? I asked him.
It's always slow. He wants to know who we are.
Haven't you been here before?
With my brothers, once. They trust this guy.
But you don't trust anyone.
I'm about 50-50 on my brothers.
I nodded, and he said, more softly.
And you?
You about 50-50 trust me? He nodded. I'm unexpectedly touched by that, I said. I've never been so happy that anyone thought there was only a 50% chance that I'd betray them horribly.
I mean, 50-50 is decent, he said. From Riker and Levi's perspective, they'd probably think we betrayed them. I said I'd protect you. They're trying to take care of you. And here we are, doing something we know they wouldn't much care for. Two somethings.
I'm trying to take care of my sister, I said. He nodded.
Sure.
I ran my fingers through my damp hair. I felt restless with frenetic energy. I jumped, my heart suddenly racing, at a flicker of a movement. A man passed by the end of our alleyway. Jacob followed my gaze.
He won't notice us. Blinding spell. We can get in because I know it's here, but no one else can see it anymore.
Really? I was always curious about how the magic worked. I could really use an Intro to the Magical Universe for Dummies book. Can I learn how to do that?
If you want to, of course you can, Princess.
I quirked an eyebrow at that. If you want to. Of course I do.
You do?
He crossed his arm over his chest.
You want to spend every day training in the dojo for hours, studying the mythos, practicing spells until your voice goes hoarse, calluses on your knuckles and dry reading, and then the job itself, an endless round of thankless work, and the constant possibility of dying bloody? Or do you just want to rescue your sister and get back to a normal life, as much as you can?
I glanced away. You're really selling it.
I don't want to leave the life for no reason, Princess. I've been part of it since I was a kid.
I know, I said. Well, hopefully he has the stuff we need for the spell.
Hopefully he opens the goddamn door soon,
he said. His eyes were on my hair, and he brushed the droplets away, the palm of his hand gentle.
That's not rain, by the way. It's magic.
I brushed my own hand over my hair, more roughly. What? How?
He can't read minds, but he can get a general impression of your intent, your feelings.
I felt myself blush faintly. I hated for anyone to get even a general impression of my feelings when Jacob was around. Jacob stuck his hands in his pockets. The movement drew my eyes towards him, and that was why I saw the door open a crack behind him. How long's the door been open? I asked tartly.
Guess the wizard's ready to see us,
Jacob said. He pushed the door open.
Stay behind me.
I thought your brothers trusted him.
They do, but I'm not even at 50-50.
15. Jacob walked with certainty into the darkness ahead of us. I could barely see his dark outline, and although my instinct was to take tiny, faltering steps so I didn't trip over something unseen, I didn't want to lose him. So I took big strides behind him, trying to keep up. I barely resisted the urge to reach out and grab the hem of his jacket to hold him close to me, like I was a little kid. Can you see in the dark or something? I muttered. He turned back to me, his golden eyes glowing bright in the dark. I gasped.
Oh,
he said.
Yes.
He reached back and took my hand, his strong fingers wrapping around mine brusquely.
Come on, I'll make sure you don't trip.
I don't even 50-50 trust you not to walk me into a wall for your own amusement, I said.
I wouldn't hurt you on purpose.
The dojo?
That's training.
Levi said it's your kink, Jacob said dourly.
And that's why I only 50-50 trust him. You kids are cute,
a man said ahead of us. I jumped, pressing my free hand to my fluttering heart. I thought I could make out a shadowy figure up ahead, outlined in a doorway to a brighter room. But there was a flicker of movement suddenly on my right. The lights came up. We were in a room full of mist, and then the mist curled away in wisps, seeping up through the ceiling as if it were being hoovered up. The person I thought that I had seen in front of me was nothing but a pile of books and papers and a cash register on a desk. I shook my head, wondering how I'd ever mistaken it for a human figure. The room was full of jars and baskets on shelves, and 2 enormous wooden dressers with tiny drawers. The man on my right touched my elbow, drawing my attention back to him. I frowned, perplexed at how I'd forgotten he was there for a second.
Hello, my girl,
he said.
It's so nice to see the Lilith in person. I've never met one of you before.
He was a small man, shorter than I was, bald and ruddy-cheeked. He beamed at me, and for a second, I thought he might hug me. That was the most enthusiastic I'd ever seen anyone about meeting a Lilith. I'm Alice Landon, I said, sticking my hand out to shake. He shook my hand enthusiastically.
Turner, and it's good to see you again too, Jacob. How are you?
Jacob shrugged.
Angels never do small talk well,
Turner confided to me.
Does this one talk like a fortune cookie?
That might be an improvement, I said.
Well, what can I do for you?
We have a list, Jacob said, reaching into his inside jacket pocket and pulling out the ingredients list for the anti-love spell.
And we also want to ask you some questions. List first, he said. Then we can sit down and chat.
Jacob handed him the list. Turner looked over the list and then looked back up at us, something keen and glinting in his eyes.
You don't want to be bound together? We've got quite a few things we need, Jacob said evenly. I need herbs for smudging, oil for a summoning spell.
Right, Turner said impatiently.
But what you're really here for is the trillion root, right? The fig leaves and the nettles, and the hawkweed for unbinding?
Jacob stared at him, his eyes flinty, and I knew there was nothing he was going to say that was tactful. Do you have all of that here? I asked. I felt a genuine sense of wonder, being in this place full of ingredients for magic, and I glanced around curiously. Will you show me around? Magic is so new to me.
Of course, dear girl, he said.
He picked up a handful of white paper bags and thrust them into my hands.
"We can gather your ingredients together, and I'll show you everything."
He led me on a tour, showing me the various ingredients in the dressers he called his catalog, as well as the larger or bulkier items, which were in the jars. Some of them were what I'd call unsavory. Apparently, eye of newt was really a thing.
"All right,"
he said, tucking the smaller bags into one big cardboard box.
"Here's everything you need. Why don't you step into my office, and we'll talk before I ring you up and get you out of here."
"Thanks," I said. He opened a door behind the apothecary and led us down a narrow hall and into a small, windowless room, where a small fire burned steadily and unexpectedly in a fireplace without a chimney. 2 wing chairs were in front of the fire, and there was a long desk in one corner with a leather chair drawn in front of it. Shelves of books and elaborate wall hangings were the only decor. In gold and silver thread, the wall hangings were embroidered with intricate, abstract shapes.
"Fancy wards,"
Jacob said shortly. It might have been a compliment or an observation, or hell, a complaint. I could see why he said he needed Olivia, who had grace enough for 2. Even though I wouldn't find Olivia to be particularly socially competent compared to anyone but Jacob. "They're beautiful," I said.
"No reason why something necessary shouldn't be beautiful too,"
Turner said. His gaze flickered toward Jacob.
"No need for our lives to be all spray paint and salt stuck in the treads of your shoes." "I like things practical," Jacob said, "and not full of magic and destiny and love, I can tell,"
Turner said. He turned to me, his eyebrows lifting slightly, before he headed across the room to pick up the chair from the desk.
"Unless this is your idea, my girl, and you don't want to be bound to this barbarian for the whole of your life."
I didn't want to answer that. It seemed like I'd betray too much of how I felt if I admitted this wasn't my idea. I wanted Jacob to be free, but part of me hoped that he would turn back and realize that he wanted Riker and Levi and me. Of course, that was my end of the curse talking. Once Jacob and I were unbound, I'd probably be able to watch him walk away, that distinctive lope and his broad shoulders in his leather jacket, his curls brushing his collar, and I'd feel nothing, or almost nothing.
Sit,
Turner said, gesturing us to the wing chairs. He pulled his chair up close to the fire, leaning forward to feed a handful of what looked like rocks to the flames. They popped, sending up small white bursts of flame, the air filled with the scent of baking pie, like sugar and butter and roasting apples. "Oh, I like that," I said, leaning forward to breathe deeply.
"I'll teach you how to make them," he promised me. "They're easy enough. I'll pack a bit of what you need up in your box."
"Thank you," I said. Jacob sat forward. Right, it was not time to stop and smell the magical fire.
"We wanted to talk to you about bringing people back from the dead,"
Jacob said. Turner tossed another magic rock in the fire. Pop, and froze, staring at the bright flames. Then he turned back to us.
"I'm not in that business anymore." "I know you aren't," Jacob said. "I'm not asking you to help. I hope you're not thinking of doing such a thing."
Turner's voice was suddenly deadly flat, when he had been so bubbly and outgoing a minute before.
"We're just thinking," Jacob said. "We're not committed to the idea. There are some unusual circumstances that make it not so dramatically a bad idea."
"It's always a bad idea," Turner said.
"You did it." "Well, yes, I did."
Turner got up from the fire, his footsteps heavy as he crossed the floor to his desk. He came back with another handful of rocks and a framed photo, which he passed to me.
"My wife, my daughter, taken by a drunk driver."
"I'm sorry," I said, taking the frame from him. A younger Turner held a little girl in his arms, and a dark-haired, grinning woman leaned into them both. The 3 of them smiled at the camera. "They were beautiful."
"Are beautiful," he said. "Little one's not so little now. She's in her 2nd year of college now. And I'll go home to my wife in the morning when I close the store."
"You raised them successfully?" He held a hand out.
"Don't get too excited. There were unusual circumstances. I was able to get there moments after they died. I had known something awful was coming."
His voice broke slightly, as if the memory was hard to remember.
and I was able to freeze their bodies, magically, so they didn't begin to decay, especially not their mind. The breakdown of the cells of the brain, that's what makes it really impossible to raise someone up without consequence.
My sister was resuscitated, I said, ignoring Jacob's warning look. She's on life support. Her spirit is still trapped in the far, but her body's supposed to be intact.
We don't know that her body is intact with any certainty, Jacob said. It's a possibility, but even if it's true, we were concerned about bringing a demon back in a human body. Oh yes, that's terribly dangerous, Turner affirmed. There's nothing that can ravage this earth like a demon in a human body. Without a body, for all their evil, they're almost inconsequential.
Almost?
They can't touch the corporeal world, Turner said. All they can do is whisper into human ears, and frankly, the ears that are open to receive them. Well, they'd probably do quite a bit of evil on their own, anyway.
But when they have a human body...
They can do the devil's handiwork directly, he said. They make it their business to kill hunters, for one thing, and...
His eyes shifted towards Jacob, and he trailed off. And they torture little kids when they get their hands on a baby Nephilim. Things that I had learned. We can't let that happen, I said, trying to soothe what Jacob must fear after everything he'd been through. How did you make sure a demon didn't catch a ride home? He leaned forward, feeding a new handful of rocks into the fireplace. These little pops were pink and lavender, the air filled with the scent of a fresh spring day, the scent of rain and greenery and lavender. I drew in a deep, contented breath. I was definitely going to learn to make these. I could live up to Wendy's killer Betty Crocker, with a little extra magical zing and a perpetually pie-scented house. He held out a hand, and I gave the frame back to him.
I conducted an exorcism at the same time as the returning ritual. It takes a team, Ellis. It's quite complex.
Lucky me, I said. I have a team.
Lucky you indeed,
he said. He stood to his feet and crossed to set the frame back on the desk, picking up another handful of stones.
There are things I need to tell you about that night, he said. Things I've never told anyone.
You're willing to help us? He walked behind me, running his hand over the top of the wingback chair.
I need to get a book for you.
Thank you, I said.
What you're doing is ill-advised, my girl, he said. I shouldn't encourage this. I had a team of old men, all dead now, no help to you, who knew their magic well. The four of you are barely more than children.
We'll have our fourth by then, I hope. Jacob shot me another warning look. Oops.
Do you think you will?
He drew a book out of the shelves and brought it to me. He only had one hand free, so he offered it to me awkwardly, and I took it out of his hands.
Turn to page 112. I think you'll find it helpful. Who do you think your fourth is? We'll find him, Jacob said. It's the strangest thing, not knowing who your brother is. Might be a first in the mythos. My mother was a character, Jacob said, his voice deadpan. She knew how to keep things interesting.
She certainly did. I thumbed through the book to page 112. Turner leaned forward and threw the next set of rocks into the fire. I stared down at the Latin text filling the page. Oh, I can't read this. Jacob, can you? Jacob leaned over the arm of his chair to look over my shoulder.
This looks like a spell for summoning a demon, a crossroads demon.
The fire went pop, pop, dark blue sparks. A strange scent filled the air, and I felt my nostrils flare for a second, trying to make sense of it. Something like ash and fire, like the stuff of my nightmares. And something sweet, too. Like death. I pressed my hand over my nose, suddenly sick to my stomach. I looked around for the source of the sickening scent. Somehow, Turner had backed up near the door while we were talking. He stood with his hand on the knob now, watching our reaction. Jacob was on his feet at the same moment as Turner turned the knob. He turned and flew out the door. Jacob rushed for the door as he barked.
"Don't breathe it in, Ellis."
I stumbled to my feet, stumbling towards the door, but my thoughts were slowing. I just knew I had to get away, get fresh air, get free. Jacob yanked at the door handle. and then he was fumbling at his inside pocket for his lockpicking kit.
"I'll get us loose. Just hang in there."
I nodded, putting my back into the further corner of the room. I pulled my t-shirt up over to cover my nose and mouth, wadding the fabric against my lips. My eyes were watering now, and I had to blink constantly as tears filled my eyes.
"God damn it,"
Jacob said. He pounded on the door once, as if he were in despair.
"I don't know the magic he used. The answers have to be in here somewhere."
He glanced around the library. I couldn't make sense of what he was saying. Had it been something about when we were kids? I had desperately wanted a pet. I bet those assholes in England hadn't let him have a pet. You always wished you had a cat when you were a kid, too, huh?
"What, Ellis?"
He looked at me, perplexed. His angel's constitution must hold up a bit longer than mine. I giggled at his confused face. He reached out to catch me, and I fell forward into his arms. My legs didn't seem to quite work anymore.
"Hang on, princess,"
he said, helping me down to the floor. He shook his head, those golden eyes bright, watering from the poisonous smoke curling through the room. His head nodded wearily, as if he were close to falling asleep, too.
"I should have taken better care of you."
You did a fine job, I said. It still amazed me that he had made breakfast for me and fetched my coffee, quietly attentive, even though he mocked me constantly. I do like my eggs with ketchup sometimes. Sleep folded its dark fingers around my brain, and the last thing I saw was Jacob's worried face. I think I tried to tell him that I loved him, because someone should. He was totally lovable in his own awful way, but I wasn't sure if I managed to say it. I gave up and let myself sleep. 16. I woke up cold. It was only the cold that pulled me out of the brain fog I was in. I turned over, my head heavy and groggy, and the room seemed to spin. I stared up at the gray ceiling for a second, watching it revolve in slow circles, and then I closed my eyes to keep from throwing up. I wanted to go back to sleep. If this was anything like what a hangover felt like, I was going to make sure I never had one. "Jacob?" I asked. My voice came out ragged, rough with sleep, and I coughed. I tried to push myself up onto my hands, and that was when I realized they were bound together. The night before came rushing back in bits and pieces. Turner, the alleyway, the poison in the fire, and I sat up in horror. I tried to yank my wrists apart, but my wrists were bound together with zip ties. They were too tight, and my skin was swelling pink around a deep red groove. "Jacob?" My voice was ragged with my terror. "Calm down, princess." I could practically hear what he would tell me. But I wanted him here to say it, too. Unless he could have gotten away, I'd rather he was safe. In the corner of the room was a big-shouldered, masculine body in a t-shirt and boxers, facing away from me. I struggled to my bare knees. Shit, I was in my bra and underwear, and there was an image that horrified me. Old Turner with the beaming smile cutting my clothes away from my flesh, and hobbled over to him. My ankles were bound, too, but with cold metal shackles that bit into my calves. More shackles hung free against the wall, swinging just faintly. 5 pairs. Enough for a Lilith and her 4. Cold dread settled in my stomach. I had to take little wobbling steps on my knees, which already ached against the cold stone floor, and every step felt like a bruise forming. My ankles were zip-tied together, and then someone had shackled them. There was play in the chain between my ankles, but not with the zip ties. Jacob. His eyes were closed in sleep, and I leaned forward, pressing my cheek to his chest. My own heart was beating so frantically that for a second I couldn't even figure out if his chest was rising and falling. Then I felt his heartbeat, the quick flutter of his chest expanding against my ear. I wasn't alone. He was alive. Tears rose to my eyes, tears of relief, no matter how bad the shit was that we were in. "Jacob, wake up," I begged. "Turner kidnapped us. I don't know what's going on." His face was still and unresponsive. I vaguely remembered the nights before, through a fog, as if it all had happened to someone else. I remembered him fighting the darkness longer than I could. But what if his angel's metabolism had some kind of cost, and now he couldn't wake up as easily as I could? Or what if Turner had hurt him to make him sleep, with some other spell? "Please," I begged. My hands were shaking. I started to lean over him, to press my forehead to his, and to see if I could heal him and wake him up with my kisses. I stopped when I felt myself tremble against him. God, I was being so selfish. I was terrified, so I wanted him here with me. Healing him was the right answer, if I could chase away the last of the fog he was in. But I had to get myself under control first. He didn't need to wake up to a terrified girl that he had to comfort. I sat back, feeling shivers of cold and dread race down my spine, and drew my knees up in front of me. I pressed my elbows over my chest, covering as much of my breasts and stomach as I could for warmth. The cold made my back ache vaguely, my muscles shivering. How long had we been locked up here? The room told me nothing. It was a big room, the floors, walls, and ceiling all the same slick, pale gray material, like tile without a seam. There were no windows. The only light came from a fluorescent bulb high above, out of reach. There was one door, which seemed to be covered in the same gray tile. Well, that was some dedication to a theme. Jacob's feet were shackled like mine, and although he still wore the zip ties they'd brought us in here with, his wrists were shackled too. The chains that connected him to the wall were long enough for him to lay on the ground, but the chains hung over a winch up near the ceiling. We could be chained up against the wall or dragged into the air. Who the hell came up with this? I wondered if we were still in the building where we'd met Turner, or if we'd been moved to a secondary location. Really? Again? I bit down on my lower lip, feeling suddenly furious. I was almost as angry as I was scared. I hadn't asked to be the Lilith. I hadn't asked to be kidnapped twice in 2 weeks. Whoever had us, though, wanted something from us. Was Turner going to sell us back to the company? Had he already? Maybe this was where they'd locked us up this time, since I'd burnt down their last hellhole. Well, I'd burn this one down too. Just give me some time. I took a few long, slow breaths. I needed to calm down. I needed some meditation and positive affirmations, like, I am the worst thing in the night, and I will thrive in the darkness, and I will make everyone involved in this eat their own eyeballs. Feeling better, I opened up my eyes. The room was still gray and bleak around me. We were still trapped as rats, and I still didn't know who owned the rats' lab. But I was the Lilith. Whoever was out there wanted us alive, and as I'd been told many times before, that gave us the tactical advantage. We would get the chance to escape. We'd done it before. Last week, even. My sense of bravado felt a little fake, but I still pulled it around me like the shirt I didn't have as I crawled back across the floor to Jacob. "Jake?" I asked, nudging him. He shifted slightly on the floor, as if he were trying to get comfortable, but his eyes didn't open. "Jacob, wake up. I need you." He shook his head, just faintly. I leaned forward, pressing my forehead to his. My hair fell around us both, a dark veil blocking out the gray world around us. "Hey," I said softly, "do you need me to heal you? Because if you don't wake up right now, I'm going to kiss you. Blech, girls, am I right? So show me a sign of life." His chest rose softly and steadily. He'd fallen back into deep sleep. Maybe he had the right idea. I wouldn't mind hitting snooze on this nightmare. My nose traced over his as I found my way to his lips. I pressed my lips against his in a chaste kiss. I pulled back to take in his face, which was still, unmoved. I sighed. I hated to kiss someone who was unconscious. It was practical, given our ability to heal each other. But really, the prince in Sleeping Beauty must have felt like such a sleaze. "Wake up," I breathed against his lips, and then I pressed my mouth against his again. His lips were firm and cool, and I thought of my silly daydream the day before, kissing Jacob at the country fair when his lips were still cold from ice cream. I could just imagine it, the sunshine on our shoulders, Me stealing his sunglasses, Jacob carrying that big stuffed toy for me and calling me princess, even though he was the one who had insisted on spending $15 in his determination to win the ball toss. The daydream rose up around me, sweet like cotton candy and detailed like a memory, and I felt some of the chill burn off the room. I frowned. The boys had told me that sometimes you remembered things from a Lilith's past life. Those memories felt like déjà vu, but for us, they were real, not a mind's trick. Had another Lilith gone to the state fair with another Jacob? And did Jacob in every generation call me princess like an asshole? God, I'd love to ask him. I wondered if he had any phantom memories of loving me. That must be a mindfuck, when he just wanted to slip loose of all of us. I kissed his plush lower lip, then the corner of his mouth, about to give up. His lips were lush and kissable above the firm stubbornness of that jaw. I kissed the faint dimple in his cheek, the one that he probably would have been annoyed by if he'd known how much I liked the rare, quick flash of that dimple when he gave in and smiled genuinely. His smiles were rare for me. He always seemed to have an easier time with his brothers and Olivia. But then, they'd always been 50-50. He had just come to maybe trust me 50-50. And look where it had gotten us. "Jacob, I wish you wouldn't leave me alone," I said. He stirred slightly, raising his hands to cover his face, as if the light were bothering his eyes. I sat up on my knees in excitement, but I leaned back away from him, in case his first instinct on waking up caged was to lash out, still confused by the gas, like I had been. "I don't know where we are," I told him, as his eyelashes fluttered open. He stared at the binds on his wrists, and then his gaze swept up, taking in the smooth gray ceiling and walls. "Turner kidnapped us."
"I know,"
he groaned, letting his head fall back against the stone with a thunk, closing his eyes again. "You know Turner kidnapped, or you know where we are?"
"I've been here before,"
he said. "Where are we?" I asked. If we knew where we were, we could tell Riker and Levi when we got in touch with them at the treehouse. They'd come and rescue us. Everything would be okay.
"We're in a demon case,"
he said. He gritted his teeth, as if he were speaking with effort now.
"The walls and the floor, everything. It's unmarkable. We can't mark any symbols here. We can't use magic."
"Okay," I said. "Demon case. That's a nice, terrifying turn of phrase."
"Not even with our blood,"
he went on. "I'm trying not to freak out here, and these details may be not 100% helpful." I rested my hand on his arm. "How do you feel? Do you want me to heal you?"
"I want you to get the hell away from me,"
he said. 17. I pushed myself back across the floor, believing the sense of urgency in Jacob's voice. But he was scaring me more than waking up kidnapped and trapped in a demon's case. My stomach was tight with anxiety. Once I'd put a few feet between us, I asked, "What is it? Are you okay?"
"No,"
he said, his voice furious.
"Just leave me alone. Don't talk."
I hadn't heard that bite and rage from him in days. I stared at him as he gritted his teeth, rolling onto his other side, away from me, so I couldn't see his face. He curled up with his knees drawn into his belly. The silence stretched between us. I bit down savagely on my lower lip, holding back my desire to ask him again if he was okay. I could hear him breathing, loud and ragged. He groaned beneath his breath. Then the sound broke off, as if he had realized he had made a sound aloud and was holding it back. His head bowed forward and then back, as if he were trying to shake something off, trying to hold on despite pain. "Jacob," I said, "what's going on? Let me help you."
"Stay away,"
he growled. I drew my own knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around my legs with my cuffed hands in front of them. I found myself rocking slightly, trying to diffuse the restless tension that overtook me while Jacob suffered. What the hell was happening to him? Was it the gas we'd breathed in? Whatever was wrong, I was sure the energy between us could heal him, at least take the edge off his pain. If it worked in here. If he would let me try. But I could tell it hurt him every time he had to talk to me, so I stayed there, still and quiet, and agonized to watch him suffer. The door swung open. I gasped, rocketing to my feet, as unsteady as I was with my bound ankles. "Jacob!" He must have heard the edge of panic in my voice, because he started to roll over. I could have been cool if I'd still been in my affirmations phase, thinking about the eyeballs of my enemies, but his reaction had sucked away all my bravado. My legs trembled beneath me so desperately that I had to sit down again, sitting heavily on the floor. I pressed my back to the wall, feeling the cold seep through my skin. I was as far away from Jacob as I could get now. It had been what he wanted, but it felt wrong. Jacob faced me now. His face was white and drawn. I tried to meet his eyes, but his gaze wasn't on me. He was staring at the side of the door. A boy walked into the room. He didn't look much older than me, if he was at all. His dark brown hair fell into his eyes, and he shook it back. He was tall and slender, like a basketball player, and his face was handsome. He sure didn't look like a demon, and I glanced over at Jacob, confused. But Jacob stared back at him with his face steely, his jaw set, and I felt my uncertainty harden into fear. He looked at Jacob, his eyes slowly traveling over Jake, taking in everything, from the sweat beaded along his hairline to the way his long, bare feet were tucked up protectively close to his body.
"Well, look at that," he said. "It looks like my work is done for me."
He had a rough, boyish voice. It would have been cute if he weren't, evil. He walked closer to Jacob, examining him curiously, his hands in his pockets. Jacob looked up at him, hate glowering in those golden eyes.
"Well, I'll leave you to writhe in the corner," the boy said cheerfully. "Ellis and I can get acquainted." "Stay away from her,"
Jacob warned him. The boy crouched in front of me. He had bright green eyes, the color almost supernatural, and he looked into my face like he wanted to know everything about me.
"Hello, Ellis."
"Who are you?"
"I'm Nimshi," he said.
He snapped his fingers at the door.
"Give me wire cutters. I want these off her."
Someone threw wire cutters in through the door. They hit the shiny floor and slid across it. The door closed abruptly. Nimshi grinned as he picked up the bolt cutters.
"They don't entirely trust you not to gut me with these and make your way out. Someone thinks you're a real badass, don't they?"
I stared at him, refusing to answer. I wanted to gut him with the wire cutters, but I needed my hands loose first. And then I also needed to know how to gut someone with wire cutters. I held my wrists out to him. He slid the cutters against my skin, the metal cool, and I winced as it snapped shut on the ties. The pressure on my wrist released. I rubbed the grooves in my wrists. "What did you do to Jacob?" I demanded.
"I believe he's having a flashback to his days in demon daycare," he said. "PTSD, the gift that keeps on giving, at least from my perspective."
"Were you there?" Give me a chance, and I would kill him either way. But God, did I want to hurt anyone who had done this to Jacob.
"No, I wasn't Earthside then,"
Nimshi said. There was a mischievous twinkle in his eye.
"But I do love how you hate me. It's adorable."
I stared back at him. He couldn't seem to resist going on.
"You're gathering strength from wanting to protect him when I have the funniest feeling that you won't be able to gather that strength to protect yourself."
"What do you want from us?" He rolled his head back and forth slightly, his eyes sliding back and forth, as if he was playfully considering how to answer that question.
"All right. So, in the long term, I want you dead. But there's a long, long way between here and there."
"Why?" My voice came out flat. I was proud of that.
"Don't worry," he promised me. "You'll want to die long before you do. I'll only be giving you what you ask for by then."
"Yes, I get it. You're very scary," I told him curtly. "What I want to know is, what do you get from killing us?"
"The torture's really the fun part," he said. "I don't want to kill you, but these fragile human forms don't take all that much pain."
"That's it?" I asked. "Why did Turner sell us out to you for this?"
"Why do you seem disappointed that all I want to do is torture you?" he asked. "I'm a demon. What do you think we do for a living?"
I wondered if he knew who I was. After all, plenty of other people had wanted me because of my powers. I had to wonder if maybe he didn't know. If he had just wanted the Nephilim, and I came in a handy 2-pack with Jacob. If he didn't know, better to keep it my secret. Unless I needed to play that card to stay alive. "Why did Turner do this to us?" I asked again.
"Oh, his story's always been bullshit," he told us airily. "His little ritual plus exorcism didn't work. He made up a whole elaborate tale. But the truth is, the ritual failed, and he sold his soul to a demon. Clock's a-ticking. You saved his soul, sweetheart."
"That's fine and all," I said, "but he's still going to hell when I kill him. Isn't he?" Nimshi grinned wider.
"Oh, I like you."
"Maybe we can not do the torture thing then?"
"No, that's just going to make it so much better,"
he told me. He booped my nose, which was pretty hard to take from a terrifying demon thing.
"So, you wondered, didn't you, just how bad it is when a demon enters a human body? Well, kids, now you get to find out first hand."
18. "Give me those." I held out my hand to Nimshi. He quirked an eyebrow back at me. "I just want my ankles cut loose," I said. I nodded to Jacob. "And him."
"Not a chance, sweetheart."
"What trouble's he going to be for you?" I said softly, because I didn't want to hurt Jacob's feelings.
"Angels are, by nature and profession, pains in the ass," the demon said. "Even the half-bred ones."
"It's not his fault that his father is an angel." I pushed my ankles towards him, and then I held my breath. I could already imagine the bolt cutters scraping over my flesh, snipping off a piece of me. No one picks their parents, or are demons confused about how this whole human thing works? Nimshi rested his hand, which still held the bolt cutters, on my bare thigh. The suddenness of the motion made me flinch back, my head slamming into the cool gray wall.
"Look at that fear," he said. "I know exactly how humans work, sweetheart. That's why it's easy for me to take them apart and look at all the bloody pieces."
His fingers and the cold metal of the closed bolt head traced their way down my thigh, over the curve of my knee, down my calf. I pressed my hands together, binding myself, resisting the impulse to lash out at him desperately. I couldn't get us out of here. Not yet.
"Get away from her!"
Jacob shouted. He was making his way towards us as best he could, still bound. I glanced at him, but then my gaze returned, unavoidably, to Nimshi's hand on my body. The bolt cutters slid between my ankles. They closed with a snap on the plastic tie. The plastic fell away. Nimshi rose to his feet, quick and easy and agile, and turned towards Jacob.
"Your turn, but I'd like to remind you that if you do kill me, you'll never escape the case. My boys out there will lock this room and leave it. You and the girl will both starve." "You're going to kill us anyway," Jacob said.
"Yes," Nimshi said, "but you're still in that sweet, hopeful phase humans have. You don't want to die yet, do you?" I limped towards Jacob. My feet tingled with pins and needles, and it felt awkward to walk on the cool, slippery stone underfoot. I looked up at Jacob, whose gaze avoided mine at first, and then his gold eyes met mine. He gave one quick nod of agreement. Jacob held his wrists out towards Nimshi. Nimshi knelt, quickly unsnapping the ties, and then stood again.
"I think that's enough," Nimshi said. "Never trust an angel."
"I'm not an angel," Jacob said. Nimshi shrugged.
"Close enough. Anyway, you can go back to rocking in the corner. It's your girl I want to talk to now."
"I'm not his girl," I said. Nimshi rolled his eyes. "You two are so specific. But let's be real here. I watched you two flirting outside the shop, and I watched the way he jumped to protect you when Turner threw his gas rocks on the flames. That was a nice trick he played on you, wasn't it? I admired that. And you two are close enough." "Close enough for what?" "Close enough that hurting one of you is hurting you both," he said. "At least until you get to the rat mask phase. Torture him instead, it's fine." My skin crawled. Nimshi snapped his fingers. "Sit." I stared at him rebelliously. How dare he snap his fingers at me? Jacob wrapped his hand around my elbow and pulled me gently towards him. "Come on, Ellis." I let Jacob pull me towards the wall. when the two of us were facing away from Nimshi, when Nimshi couldn't see our faces. I looked up and met Jacob's warm, golden eyes. No matter how terrified he was, he looked down at me steadily.
"Just bear it as long as you can," he said, "and don't hate yourself for breaking. Just pull yourself together when you can, and go on."
And that was it. Dread settled through my bones, cold and heavy, as I looked up at him. His eyes on mine were steady and kind. A few days ago, I would have paid money to have Jacob look at me like this, like I was human, like it would hurt him to see me hurt. Jacob sat with his shackled hands in his lap, his spine erect and shoulders squared to meet whatever came next. I sat beside him, close enough that my shoulder was against his. "Adorable," Nimshi said again. I was going to hate that word if I ever made it out of here.
"What do you remember about the night you died?"
Nimshi asked me. I raised an eyebrow. He sighed.
"I can go old school and torture you to tell me your deepest secrets, but I was hoping to save that for tomorrow."
I stared back at him, my lips pressed tightly together. My secrets were one thing, but I was afraid of what I might give up that could hurt someone else. Better to say nothing. Nimshi waved his hand impatiently.
"I was just curious to see if you'd bother to lie. Here we go."
He made an arc with his arm above his head. The room shifted. Jacob and I were still sitting, with Nimshi standing in front of us, but we were at the edge of a road. It was night. I stared around, feeling the cool breeze on my face, and I looked desperately at Jacob, wondering what would happen if we ran. Jacob gave me the slightest shake of his head, as if he knew what I was thinking. There was the sound of brakes squealing, tires sliding, dangerously close. I jumped to my feet, faster than I could think, as a Volkswagen Jetta slid across the road towards us. It yawed past us, and I caught a brief glimpse of the terrified faces of two girls. Twin faces, with long dark hair and shiny tiaras, and then the car revolved away from us. My sister and me, the night that we died. The car's tires slid down the deep incline, and it began to roll. The car rolled over twice and came to a stop upside down. It was already on fire when the girl on the driver's side threw open the door and stumbled out. There I was, in the deep marigold satin dress I'd worn on prom night. "You're going to have to tan," Ash had teased me when we bought that dress. "I'm not getting skin cancer for prom," I had teased back. I never tanned, but Ash loved to. It was the surest way our friends could tell us apart. The girl in the yellow dress stumbled around. At first I thought it was a concussion, but then I realized she was drunk. She turned back towards the car. "Ash?" The car burst into flames. The girl, still confused, wandered off into the woods. I saw her sink to the ground, just like I'd been found, sitting half-hidden in the gloom of the woods. Nimshi said,
"Well, that's a quick trip to hell right there. You really do deserve what comes next, don't you, Ellis?"
"No," I said. I tried to rack my brain for any memories of that night, but it felt the same it always did, like a black wall raised in my mind, something I tripped over, and I fell hard. "I don't think that's right. I wouldn't have gotten drunk and then drove home." He raised his hand from left to right in the arc again. I saw myself and Ash heading to the car in our school parking lot. It was dark outside, which was unusual. I was never on school property voluntarily after 3 p.m. We were wearing those same blue and yellow satin dresses. Ash bumped into me, trying to pull the purse off my shoulder. "Come on, give me the keys," she said. "You never let me drive," the other me protested. "You never get to drive because you're always late." "I'm not late now." Nimshi turned to me. His gaze was knowing. "I didn't do that," I said.
"You really can argue that didn't happen?"
he asked. "It's not true." But my heart wasn't in it. I didn't know what was true and what wasn't. I thought of my mom standing at the foot of my hospital bed when I woke up, of the rage and fear intermingled in her eyes, of the way I had thought then that she hated me.
"Oh, come on," Jacob said. "I don't like her much, but I can see her more clearly than that Prince of Lies. She didn't kill her sister."
"You're thinking of my uncle," Nimshi said.
"Lucifer, Prince of Lies. But thanks for the promotion."
Jacob stared at him, and I had to give it to Jacob. Even at the scene of his nightmares, he looked cool. His elbows were braced on his knees, his broad shoulders held high, and his gaze was skeptical. He looked pretty damn relaxed for a man who was shackled to a wall. Nimshi went on talking, even though he was the one who was supposed to have all the power in the room. My father's actually the Prince of Truth. He makes people know they belong in hell. No playing the victim for folks like you. Are all the demons male? I asked. Figures. Hell's tough on feminists, Nimshi told me. Well, you'll see. You want to see the real truth, sweetheart? Jacob ducked his head slightly, shaking his head. He might be afraid to say something that would draw Nimshi's ire directly and move us into the next phase of torture. But he wanted me to know. I shouldn't believe this. I repeated that thought like a mantra, even though it seemed impossible not to believe what I saw play in front of me. Nimshi raised his hand and changed the world again, but it was just a flicker back to the start. I saw myself and Ashley walking again across the parking lot. Ellis, wait, Ash said. She ran after me, unsteady in her high heels. You are such a jerk, I exploded, turning on her. You know I like Andrew. Why are you always flirting with him? We're twins, Ellis, she said. It doesn't really matter which one of us flirts with him. But I wasn't having any of her excuses. I turned and rushed on towards the car. Wait, Ash called again after me. She stepped out of her heels so she could run, gathering them up in one hand to run after the car. Even though the accident had already happened, and nothing would change the outcome, I hoped that I would manage to get into the car and hit the locks before my sister could get in with me. If I could have just died that night and left my sister alive in the world, I would accept that, no matter where I went after I died. But Ash slipped into the passenger side just as my driver's side door slammed shut. The car peeled out of the well-lit parking lot and disappeared down a dark road. Do you want to see what comes next? Nimshi said. The big fight? The way you lost control of the car? Nimshi hadn't shown us any scenario that involved the supernatural. Maybe he didn't know what I was. Maybe he couldn't see what I'd really done. I was afraid I'd set the car on fire in my panic during the accident. Parrish and her people had begun to torture Riker and Levi because they intended to stress test us, because dormant powers often emerge under stress. Maybe mine had. Maybe I'd killed my sister as my powers were born. Not particularly, I said flippantly. I heard this movie got panned. But Nimshi, of course, showed us anyway. 19. Nimshi left us without saying a word. I heard the door close and looked up, the room a blur through my tears. Jacob shifted towards me, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. He didn't tell me it was going to be okay. He didn't say anything. I leaned into him, resting my head on his shoulder. Where do you think he went? I whispered. I didn't want to hear my voice break. I'd watched my sister die in the fire that had overtaken our car. I'd watched it 8 times. I didn't have any fight left in me. Just be glad he's gone. Jacob rested his jaw on the top of my head, holding me close. I was enveloped by his warmth. Rest while you can. He hasn't even done anything to us yet, I said. Just memories. Maybe. Maybe lies, he said. But I'd watched everything play out so many times that it seemed hard to convince myself it hadn't really happened now. I would remember watching my sister die in the flames. I squeezed my eyes shut tight, but it didn't change what I saw. Her hand desperately slapping the window, her face twisted in agony. Listen, Jacob said. Hold on to the things you know. If your sister had died in that fire, her body would have been burned too badly to resuscitate. Mr. Joseph was lying, or Nimshi is now. Those are facts. Cold facts were cold comfort, but I nodded, wanting to believe him. The thing about what demons do, he told me, his voice still low and cool, confident, as if he knew we would stroll out of here, and so he could go into his usual professor mode, is that they convince people to go into hell. They convince them that hell is what they deserve, to suffer for their sins, to be alone and tortured forever. They burn away the best parts of a person
until all that's left of what used to be a complicated human is their anger and their cowardice and their selfishness. But if you can hold on to something that's good about yourself, they can't take that from you. They can't take you to hell."
"Is that how you survived?" I whispered. He shook his head.
"My mother rescued me, remember?"
"But it took time."
"I was just a kid," he said. "Kids are stupid."
"They're innocent."
"Same difference. Kids can't tell when someone's lying to them. That's why they go with the stranger, and that's why they stay with the people who steal them. The ones who tell them, 'Your parents said I could take you,' they don't want you back. They don't love you anymore. Those are demon lies."
"Okay," I said, "but they didn't burn away the best parts of you. You must have held on." His lips arched up slightly.
"You of all people should know what they left behind."
Ouch. I shook my head, trying to lighten the mood. "I'm sorry that I called you a jerkface. 17 times."
"I'm sorry too,"
Jacob said. I bit down on my lower lip. Then I gave in to what I wanted to ask. "Sorry for what?"
"You need specifics? We're locked in a demon case and we're probably gonna die, and you want me to grovel with specifics?"
"It would make me feel better."
"You're bloody impossible, princess," he said. "Fine. I'm sorry that I smacked your ass in the dojo. But Levi's right. That is my kink, and I'm probably going to do it again. So I'm not that sorry. I'm sorry that I said I hated you, and that I asked to be freed from our little harem deal, because that, of course, led to what is probably our doom. I guess destiny is pretty serious."
"This is not the apology I was looking for," I told him. "I was thinking of something more apologetic."
Okay, he said. "I did say that I was sorry for saying I hate you."
"You could also say you're sorry for telling me that you loved me in the weirdest way possible."
"I thought Riker and Levi with the rings was the weirdest thing."
"No, telling me that you loved me while you looked like you might slap me was definitely the worst." Jacob recoiled slightly.
"I would never hit you."
"Except for smacking me on the ass?"
"That's different."
"It is literally the same thing," I said. "Hitting is hitting."
"If you really feel that way, I'll refrain. But I think you should give it a go. It could be fun."
"Are you seriously trying to convince me to get all 50 Shades of Grey while we're locked up in a demon case?"
"Well, not here, obviously. We're probably being watched."
His eyes studied the room.
"But maybe not. It looks like they didn't want to leave anything for us to work with. We can't reach the light. I don't see any cameras, unless they have a pinhole one in a corner that's so high up I can't see it. And I don't think it's likely."
"That's it? We're done?"
"Do you need more from me?"
His lips curved up slightly, pushing his high cheekbones even higher, in a way that made me smile back slightly. His smile made me feel lighter, surer, no matter where we were.
"I'll apologize for anything you want me to, Ellis, but here's the thing. You and I have each other, and if we hang on to the good parts of each other and keep convincing each other that we're not all bad, well, Nimshi can fuck right off back to hell without meeting his quarterly sales goals."
"Pretty hard for two people who don't like each other much," I said lightly.
"Good thing we've got that curse going for us."
He tucked my hair back behind my ear, the gesture quick. "Good thing," I agreed. The door swung open, and Nimshi swaggered in. Before he closed the door behind him, I craned my neck, trying to see the hall beyond. I didn't know how long we had slept, and so I had no way of gauging how time had passed. Was it morning or afternoon or night? Not knowing was agonizing for me. And yet I didn't dare ask Nimshi, knowing any weakness I betrayed might be used against us. He carried a chair, which he set in one corner of the room. I thought of how he'd referenced men outside, but he was the only one we saw. The only demon in a human's body? They were supposed to be relatively rare. He might have humans working for him, but I was willing to bet he was the only demon we had to kill to get out of here. But that only mattered if we could slip our bonds and make it past the door.
"All right, sweetie. Break time for you," Nimshi said to me. I mean, not a bathroom break or a water break or a food break, but close enough.
Jacob watched him, his face betraying nothing. It was hard to believe he was the same man who had just been so kind to me a second before. His eyes were full of cold hate, even though his face was impassive.
"I thought we would take a walk down memory lane," Nimshi said. "The last time you were in a demon's case."
Jacob watched him without responding.
"You're not excited." Nimshi waggled jazz hands. "I'll be excited for both of us."
I didn't know what to make of Nimshi. So far, our demon torturer seemed to be a giant dork.
"Here we go,"
he said cheerfully, waving his hand in an arc above his head. The room flickered, and we were in a demon case almost exactly like this one. The door opened, and I turned my head, looking for that glimpse behind the door, expecting to see one of Nimshi's men. But a tall, thin, 8-year-old boy with a mop of dark brown curls stumbled into the room, pushed by someone unseen by the door. He tripped, but caught himself and turned to face the door. His golden brown eyes were full of fury, and his chin was set with stubborn determination. He crossed his arms over his chest. Young Jacob's mannerisms so perfectly mimicked the grown Jacob's that it would have made me smile, seeing the boy that this man had been, if it weren't for what was going to come next. The boy walked around the room, his eyes carefully studying every part of the wall. He knelt to run his fingers along the baseboards and craned his head, looking for cameras. Then he went to one corner of the room, his back to the door, as if to block the view of any guards. He took his wrist between his teeth, wincing slightly. Jacob, my Jacob, glanced away.
"You might not want to see this part."
"Doesn't matter," Nimshi said.
"I always love watching this. You did so much of our work for us."
The boy bit down savagely on his wrist. He worked his lower jaw back and forth, pressing just his lower teeth hard into the vein. My Jacob tried to avert his eyes, but he couldn't seem to look away. I was helpless to stop watching. I couldn't understand what he was doing. The boy sat back on his heels. Red blood trickled down his arm now. His face was twisted with pain and tears as he ran his finger through his blood and drew a circle on the slick stone. But his blood seemed to bead and separate, unwilling to form a circle. He tried to draw the symbols on the floor, his bare knees covered in his slick blood as the blood ran across the tile. His movements became quicker, more desperate, as if he just had to form the circle and the symbols fast enough, and this time it would work. But in the end, he slumped over, unconscious, in a pool of blood that wouldn't form a symbol for him. When he was still, the door opened, and 2 men came in. They shook a tarp out on the ground. One took his slender wrists and the other his feet, and they lifted him out of the pool of blood. They carried his little body out, a lump in the bottom of the tarp like a hammock, and carried him out of the room. Another man came in, pushing a bucket, and mopped up the blood until the water ran pink from the dirty gray mop head. Jacob said,
"Oh, the innocent days of childhood. I love when people wax nostalgic about how it was better to be a kid. No worries, no troubles." "I'm going to fast forward past the part where they patched you up and mopped you off, and then dropped you back off in the case before you woke up," Nimshi said. "They had an infirmary I woke up in a few times," Jacob told me. "One of the humans they'd recruited to help torture kids was a nurse. It was a nice touch." "This time around, try not to bathe in your own blood," Nimshi said. "I'll have to go pick up a nurse tonight. They'll have to patch you up here, though. It'll be nice. I'm sure you'll enjoy watching each other be resuscitated."
I bit down on my lower lip. I tried to look away from the bloody scene that had unfolded in front of me, but it seemed like wherever I refocused, the scene still played out in front of my eyes. Some kind of magic, forcing me to watch. "Actually, let's fast forward towards the end," Nimshi said. "Such a brave kid, huh? It's fun to watch how the fight starts to go out of him." Nimshi raised his hand. The scene shifted to young Jacob, shackled to a chair. His head hung down, as if he had nodded off. The armpits and front of his t-shirt were soaked with sweat, no matter how cold the demon case was. 2 men walked in, still talking.
"You could see he'd really thought it through. He got himself out of the bindings in the infirmary, waited for the nurse to come in so the door would be unlocked, managed to get the door propped open when she came in, and then stabbed her. He made a good run for it. Almost hit the last set of doors before we took him down."
The thought of little Jacob being so close to freedom and then being caught made my chest squeeze. Jacob shook his head slightly, as if he were embarrassed by the reminder of having tried and failed.
"Let's make sure he doesn't run again,"
the demon said, rolling up his sleeves. He knelt, drawing Jacob's foot into his lap. He reached into his pocket and took out a Bic, flipping it open, and a bright flame appeared.
"Wakey, wakey, son."
Even though it had all happened in the past, even though there was nothing I could do to help the 8-year-old version of Jacob, when he started screaming, I found myself screaming too. 20. When Nimshi had gone and it was just Jacob and me, he stared at the wall. I knew he didn't want to meet my eyes. He took slow, steady breaths, as if he was trying to ground himself in the moment. I couldn't ask him if he was okay. There was no way he could be. He said flatly,
"We're in a different location than the one where I was as a kid. Nimshi must be new. He gives a lot away when he's chattering. He has to fill the silence when we're not screaming."
I was a beat behind him. He said there was no infirmary here. He nodded. I still felt sick from watching what they had done to Jacob. There was a deep pit of nausea in my stomach, a slimy feeling at the back of my throat, despite the dryness of my mouth. "I wish I knew what time it was," I said softly, although it had been a long time since we last ate or drank water, any way you counted it. The door swung open again. It was Nimshi who came in, carrying a bucket in one hand. He threw it between us, and it rolled against the wall. Then he was gone again, slamming the door behind him. I hesitated, afraid there was something awful in the bucket, but Jacob was already kneeling. He set it upright, pulling out 2 bottles of water and 2 protein bars.
"So it's a dice roll," he said. "These might be poisoned, but we need to risk the water, at a bare minimum."
"Did they do that to you too?" I asked. "How long were you here?"
"A week or so. I lost track of time, and my mom never wanted to talk about it."
He pushed the bucket towards me.
"I'll turn my back."
"You mean—" I trailed off.
"Honeymoon's over," he said. "This is where things get real."
He turned his broad back on me, as much as he could when he was chained to the wall. I dragged the bucket towards me. Ugh. Desperate times called for desperate measures. "Your turn," I said, trying to turn my back on Jacob. "And can I just say, I want to know what misogynistic bullshit it is that you got to keep your shirt, but for some reason I'm imprisoned in my bra."
"I wish I could give you my shirt. Nimshi looking at you."
He shook his head.
"But I can't get it off with the shackles."
"I don't want your shirt. I want my shirt."
"If we're making a list of wants," he said, "I'd still like to beat Riker and Levi home."
"When do you think they'll realize we're missing?"
It was probably going to be a 2-night trip. And, well, I have no freaking idea how long we've been here, Ellis.
"Do you think it's night now, and that's why Nimshi left us the bucket and all? He's going to get a good night's rest somewhere?"
"I hope he has nightmares,"
Jacob said fervently. He pushed the bucket as far away as he could from us, the bucket scraping over the cool tile, and sat down with his back against the wall. "I hope he dreams his belly button lint comes to carnivorous life and starts to eat its way through to his internal organs," I said. "I hope he dreams of me dining on his eyeballs, for that matter."
"You're being a little weird, Princess."
"Come on," I said. Reluctantly, he said.
"I hope he dreams all his teeth fall out."
"I hope he dreams about his father porking his mother," I said. "No, better yet, his mother taking his father with a strap on." Wait, if he's a demon in a human body, would he remember having parents? How does it work?
"That's something that's got me curious in all this,"
Jacob said. "What's that?"
"Our little junior torturer. He hasn't actually hurt us yet."
"I don't know if you checked out during the last few hours, Jacob, but
they're just memories. Or fake ones for you. Things that already happened."
He ducked his head.
"I'm not really happy about replaying them all so vividly. A lot of that stuff had started, finally, to fade for me. Now I'm going to have to start all over."
"Can I heal you?" I asked. I reached out my hand to rest on his leg, wanting to comfort him, and then hesitated. He took my hand firmly in his, and I expected him to put it back on my own knee. Instead, he squeezed my hand in his and brought it to his lap.
"Not from this, I don't think," he said. "I'd like to kiss you, Ellis. For real. Not because of the curse, or because I know the fire between us will light up the battlefield. I want to just kiss you. And I can't do that here."
I stared back into his warm, golden eyes. "Are you sure my magic won't work here? What do you think would happen if we burned this place down?"
"You have a particular skill set, and you really want to use it, huh?"
I was still thinking about what he said. "Do you think Nimshi doesn't want to hurt us like that? Or just doesn't want to hurt us like that yet?" He shook his head.
"I don't know."
I thought back to how Nimshi had run the bolt cutter over my skin. He did touch me. Barely.
"And I'm going to kill him for that when I get the chance," he said. "It's just all strange. Something else is going on here."
"Do you think he knows who we are?" I asked softly. He shook his head slightly. His voice was a whisper when he said,
"So, from my understanding, a demon with a human body tries to torture humans until they give up. Then another demon can enter the body. It's bad enough to have more demons wandering around in our plane. If they can get inside you, with your power..."
He trailed off. "If they knew who I was," I said, "they'd definitely have a plan to resuscitate us, wouldn't they? So I couldn't just kill myself."
"I don't know if that would work, Alice. If you get desperate enough to kill yourself, that might give them the opening they need anyway."
"I don't think I could do it anyway," I said. Nimshi's words echoed in my brain. "You'll want to die by the end." "Do you think Riker and Levi will find us?" Jacob hesitated, and then his lips parted as if he had something important to tell me. His eyes flickered up towards the door, and he stopped with whatever he was going to say on his lips. "I'm taking you with me," Nimshi said, gesturing me away from the wall. "Walk towards me, as far as the chains allow." I took a step forward, and then stopped. "Go ahead. Come close enough for Jacob to get his hands on you." "What do you want?" I asked. "This isn't a negotiation," Nimshi said. "You're coming with me."
"It's all right, Ellis," Jacob said. "Go see what he wants. It can't be any worse than here."
Nimshi smiled to himself. That was not an entirely encouraging sign. "I'm not leaving Jacob," I said. "Not unless you'll let him get some rest. He needs a blanket." "This isn't a Holiday Inn Express," he said. "This isn't even a Ramada. There are no blankets." "I want you to find something to make him comfortable," I said. "How about I find something to make him dead?" "Do you want me to go with you willingly?" I asked tartly. "I don't really care," he said. He snapped his fingers. I felt my legs going out from underneath me, even as my brain plummeted into sleep. I could hear Jacob jump forward behind me, yanking at his chains, trying to catch me. I blacked out before the hard tile could rush up at me. 21. I woke up face down on a fine white linen tablecloth. Well, that was better than usual. I sat up slowly, my head foggy and aching, as if I'd been jolted awake out of a deep sleep. A soft, warm breeze brushed over my hair. I smelled fresh bread and chocolate. "Good morning, sweetheart." Nimshi sat across from me, his face propped up on one hand. He wore a suit jacket and tie. "I'm sorry," I said. "Did you just magic roofie me to take me on a date?" I blinked hard, trying to chase away the last of the brain fog. We seemed to be on a rooftop. The glittering lights of DC spread around us. If we could get in touch with Riker and Levi, now I could narrow the search. I felt suddenly frantic to be back in the demon's case, where I could plan with Jacob. Or maybe I could get a minute's privacy here to contact Riker and Levi. "Don't get excited," Nimshi told me. "There are demon wards everywhere here. You don't know where to begin." He nodded at the plate in front of me. "I was worried you were going to put your hair in your ravioli. I hope you don't mind. I pulled your hair back into a ponytail. Go ahead and eat." I reached up and touched my hair. It was indeed pulled back. A chill rushed up my spine. That was creepy. "You don't need to touch me when I'm unconscious, weirdo," I said.
"I don't think you recognize the gravity of your situation."
"No, I do," I said. "I'm probably going to die, yada yada, torture. You'll want to die by the time we're done with you. I get it. You're scary." "Eat your dinner," he said, gesturing down to my plate. In front of me was a plateful of ravioli and a crystal glass of iced water. I picked up the water and took a long sip. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted, cold and clear, flowing down my throat. I drained the glass and then set it down carefully on the table. "Is it poisoned?" I asked.
"I don't want to hurt you, Ellis."
"That's not an answer."
"It's not poisoned."
Well, even when I had an answer, it wasn't like it was one that I believed anyway. My stomach rumbled. I guessed I had to take a gamble at some point. I was going to become too faint to make an escape attempt otherwise. I took a bite of ravioli. "How is it?" Like heaven melting on my tongue. I swallowed and said, "Nothing tastes quite right when you're trying to identify any odd taste that might leave you writhing in pain later." He picked up his fork and reached over, scooping up one of my ravioli. He raised his fork in a little salute and then popped the ravioli into his mouth. "See?" he said. "Delicious." "What do you guys eat in hell?" I asked. There was a flicker of hesitation on his part. Then he said,
"Mostly we feast on crispy human flesh. It's always a mite overdone. Pasta's a nice change."
"I bet," I said. "That must get old."
"It's not a lot of variety."
"What have you tried since you've been Earthside?" I asked. I wanted to get him talking. Jacob had made a good point that he chattered, that he gave too much away, and in the cracks of his chatter were his secrets. Any subject might get us somewhere. "Have you tried Coke?" "The cola, not the drug. Although, I guess, have you tried either?" "Fruit Loops? Toaster strudel? Macaroni and cheese? Crab cakes?"
"Why are you naming a bunch of random things that humans eat?"
"I'm just curious," I said. "I mean, based on cuisine alone, you must really want to stay topside."
"It's what I prefer," he said guardedly. "Do you want dessert?"
"I don't know if I can eat cake when my friend's back there in the case."
"Well, then neither of you get cake."
He turned to a silver cart next to the table and took off a plate of tall chocolate cake. He took a slow bite, chewing thoughtfully. "You're missing out." "Have you always had a sweet tooth?" I asked, "even though you didn't get to eat anything but human flesh?" He stared at me as if I were the weird one. "Like, did you always think to yourself, 'Man, I'm munching on this pedophile and that's cool and all, but what I could really go for is a chocolate chip cookie?' Did you even know about the options on Earth?"
"Yes," he said. "That's why demons really come topside. Not for the power or anything. It's the cookies."
"How long of a run do you get?" I asked. I pointed my fork at him. "Looks like you got a nice young body. Cute, too. Is that body going to get old around you, and then when you finally die, poof, that's the end of it? You never get another cookie?"
"You are full of questions."
"I'm a curious girl," I said, "and it sounds like hell is hellacious for everyone."
"Some of the demons like it. Lucifer does."
"Oh yeah, your uncle. Which one's your father again?"
"Hedron."
I wondered if he knew all the demons, if he knew Samael. "So how was he as a dad?" I asked. "What's it like growing up in hell?"
"I brought you here so you could have a break," he said. "I'm sorry for what I have to do to you in there."
"You could always opt out." I crinkled my nose at him. "You can say sorry, but it doesn't really count."
"I can't," he said. "It's my job."
"You're just a slave to the dark side," I said.
"I'm a demon, Ellis," he said. "It doesn't matter what I want. I serve the king."
"Like I said, a slave to the dark side."
"I wouldn't say a slave. And are you quoting Star Wars at me?"
"You've seen Star Wars?" He regarded me with an expression I couldn't quite make sense of. "How long have you been here?" I asked.
"Long enough."
"I just want to know more about the people who are going to kill me," I said. "Nothing strange about that, is there? Can I have more water, please?" He passed his own water glass over to me.
"That's it. I'm not going to go fetch."
"I wouldn't leave me alone either." I winked at him. He stared at me, perplexed. "What is it?"
"You're the first girl I've ever tortured," he said.
"That's really special," I said. "I can't believe I'm your first. Well, maybe I'm not surprised. It's been a little clumsy." He stood from the table.
"Do you want to walk with me?"
"I am down for pretty much anything that's not going back in the case," I said. "Let's just be real here. I'll wash dishes. I'll clean toilets. I'll listen to talk radio." "Just come," he said. I stood, grateful to be free of shackles for now, and the thought made me rub my wrist absently, feeling the grooves that were cut into my flesh. The shackles had been all right at first, but then my wrists and ankles had begun to swell and chafe. Now the skin that had been covered by the shackles was white and tender, and deeper, red rings encircled my wrists, on the edge of becoming bloody with time. "When it's time to go back," I said, "do you think you could refrain from the magic roofie thing? It really puts me off."
"Do you think you could refrain from being badly behaved?"
"Well, I can try, but I'm told that badly behaved is part of my charm." We walked along the edge of the rooftop, looking out over the city lights. My bare feet were quiet on the cement underfoot, unlike the slight squeaking of his shoes. For once, at least, I wasn't cold. He stopped and leaned on the wall, looking out.
"Just so you know, if you push me to my death, you'll never find your way back to Jacob. You might escape, but he'll die."
I've never liked him much anyway. His eyes flickered towards me.
"Aren't you dating?"
"Really?" I asked. "The demon who just escaped the underworld is interested in the human mating scene?"
"Demons breed too," he said. "They like to mate with humans."
"Gross," I said. I leaned my elbows on the cool concrete, too. I wanted to keep him talking.
"It's not gross," he said. "Humans having sex is weird enough when you think about it. All that in and out and juices."
"So you're a virgin, Nimshi."
"And you aren't, slut."
"That doesn't make me a slut," I said, humor in my voice. Not that there's anything wrong with adoring sex, but nice try.
"How can you say you're not a slut when you have sex with a Nephilim? He's not even human."
"Are you calling your mom a slut?" I had a sliver of an idea, and I wanted to push it.
"Sure she was," he said. "But we're not talking about my mom."
"Hell sounds very testosterone-driven," I said, wanting to cover my tracks, wanting him not to realize what he'd given away to me. "Like the frat house from, well, hell."
"You have no idea," he said. "Zero interest in soaking up the rays in the hellscape."
Brightly and cheerfully, he turned to me and added,
"And that's why you have to die, even though I hate to torture you into abject misery and the Swedish surrender of death."
"Really?" I asked. "Why is that?"
"Pretty girl like you?" he said. "It seems like a waste to torture you."
I cocked my head at him. There were many ways to take that. Some of them were terrifying, but not all. "Don't worry," I said. "I might be pretty, but you wouldn't like my personality." He leaned with his back against the wall. He reached to me, the gesture quick and confident, and traced his thumb over the curve of my jaw. I felt a wave of disgust, and then a tingling in my skin, like there was magic in his touch. Energy coursed through me, making me feel heady and alive here at the edge of death. "Spare me your magic," I said. "It's just tacky under the circumstances."
"You feel it too?"
He frowned, the little V between his eyebrows seeming genuine. He leaned forward, his lips grazing mine. I felt cold sparks when his lips pressed against mine. I took a quick step back, shoving him away, and felt my hip rock hard into the wall bordering the rooftop garden.
"Oh, hell no. You haven't Stockholmed me that far yet."
For a second, there was real confusion and hurt in his eyes. Then, a beat later, there was nothing but anger. I thought of Samael, of the way he must have looked at Lilith before he murdered her. He leaned in towards me, his eyes flaring with anger.
"You know, you're not the one in control here, for all your little quips."
"I know." The words were gritty on my tongue. My heart was pounding in my chest, telling me to get away, but there was nowhere for me to run. "You think that makes you special?" You think that's something new? Soulless men like you are already all over our planet. If you demons want to poison our world with rape and misogyny, you can save yourself a trip." His brows drew together slightly, and he leaned back, just a quarter of an inch, his eyes intent on mine. "I wouldn't do that to you," he said. "Why not?" I asked. "You think it's any worse than what you did to Jacob?" "I didn't do anything to Jacob," he said. "I just showed him what happened before." "And you didn't have anything to do with that?" "Like I said, I wasn't topside then. It was another demon. And his human minions." "How many demons in human skin are there? Are you special?" I asked him, my voice light and provoking. I didn't think he was a demon in a human skin, but I was desperate to know just how many enemies like him we faced. "You're trying to interrogate the interrogator," he said. "Cute." I stared at him. His face was handsome and mocking, and it made me want to be sick. "Take me back," I said. "I don't want to look at you anymore." He shook his head, his lips quirked up in amusement, but there was real fury in his eyes, no matter how cool he tried to sound. "You are so lost, little girl, about how much danger you're in." "Keep telling yourself that," I said. "You aren't going to get what you want from us, and you're going to find that you're the one who ends up in hell." 22. Nimshi snapped the last shackle closed, his hands almost jerking on the chains in his anger, and he dropped the chains heavily to the ground. He turned and strode out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Jacob's arms closed around me, as best they could in the shackles. He looked down at me with his golden eyes full of worry.
"Did he hurt you?"
"No," I said.
"It sure seems like you made him angry."
"It's a knack I have."
"You do peeve people off. You should be a professional peever,"
he said. "If there's a way to monetize that, I am all over it," I said, "since it's starting to look like I'll never make it to college."
"Don't be so sure," he said. "We might get out of here alive yet."
"We're still in D.C., I told him urgently. I wanted him to know everything I knew, in case something happened to me. He had to have the chance to escape still. "And at night, there aren't any guards. At least not tonight. I think he doesn't want them to know."
"That he wants you."
Jacob finished the statement I hadn't wanted to say. His eyes were steady on mine.
"Are you sure he didn't hurt you?"
"He tried to kiss me." I crinkled my nose at Jacob. "I made him regret it. I didn't get hurt. I hurt his feelings."
"You're good at that, too."
He squeezed me tight, as if he had missed me, burying his face in my hair.
"Seriously, can that man not get you a shirt?"
"That's the thing of it," I said. "I think he is a man. Not a demon in a human skin, but a half-demon, half-human." He pulled back slightly, his gaze questioning. I filled him in quickly on everything I'd learned, every little hint Nimshi had accidentally given away when he meant to tease personal details from me. When I finished, Jacob stared at me. "What?" I asked impatiently. I was sure he was going to have a 9-point explanation of how I'd screwed up.
"I've been exasperated by you," he said bluntly. "I thought you could be something useful if you'd just stop being Princess Ellis. But look at you. You already are something." I felt myself flush slightly. "You're trying to keep my confidence up while we're locked in the demon's case." He grinned. "All right, if you're going to be like that, I'm not going to bother complimenting you anymore."
"I wouldn't go that far," I said. Nimshi came in just then, and for someone so sure he had the upper hand, he sure seemed pissed. He carried a cardboard box in his hands, and he dropped it on his chair. I watched him curiously, but following Jacob's lead, I let the silence unfurl, let Nimshi chatter into it. "Turner knew what you two were working on," Nimshi said. "He said there was some kind of curse that linked the two of you. A love spell." My mind raced. I assumed Turner knew all about the Lilith and the Four. Had he given everything he knew away to Nimshi? Or had he just given away enough to free his soul from the demons? "How do you say the words love spell with a straight face?" I asked. "So we'll see how quickly you two crumble once you realize you don't actually give a damn about each other," he said. "It's just the curse talking. He's really taking it to heart that I didn't want to kiss him, I said to Jacob in a confidential voice. But he didn't have a single breath mint. Jacob shushed me. Right, don't make the torture man angry. Nimshi pulled a yoga mat out from the top of the box. Well, that's more relaxing than I expected, I said. I killed a yoga teacher outside, Nimshi said. I hate that om, peace and calm nonsense anyway. He threw the mat on the ground, out of our reach, and pulled a piece of chalk out of the box. Kneeling at the end of the mat, he drew a rough circle. His movements were jerky, as if he were furious. He hastily sketched in some symbols and then sat back on his heels. He drew 4 quadrants in the circle and returned to the box, crumbling various kinds of herbs in his hands and pouring them out into the different quadrants. Mumbling in Latin to himself, he heaped some of those herbs in a bowl in the center of the circle and then touched a match to it. The burning herbs gave off a bitter scent. For a second, I smelled Jacob's irresistible scent, spice and black coffee and faint scent of cherry wine. Then all I smelled was the bitter, acrid scent of the herbs, and black coffee and cherries faded to a memory I couldn't quite summon. Let that burn, Nimshi said. He threw the box to the ground and sat in his chair, waving his arm in the usual semicircle. He said, You know, I've never watched this particular bit of footage, but I remember hearing about Oshak having a taste for human flesh. He brought in a magician to heal you as he took pieces off. Do you remember that? He looked over his shoulder at Jacob. Jacob's eyes were steady on him, his face pale but as cool and neutral as ever. Well, you may have blocked it out, Nimshi said airily. But you will remember, soon enough. 23. Jacob gritted his teeth as if the pain inside, watching his childhood self suffer again, was just as painful as having it done to him in the first place. It was on my lips to beg Nimshi to stop, but he wanted to hurt Jacob, to get back at me. Pleading with him wouldn't help. Pretending that I didn't care about Jacob might. The door was thrown open. A big man, as broad as he was tall, stormed in.
Nimshi,
he said, in a voice that was deep and thunderous. Nimshi jumped from the chair. Uncle Samael.
Don't call me uncle,
Samael said. Cold dread formed together in my stomach. Samael. I was afraid of what would happen if they knew who I was. And Samael. When I looked at him, I could almost feel the man I'd known before, the millennia past of shared memory. I had to keep him from touching me. If he touched me, he would know. He would feel the Lilith I was, deep inside, despite all the years that separated us and cloaked me from him.
Why is this so slow?
Samael asked.
The Dark Lord tires of waiting.
It's been 2 days, Nimshi said. It takes weeks sometimes to break people into vessels.
We don't have weeks,
Samael said.
It's exasperating that you've been here so long, and you have nothing to show for it.
I have you to show for it, Nimshi said. I brought you into this world.
I'm supposed to be grateful to you, boy?
It takes time, Nimshi said.
You barely did anything,
Samael rumbled.
This vessel wanted to be overtaken.
You want me to hurry, Nimshi said. So would you leave and let me work? Samael reached behind him and took the chair.
I'm going to watch.
Great, Nimshi said. Welcome to the greatest show between heaven and hell. Let's get to it. But within a few turns of the usual torture tracks, Samael sat forward impatiently.
This is preposterous. If you aren't willing to take them apart piece by piece...
I am, Nimshi said. Do you want a broken vessel? I can torture them with their minds.
We can just bleed them out. It's worked before,
Samael said impatiently. It doesn't always work, Nimshi said. Do you want to have to tell the Dark Lord that we failed him? Samael said,
I have plans. This is a waste of my time.
Why don't you just go, find some minions, eat someone, I don't know, distract yourself until I'm done?
Because I don't need to,
Samael said.
I can take over. I can make this faster.
Oh, good grief, Nimshi said. You want me to torture them physically? I will if it makes you happy, but it's old school and inelegant. All you old demons, all fire and wrath. There are better ways.
There are no better ways than the old ways.
Spoken like an old, Nimshi grumbled. But the demons were turned and twisted angels. There were no young demons. There was no doubt in my mind now that Nimshi was a son of man and of demon. I thought of those cold sparks on my skin when he touched me, the magic that I had thought it was, and I wondered if perhaps it was something else. If this evil thing in front of me was supposed to be the fourth. I glanced towards Jacob, desperate to convey this question to him, but he was looking away from me, like he always did. It was hard for him to meet my gaze when we'd been watching his torture. I thought he didn't want to see pity in my eyes, as if that pity meant I would see him differently. The only thing that had changed was that now I understood two things about him that had evaded me before. I understood the deep fault line that had cracked open in his personality, the source of his unforgiving hatred of the supernatural, and I could see how strong he was to take a place in the world fighting those forces. No wonder he had been reluctant to tolerate me, and yet he was unfailingly honorable, dutiful, if an asshole at times. I wondered if I still smelled like red hots to him, but even if the curse had been broken, somewhere along the line, I'd come to care for him. "Send in my tools," Nimshi said to Samael.
"Have you forgotten yourself?"
"You're the one by the door," he said. "I thought you wanted me to hurry up." Samael glowered at him, but did go to the door. He said something to the guard outside. A minute later, Samael reached through the door and took the handle of a cart, which he pulled into the room. The top tier of the cart was all silvery, sharp things that glittered in a way that made my heart stop in my chest. In the second tier, there was a blowtorch and bolt cutters. "Let's start with an old favorite," Nimshi said, picking up the blowtorch. Jacob's eyes were dark with fear and anger, and despite everything he had said so coldly, Nimshi's eyes were full of fear and anger as he stared back. Then his eyes fell to the floor. "Would you go?" he asked Samael. "Your presence is so irritating. I can't even enjoy torturing them with you around." Samael rose slowly from the chair. He reached over Nimshi's hand and took the torch from him.
"You are weak,"
Samael said.
"I should chain you to the wall for a while. Teach you firsthand."
"Hedron wouldn't care for that much. Might make family reunions awkward." Nimshi spoke lightly, but I could see the tension in how he held himself. Samael flicked the trigger, and a narrow, steady stream of flame blazed from the torch.
"I'll show you how it's done, boy."
24. I could hear Samael and Nimshi arguing before the door slammed shut behind them. I threw myself forward, but Jacob was curled up on the floor, just out of reach. He had passed out. Thank God. I could still hear his screaming echoing in my ears. The room stunk of burning flesh, and my stomach roiled. "Jacob, wake up," I begged, yanking at the end of my chains. I just wanted to be able to reach him. I stretched out my hands, feeling how they shook. God, when I was this emotional, I was afraid I'd accidentally light this place on fire. We had no way out. I reached out my hands to him, biting down on my lower lip because I knew I was doing something stupid, and yet I didn't see another way to help him. I imagined him gliding across the floor to me, imagining my fingers sinking into his biceps through the thin white fabric of his t-shirt, dragging him over the floor to me. He was mine, and I was going to make sure he was okay. I glanced towards the mat on the ground, forgotten while Nimshi and Samael sniped at each other. Apparently, that spell had stunk up our cell, but it hadn't done much else. My fingers were on Jacob's shoulders. I stared down at his face, near mine now, my lips parting in surprise. I wasn't even sure how I'd managed that. But for now, I had work to do, even if I didn't have all the answers. I pressed my face to Jacob's, my cheek against his, and felt my eyelashes flutter damply against his skin. I kissed him again and again. More than anything, I imagined the energy in me as a warm and vibrant light, flowing from me to him in every touch. When he began to stir, I sat back, afraid he'd be disappointed that I'd kissed him when he'd wanted to wait and really kiss me when we were safe and free. But I couldn't just leave him to suffer. "I'm going to touch your feet," I warned him softly.
"Don't,"
he groaned, but I rested my hand on the undamaged flesh above the burns, imagining the same healing energy. Jacob's skin began to heal from the inside out, the deep, red-singed flesh turning pink, knitting together, his skin closing up white and fragile at first, then healing completely, back to new. He sat up on his elbows.
"Ellis, what have you done?"
"You can't stay like that," I said. "What are you going to do when we get the chance to fight and run?"
"What are you going to do when they realize who you are?"
he asked me.
"Princess, you don't need to suffer for me. Not ever."
"Maybe they'll think angels heal fast," I said.
"No one knows better than they do how long it takes angels to recover from being tortured,"
Jacob told me. His eye fell on the mat, even though it was on the other side of the room.
"Quick, Ellis, before they come back. They're not the right symbols, but at least he opened a circle. It might give us a boost to reach out to Riker and Levi."
He held his hand out to me, and I reached out to take his fingers in mine. Our voices joined together softly. I tried to think as hard as I could about the passage through the woods, the pile of stones. God, the thought of that little boy lying curled under those stones now made my heart break. And the door to the treehouse. I felt myself duck, the tarp brushing against my hair, and then I was in the treehouse, with Jacob, but there was no Riker or Levi.
"God damn it,"
Jacob muttered. He ran his hand through his hair, his expression frustrated, but then he quickly moved on.
"He's got to be checking here if he knows we're gone. We need to leave them a message."
Quickly, the two of us wrote a makeshift message in the dirt floor of the lean-to.
"Christ, Ellis, I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry," I said. "I'm the one who wanted to save my sister, whatever it cost."
"It's not your fault."
"And it's not yours either," I said. "So let's stay sane, bide our time, and make some demons pay." He grinned slightly. The fond way he looked at me, and the way I wished he would kiss me, made me lean closer towards him. "Do I still smell like red hots to you?" I asked.
"Always,"
he said. "Is this far enough from the demon's case to kiss me?" He rested his fingers lightly on my jaw.
"How can making out be on your mind at a time like this?"
"We have to wait for Riker anyway, don't we?" I asked. "Might as well pass the time."
"Might as well,"
he agreed. His lips met mine. This time was different. His lower lip brushed against mine as he raised his head, and then he kissed the corner of my mouth, thoughtfully, as if he loved the way that corner curled up when I smiled. He kissed the other corner. I turned my face into his, seeking more of him, but his lips were elusive and teasing. He kissed the other corner of my lips.
"We should still pretend to hate each other," he murmured. "Convince him that the spell worked. It might be easier for you to get him alone if he thinks we're divided."
I paused, raising my eyebrows at him. "Pretend to hate you?"
"Impossible, princess,"
he scoffed. He wrapped his arms tight around me, kissing me hard, finally. And the room shifted around us as the magic ran out, and we were back in the demon's case. I kissed him long and hard, one last time. One time to last me through the rest of our battle here. "We've got to survive," I told him softly. "I don't want to die without having slept with an angel." Jacob shook his head.
"You are absolutely ridiculous."
The door opened. The two of us shifted apart slightly, as if we would be caught. It wasn't Nimshi. Samael stood in the doorway, smiling at us.
"A little angel and a little girl,"
he said.
"My two very favorite meats."
25. Samael crouched in front of me, his eyes on me steady and mocking. He was a hulking brute of a man. His shirt sleeves were rolled back to expose reddish-brown tattoos.
"Do you know who I am?"
he asked me. I stared back at him without answering. I didn't want to give away anything that might clue him into who I was. He had startlingly light eyes that didn't seem to fit his current face. I remembered those eyes, lit with laughter, in the garden, and I remembered those eyes, cold and filled with intent, as he came towards me with the stone in his hand. We had been arguing, and my chest was heaving with the stress of the fight, but I had watched him come near me innocently. In the time before man first killed woman, it had never occurred to me that he would hurt me.
"I used to be human like you, too," he said, "but I became something more, something between human and God. For now."
I stared back at him. Great, another chatty demon.
"Something between human and worm,"
Jacob muttered. Those dangerous light eyes swiveled to regard Jacob. I turned too, because Jacob had been stoic while we were in the case. His usual wise-ass self was under lock and key, but he also had that quiet strength that allowed him to endure. Jacob's eyes were on the stone floor in front of him, and I didn't expect him to say another word. Samael's eyes returned to me, and he stretched out a hand towards my face.
"You are a beautiful girl, aren't you?" "She hasn't brushed her teeth in 3 days," Jacob said. "You were locked up down there a long time, huh?"
Samael's eyes blazed.
"We aren't locked up." "Right. You can leave any time."
Jacob nodded, his eyes still fixed on the floor.
"It's your choice to stay there. You're not being punished by God and the angels. You're totally in control. That's why like 3 of you make it out every year." "There'll soon be many more of us, Nephilim,"
Samael said.
"Then there'll soon be demon blood running in the streets."
Jacob shook his head.
"Shame. Demon blood always stinks like sulfur and sour milk. It's the damnedest thing."
Samael's eyes were on mine, and there was a triumphant smirk to his lips.
"You're trying to distract me from the girl. You don't want me to hurt her."
Jacob shrugged.
"As a hunter, I have to be gallant. It's in the job description." "A hunter? The hunters would never accept a Nephilim like you." "It's a whole new world, demon," Jacob said. "Did you know Belial by any chance? I don't know how small-town hell is, but I imagine you probably met."
The demon watched him with curious, angry eyes.
"Funny how much street cred you earn with hunters," Jacob went on, "when you've wet your sword with the stinking blood of a demon. Belial told me his name before he died. He just wanted the pain to end." "And so will you,"
Samael promised. He reached out to take Jacob's jaw in his hand, forcing Jacob to face him.
"I understand what you're doing, that you want to keep my hands off the girl. But by the time I turn to her, you'll be grateful for the respite."
"You're all so chatty," Jacob said. "Belial had a lot to say, too." Samael's fingers tightened on Jacob's jaw. I could see his thick fingers sinking into Jacob's skin, which flushed white. Samael's fingers sunk even further, and there was a faint crack. Jacob groaned, low in the back of his throat.
"The Dark Lord's going to take your body,"
Samael promised Jacob.
"And the pain you know will only grow worse from here."
Samael's grip tightened even further. Jacob's eyes widened, almost bulging now. "Let go of him," I said, my voice low and rough. "You're going to kill him." Not that I would have expected that to persuade the demons, but they had a use for his body, and they couldn't use him as a vessel if he died before he broke. Samael grinned.
"I killed this one once before, when he was just a boy."
Jacob's eyes narrowed.
"Oh yes, he's still here," Samael said. "His body, more or less. But he was on the verge of welcoming the demon. We crushed the man he would have been, out of him."
I knew that I had lost the chance to know the other Jacob. The boy who had been buried under the rocks in the slipscape was gone. Gone in every dimension, whether he died or lived through his torture. My creeping fingers found Jacob's and knit around his trembling fingers. I didn't dare bring Samael's attention back to me, even though he was ranting for my benefit, because if Samael realized who I was, all was lost. But I willed Jacob to know that I was glad he had lived. It didn't matter if he had to change to survive. The Jacob who was here was good and deserving. no matter how different he might have been in another world where no demon ever dragged him into the case. Samael released Jacob's jaw, and I heard a second faint crack at the release. Samael patted his cheek.
"Let's get you strung up,"
Samael said.
"I would hate for you to crack your head when you pass out."
I gritted my teeth at the sound of the winch rolling, the chain jerking and tightening until Jacob was hauled to the tips of his toes, his arms spread wide above his head, his chest fluttered in terror despite himself.
"Let us review,"
Samael said. He didn't do Nimshi's showy little wave, but suddenly the curly-headed boy Jacob had been was strung up on the opposite wall, just the way that grown Jacob was now. His head hung forward, his body inert, as if he had passed out. A man crossed towards him, carrying a bucket of water, which he pulled back to dump over his head.
"And then we can begin the reenactment."
No matter how much Jacob tried to jerk away, Samael had his wrist pinioned to the wall. Blood trickled from the other wrist, a slow dark thread sliding down his arm and soaking his white t-shirt.
"The devil's nails,"
Samael said.
"You humans borrowed these from us. Did you know that? You humans love to torture almost as much as we do. The Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, the Inquisition. You've always made me so proud."
"You're going to kill him," I said. For the first time, I wondered where the hell Nimshi was, wishing he was there. I wasn't sure he had any power to stop Samael, but maybe he could talk him out of what he was doing.
"Actually, he's going to kill himself."
Samael stepped back. Jacob was breathing hard, his teeth biting down so hard on his lower lip that it was beginning to bleed too, biting back a scream.
"With his rage and his revenge. You see, he'll bleed slow as long as he stays slow. The nails are sealing his wound."
Samael reached up and unshackled one wrist. Jacob hung from one arm for a second, his legs going out from underneath him, and then he scraped himself back up the wall to his feet. Samael released the other arm and backed away. The shackles slammed against the tile wall with a clatter.
"Here's your chance, boy,"
Samael said.
"Come and get me."
Jacob pressed his shoulder blades against the wall, still catching his breath, eyeing Samael warily. He was unsteady on his feet. Samael was not only much bigger than he was, but he hadn't spent the past few days being starved, beaten, and bloodied. "Don't," I begged him. "You're giving him what he wants."
"But he'll get it anyway,"
he told me. He brushed his fingers against mine, just for a second, using his new freedom to touch me.
"Might as well dance with the demon."
Jacob closed with Samael, even threw a few successful punches, only to have Samael slam his head into the tile wall. I knew that Jacob would never stop fighting until he died. The two of them were slipping in his blood already. Samael slapped Jacob into the ground. Jacob rolled into a protective ball as Samael closed on him, kicking him again and again. I had been afraid to burn this place down with us in it, but I was more afraid to watch Jacob being beaten to death, to be here alone because I hadn't saved him. I tried to call the flames to mind, remembering the way they had always come in my nightmares. Riker had tried to teach me that the flames came when I called them, but I hadn't called them on purpose. Flames blossomed in my nightmares. I held my hands out in front of me, remembering the one time I'd managed to bloom fire in my hands when we were fleeing the company. I tried to push away the memories of my past failures. My arms and hands trembled with effort, but I couldn't call the flames. Not here. The door flew open. Nimshi stood in the doorway. "Uncle, you told me to meet you at the wizard's house."
"Is that what I said?"
Samael asked.
"I thought I told you to go to the wizard's house."
"They are mine." Nimshi's voice was ragged with rage. "It's not your business to torture them."
"Perhaps you should do a better job of your business then."
"I will not be spoken to that way in front of humans," Nimshi growled out. Samael rose, slowly and ponderously.
"You're little more than human yourself, boy. Walk away."
"I will not walk away," Nimshi spat out. His eyes flickered over to us. He drew himself up and said stiffly, "We should speak."
Very well,
Samael said, his voice lazy. He stood and stepped over Jacob's legs. Jacob rolled over onto his side as soon as Samael walked away. He groaned involuntarily as I leaned forward over him. I ran my hand across his shoulder. "Shh," I said softly, hoping my touch would dull the edge of the pain, hoping this magic would work when nothing else did. The ability to heal each other, after all, was no spell. It was bound up in who we were and what we meant to each other. "Let me heal you." He started to shake his head and then gasped. His golden eyes turned to me, full of pain. I leaned forward, taking his half-broken jaw in my hands tenderly, and pressed my lips to the edge where his jaw met his ear. I hoped, at least, that wouldn't hurt him. I kissed him again and again, my lips soft, imagining my strength flowing to him, even through the most feather-light touch. Jacob's face turned, his lips grazing mine. I thought he was seeking my mouth, and I turned eagerly to press my lips against his. But he turned away. He groaned. "Jacob, don't give up," I begged him.
"Get away from me,"
he said. He pushed me away, though there was little strength in his arm.
"Ellis, just go."
I couldn't go far, but I took a step back, watching his body shake like he must have trembled as a kid. It seemed so unfair that everything they did to him now hurt him twice over, bringing back the vivid memories that had faded, the fear and shame and horror. I ached for him. The restlessness of not being able to help him was going to drive me mad. I wondered if Samael would realize it were me if his intent were just to hurt me. Would he see Lilith's eyes in mine, the way I remembered him? Samael wasn't human anymore. Maybe the memories weren't as vivid for him. Maybe he wouldn't recognize me. At the same time, as I knew I had to protect Jacob, my body recoiled at the thought of putting myself between him and the monster. I was afraid of the pain to come. I dreaded it like I had never dreaded anything in my life. But I would do anything for Jacob. There was a flicker in the corner of the room, something I just glimpsed out of the corner of my eye. I leaned protectively over Jacob, determined to protect him from whatever came next, before I could make sense of what it was. Riker strode across the room, crouching in front of us, his powerful arms braced on the inside of his thighs.
"Are you okay? I don't have time to tell you two how pissed I am, but believe me."
He cut himself off impatiently.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine," I said. I looked over at Jacob, who rolled away from me and Riker. Jacob's broad back was shivering through his thin white t-shirt, which was soaked with sweat.
"What did they do to my brother?"
Riker asked, his voice flat. Jacob shook his head faintly, his eyes squeezed shut, his arms drawn over his face now. "They're torturing him," I said. "It's triggering his flashbacks."
"We're going to get you out,"
Riker promised.
"Jacob?"
There was a frantic edge to his voice.
"You okay?"
"He's not okay," I said, wishing I could touch Jacob, but knowing I would make things worse. "I think Samael broke his jaw, and he passed out."
"I'm fine,"
Jacob ground out.
"Just leave me alone. I don't want you to see me like this." "It's all right,"
Riker said. He sounded bewildered.
"I'm not going to think any less of you. You're my brother."
But Jacob wouldn't face him. Riker's eyes met mine. His eyes were full of hurt and helplessness, a mirror image of mine, I imagined. And then they hardened into anger.
"What do you know about where you are?"
he asked. "We're in D.C., I said. "Turner, the apothecary, he betrayed us. He might know more, and I don't know if it will help. But there's a portal on the floor." Riker turned, taking in the room, his gaze slow and studious.
"What the hell happened here?"
"Anti-love potion spell," I said dully. It all seemed so stupid now. His gaze swiveled back to me in a hurry, his eyes widening.
"Do they know who you are?"
I shook my head. "Not yet." Riker's jaw set.
"God, you two have a lot of explaining to do once you're home safe."
"I can almost look forward to that," I said.
I've got to stop projecting before they realize I was here, he said. I believe I can find you again, real world side. Just hang in there.
I nodded. He knelt next to me, reaching out a ghostly hand, even though he couldn't really touch me.
Are you okay, Ellis?
No, I said softly, but I'll hang in. His mouth twisted, as if he were hurt to leave us here. His eyes fell on Jacob, who was still now, his eyes squeezed tightly shut, blocking out the world. He's taken most of it, I said. Protecting me. Riker nodded.
I'll be back before you know it. Don't be.
He trailed off. It wasn't like Riker to say, don't be ashamed.
You're my brother,
he said again. There was the sound of feet in the hallway outside. Riker met my gaze evenly. Those deep bottle-green eyes looked into mine, promising me wordlessly that we would all be well in the end. And then he was gone. I shivered, feeling cold without him, even though he couldn't touch us, couldn't protect us when he was projecting. He believed he could find us, and I would have to believe that too. 26. I'm not going to let them hurt you anymore, I told Jacob softly, even though I knew as I said it that it was nonsense. The footsteps had receded again, giving us time for me to try to help him before we endured round 17. He cracked one beautiful golden eye to look at me, and even through a swollen and bloodied eye, I had to tell him, "You're still a master of the condescending side-eye, I see."
Good,
he said, his voice a croak. He coughed slightly.
Let them finish this, Ellis. Riker and Levi will get here in time. I can buy you the time.
Don't go full gallant. Not yet.
Samael wasn't wrong.
His voice was rough, rasping, and I had a feeling he must have broken some ribs.
They did kill the man I was going to be.
I don't miss him, I said, resting my fingertips on that bruised and swollen cheekbone. I like the man you are. He started to quirk an eyebrow at me, but then winced.
That hurts.
You were just a little kid, I said, my voice full of warmth and affection. And you still fought them off the only way you could. You didn't give in. You didn't let them take your will, even though they all but destroyed you. You were the strongest and the bravest then. Just a little boy, stronger than a room full of ancient demons. Jacob shook his head faintly. It's true, I said. I pressed my lips to the corner of his bloodied mouth. You are the strongest and the best now, too. I pulled back to look at him, to see what he thought, but his swollen eyes were both shut now. Then he said,
You're going to tell my brothers that?
Only if we both get out of here, I said. Let me heal you. He shook his head.
You'll give us away.
I'll leave your face ugly, I said, kissing the other corner of his mouth. My seeking hand slid up underneath his damp t-shirt, and I felt his abs contract hard at my touch. Let me fix you up inside, at least.
Can't be done,
he said. Sure it can, I said. I kissed his broad shoulder, nuzzling my nose along his neck. You'll have me and Riker and Levi. You can go to therapy.
Already told you, slaying is cheaper.
I think you need both, I told him, crinkling my nose at him.
You don't think you can heal me with just your magical...
His voice trailed off, but there was a faint mischievous quirk to his split lips. It's a start, I said. But no, you need some significant work, Jacob Kerr. But it's going to be worth living for in the end. I ducked low, pressing my lips to those bruised abs. Now tell me where it hurts. I had done enough to make a difference, making up for the internal damage that beating had done to him, when the door opened. Nimshi walked in, followed closely by Samael. I crouched, gathering my legs beneath me even though I could already feel my knees trembling, and stood awkwardly. I couldn't put myself between them and Jacob, bound by the limits of my shackles, but I leaned over him as much as I could. I watched them with what I hoped were cold and steady eyes. Samael smiled, as if he knew I was trying to be brave, as if it were amusing. but Nimshi stared back at me, his eyes alarmed, and shook his head just faintly. I stared back at him. If he really was the fourth, then I bet it was killing him to hurt me, even if he was demon spawn. I didn't want a damn thing to do with Nimshi, but I would make him hurt me if it was going to hurt him, if it would buy time for Riker and Levi to get here, and if it would give me the chance to save Jacob in the meantime. "Come on," I said to Nimshi, my voice mocking. "We've got a bet, Jacob and me. Let's see what you've got." Nimshi closed the distance between us. His glittering eyes met mine evenly. "Your mouth is moving with the brave words that you think you should say, but deep down, you know better, sweetheart." "I'm not afraid of you," I told him. "Give it time," he promised me. He turned on his heel, stepping back with his usual showman's flair, and we were once again beside the burning wreckage of the Jeddah. Flames crackled up, sparks flying, lighting up the dark night like a bonfire. 2 EMTs carried my sister's body on a gurney towards the ambulance. A third, a big hulk of a man, oh my God, it was burly, helped them load her onto the ambulance. And inside, I glimpsed Dr. Parrish, leaning over her, putting a mask over her face. "How do you know what happened that night?" I asked softly. Samael was behind him, so he couldn't see Nimshi's eyes steady on my face, or the quick, sly movement as Nimshi pressed a finger over his lips. He knew. He had to betray us to Samael sooner or later. I sent up a silent prayer. Did God listen to the prayers of a Lilith? That Riker and Levi would reach us soon, and that when they did, they would be able to overpower 2 demons and their human minions.
"Enough of your mind games,"
Samael exploded.
"They haven't worked yet. Bleed her out." "Why are you telling me what to do?" Nimshi asked, his voice icy. "You have killed this one. Didn't break him."
"He will," Samael promised. "He'll welcome the Dark Lord soon."
"The Dark Lord,"
Jacob said, his lips cracking open in the faintest smile, even though he was prostrate on the floor.
"You all have such a flair for the dramatic."
Nimshi stepped forward as if he was going to kick him, and I saw Jacob, despite himself, curl up into a tighter ball. But Nimshi hesitated, looking to me. Samael strode forward, raising his foot high, and stomped on Jacob with all his considerable bulk. "Leave him alone!" I shouted as Samael raised his foot again. Samael, quick as a wink, stepped across Jacob. He wrapped his hand around my throat. I could feel his 2 fingers pinning my windpipe, his thumb and first finger distinctly, and that was before he squeezed. He lifted me off my feet before I even realized I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even gasp for air, and his eyes on mine were cruel and triumphant. His light eyes went wide with recognition.
"Who is this Nimshi?"
he asked without looking behind him.
"I know this girl."
"Just another hunter," Nimshi said.
"No,"
Samael said with deadly certainty. Nimshi stepped to the door, which he swung open. "You've got to leave her to me, Uncle. You don't know how to really hurt these humans."
"No, you're trying to avoid hurting her, no matter what you say. Why is she so important to you?"
Samael asked, studying my face carefully. My lungs ached and strained, but I couldn't even gag. The edges of my vision went black. Samael's curious face was all I could see. Samael drew a startled breath.
"I know this one. Boy, you have the Lilith, and you didn't even know."
He broke off suddenly. I felt his grip release. I gagged before I hit the ground. My knees couldn't bear me up, and I fell heavily. Through the haze, I saw Nimshi hit him again with a shovel. Blood splattered across all 3 of us. Jacob was up, on his feet, staggering for the door that Nimshi had left open. Samael crawled across the floor on his elbows, but Nimshi hit him again, in the head, and his skull cracked open. He fell face first into the slick tile, his arms moving futilely through his own blood, as if he were swimming in it. I ran after Jacob. There was a guard coming around the edge of the doorway, a human. Jacob grabbed him and fell heavily against the wall with him. Where Jacob normally would have snapped his neck easily, Instead, the two of them grappled, pushing each other back and forth across the hallway, slamming into the walls. Another guard turned the corner at the other end of the hall. I headed towards him, ready for a fight, but Nimshi was already stepping between the guard and me. For a second, I saw how his shirt and face were splattered with blood, and then he turned away from me, towards the guard. "Hey there," he called to the guard, his voice chipper, throwing him off just enough that the guard paused with his hand on his gun. The guard began to ask a question. Nimshi closed the distance between them, chattering about something that didn't quite make sense, and buried a knife hilt deep in the man's side. He caught him by the shoulders with one hand, still holding the knife in, until the man fell to his knees. He bent with him, pulling the knife out, and turned back to me. "There are 2 more human witnesses," he said. "I'll take care of them. No one can know who you are." "And who the hell are you?" I asked. He stared back at me. "Nimshi, remember? Did Samael addle your brain? You're half human. And already dead if we don't run for it." But he still stood there staring at me, his eyes perplexed. Blood dripped from the blade of his knife and fell in small droplets to the ground. He cocked his head as if he couldn't make sense of me. "What are you?" he asked. "Is the Lilith just magnetic?" Jacob dropped the man at the end of the hall that he'd just killed. He turned back towards us, his face grim. But even so, he snorted at the thought of me being magnetic. Nice to see he was still a dickhead. I would hate for him to have been changed forever by the demon's case. Maybe that anti-love spell had finally taken effect. "I don't know," I said tartly. "Maybe you found a bit of your soul after all." "My soul's in a lockbox," he said, without a trace of irony. "Well, if you find it one day, look me up," I said. I wasn't about to explain to him that we were destined to be together, or that he'd just tortured his own brother half to death. I wasn't bringing the demon with me. I wasn't claiming him for my harem. Jacob looked over my head at Nimshi as if he wanted to kill him, but he merely rested a hand on my lower back, possessive and protective. "Get us out of here," Jacob said, his voice gruff. 27. Nimshi went ahead of us to kill the last 2 guards. "Stay close," Jacob muttered to me. "As if there's a chance I wouldn't," I said. "I don't trust him." "Me either." He glanced down at me, his eyes troubled. "Do you really think he could be the 4th? "I hope not." But I thought of his touch on my skin trailing icy sparks, and the way he'd gone soft, for a demon anyway, around me. It seemed like he'd tried to protect us in his own way, when he wasn't torturing me with my sister's death. So that was going to be a pretty hard thing to overcome. "Whatever," I said flatly. "We can master the Far. You, me, Riker, Levi. It's time to get serious." "I've been serious the whole time." Nimshi reached a pair of doors ahead of us just as they flew open. 2 human guards plowed in. Nimshi stepped into the one on the right, bearing his knife in his gut, and took the guard's gun from his hand in one smooth move. He extended his arm and shot the other guard before he could react. The hall filled with the echo and with the smell of sulfur. Jacob studied him dispassionately. "I guess I could believe he's my half-brother." "Because he's good at killing?" I shook my head. "Hell of a legacy, Kerr." "We don't get to pick off families, Landon." He rested his hand on my shoulder, swaggering casually, like we were going to get ice cream. "Just like we don't get to pick our lovers." "We're supposed to be unspelled." He nodded. "You feel anything now?" "Nah," I lied through my teeth. "I mean, I do feel like I'd prefer not to see you die, or be tortured. That got old." "Really? Even though I was such a jerk to you?" "Burning flesh smells terrible." I leaned into his side, despite myself. "You feel anything?" He shook his head. My heart sunk. Then he said, "Let's talk about it when we're 100% sure we're not going to die. It's distracting." "I'm distracting to you?" I said, "It's distracting." Nimshi stepped back from the doors the guards had come through, which had swung shut again while he fought them, and went to the keypad. He keyed in his code and looked at the doors expectantly. Nothing happened. He keyed it in again, with a bit more of a sense of urgency.
"Damn it," he muttered. "Samael shouldn't have gotten zapped back that fast."
The doors flew open again. I stepped forward and to one side, pressing myself against the wall, my fists up and ready for a fight. But it was Riker and Levi, swords held high, ready for a fight. "Stop!" I shouted at Nimshi as he knelt and drew his knife from a guard's body in one smooth gesture, and as Riker rounded on him with the sword. "No killing! But someone, please hold the damn door." 4 sets of eyes swiveled to me. Nimshi, reluctantly, dropped the knife and raised his hands. Levi, the man who actually listened to me, took a step back and put his heel in the door. He glanced around for something to prop the door open with, and then leaned over and dragged a guard's body forward to do just that. "We're all friends here," I said. "More or less. Maybe not friends. They were brothers. They were my destiny. But that didn't make us all friends." Riker pointed the sword at Nimshi.
"Who the hell is this? Smells like a demon."
"I do not smell like a demon," Nimshi said. He indicated the haze of air in the hall, still from the gun discharge. "That's from a 9mm, idiot." For once in his life, it was Jacob who held out a placating hand.
"He's half demon, but he did help us get loose, so let's not kill him. Yet." "Let's get out of here."
Levi stepped forward, his gaze intent on me.
"You okay?"
Levi's voice was unusually rough, as if he were mad at me, too. "Fine," I said. I'd already paid dearly for my sins, so maybe the boys could skip the part where they were angry that Jacob and I had wandered off and then been kidnapped. I headed for the door. The 4 of them closed in around me automatically, making a formation with Nimshi taking the lead. Jacob started to fall in behind, and then Levi held back, waving him ahead. Levi's gaze was appraising, as if he knew Jacob was hurt, and Jacob reluctantly took his spot on the right. Levi fell in behind me. "You're mad," I said to Riker, who was on my left. He twisted his body away from me, but that might have just been because he was right-handed. He rotated his sword in his hand, holding it high, his body twisted so that he held the sword on the outside of our tight little square. We moved together down a brightly lit hallway, up a set of fire stairs, and emerged into the dimly lit lobby of an apartment building. "Seriously?" I demanded, looking around at the dirt-tracked green and red carpet and the row of shiny metal mailboxes. "We were being held hostage here, and no one heard us screaming?" "The place is warded," Nimshi said, "and everyone who lives here is supernatural. No one would have called 911 for you anyway."
"Have to remember the address,"
Levi said bleakly. "You might want to forget it." Nimshi glanced nervously towards the elevators. "Let's move."
"Thanks for the tour,"
Riker said.
"But I think this is where we say goodbye."
"No," I said. "We can take him with us. At least get him clear of DC." "I'm touched," Nimshi said. "Don't be," I said. "I just don't want to see you die. At anyone else's hands." Riker glanced at me, his eyes full of steady anger, even as we crossed the carpet quickly for the double glass doors.
"You're still not in charge here, Firestarter."
I popped my eyes at him. Maybe don't give away my supernatural powers in front of our maybe enemy. But Nimshi was still moving quickly ahead of us, opening the glass doors. We all piled out on the stone steps in front of the apartment building. The night was warm, the air like a blast of welcome heat after the chill of the demon's case. I shivered with the wash of warmth over my body. I felt like I'd been cold for days, and the cold had settled in, a deep ache in my bones. Levi handed his sword to Jacob and quickly shucked off his jacket. He threw it over my shoulders.
"You ever dressed, girl?"
"I still don't understand why Jacob got to keep his t-shirt," I said lightly. There was a flicker of something on Jacob's face. Riker said,
"Well, no one wants to look at him."
"Gross," I said. The idea of demons looking at my body with lust made me want to gag. I flashed back to how Nimshi had tried to kiss me on the rooftop. Maybe I should leave him here to die after all.
"This way,"
Riker said, taking the lead now, and the 5 of us ran down the street. My bare feet ached on the rough cement. We hadn't gone more than half a block, a quick-moving block of ever-changing shadows of trees and blocky buildings, before I felt Levi behind me, swooping me up. He held me cradled against his chest, and I threw my arms around his neck. He sprinted faster with me in his arms than I could have run on bare feet, but I hated to be helpless.
"Here,"
Riker said, turning onto a side street. There was a Land Rover. Well, that was new, with a bright yellow citation tucked under the windshield wiper. Riker hid a key fob in his pocket, and the doors unlocked. We all piled in. "Good thing you weren't towed," I said. Riker started the car up. He twisted in his seat to back out, his eyes briefly meeting mine as his muscular arm went across the passenger seat back. I couldn't read those deep blue eyes this time. My stomach fell. Right. We'd been fighting. It felt like it had been years ago, but it might not feel that way for him. He put the car into drive and burned down the street. "What day is it?" I asked.
"Tuesday,"
he said briefly. An icy chill settled over the car. Jacob had claimed the passenger seat, leaving me sandwiched between Levi's broad shoulder and Nimshi. The half-demon definitely didn't smell like sulfur. He smelled like cedar and fresh-peeled oranges and cloves. And despite all my better sense, I realized that while I'd been noticing the way he smelled, my heart had sped up. I leaned towards Levi, as much as I could since his broad shoulders took up more than his fair share of space in the car. I rested my head against his flannel-covered shoulder. A little bit of Levi's calm flowed into me, and I moved my hand to his leg, brushing my thumb against his. His fingers knit around mine automatically. I looked up at him and smiled.
"I'm still mad at you,"
he mouthed. I frowned back at him. Levi was not supposed to get mad at me. Levi was supposed to be the one who I always liked and who always liked me back. Things with Riker could be all sarcasm and sparks. I didn't know what my relationship with Jacob was going to be like now. We knew all about each other, and we knew all about each other's hell. We'd seen each other at our worst, but we might be out of love, magically speaking. Levi squeezed my hand anyway. Right, he might be mad, but it wasn't the end of the world. He was still going to be my constant. I felt right now like I'd be lost without Levi, or Riker, or Jacob. Like the world would be lonely if I had to choose just one. The guy on my right, though, I wouldn't mind opening his car door and kicking him out. Literally. As if Nimshi knew what I was thinking, he glanced over at me. But instead of seeming concerned for his well-being, he asked, "What did you do?" "What did you do?" I asked. "I'm only in trouble because you kidnapped me." "Technically," Nimshi said, "Turner kidnapped Jacob. I was merely doing my job."
"Watch your step, demon,"
Riker said from the front. Levi rested his hand on my knee as he leaned forward, in between Riker and Jacob.
"We should bring him back to the house,"
he said, his voice low. The three of them exchanged a glance. There was something understood between them that I certainly didn't understand, but I couldn't ask in front of Nimshi. "That's all right," Nimshi said. "I'll take my chances with the forces of hell. With Samael dead, there's no one left corporeal. I think I can handle Hell's human army." "I don't like the sound of Hell's army," I said, "even when they're just humans." "You can just let me out here," Nimshi said, reaching for the door handle as we neared a red light. But Riker glanced down the approaching cross street and then just accelerated, booking it through the red light just before cars whizzed through the intersection. I gritted my teeth. Fun. Nimshi yanked at the door handle, but it didn't open. He sat back in his seat, his eyes narrow and wary. "I'm right next to your girl. You might want to go ahead and let me out."
"You're not going to hurt her,"
Jacob said. "You said that with a lot of confidence," I said dryly, as if he didn't care if I did get hurt or not.
"I just know you've got 'em all screwed up, too,"
Jacob said, his voice amused. Riker glanced over at him, his eyes widening.
"Excuse me?" "We'll talk at the house,"
Jacob said. "No, we won't," Nimshi said. I felt him shift next to me, going for his weapon. Levi leaned back in his seat, looking relaxed. Everyone else seemed awfully comfortable with me sitting cozily next to the blood-splattered murderous half-demon.
"Looking for your knife?"
Levi said. He patted the inside of his leather jacket.
"You don't need that here, friend."
"Friend?"
Why don't you pull over then, since we're all friends? We just want to talk in peace, Riker said. Make sure you're safe. Yeah, sure, Nimshi said. We're all friends. There's no hard feelings over... Over what? Jacob asked, his voice quiet and dangerous. Nimshi shook his head. There was an edge of desperation in his eyes, but he, too, leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest. He sat stoically as the car raced towards home, the wheels whirring against the wet road. 28. When I saw the bright lights of the house ahead, lit up against the night when we pulled down the driveway, I breathed a sigh of relief. Levi opened the car door, and I could see the gravel still moving. The car hadn't stopped yet, but he jumped out, catching himself smoothly, and slammed the car door shut before Nimshi could lunge across the seats. I could feel the tension coiling in Nimshi's muscles. He was ready for a fight. Jacob, too, was out of the car in a second, and when they swung open Nimshi's door, he came out of it swinging at them, desperately. The two of them piled on top of him, dropping him to the ground, a struggle as fists and elbows flew. I climbed out of the car on the other side, feeling sick to my stomach over yet another turn of violence. It was one thing to kill the men who had trapped us in the demon's case, because we had to survive. It was one thing to kill the company men who came at us with guns drawn. But for Nimshi to have tortured his own brother, that was something else. And for Jacob and Levi now to bear up a bruised, cuffed Nimshi over their shoulders, staggering with him towards the house, was something else altogether, too. My brief sense of joy at being home fizzled as I followed them towards the house. Riker went ahead, already drawing his gun, to clear the house. So the four of them, the four brothers who didn't know it, went into the house first. And I stopped on the porch, looking back at the dark pines that lined the boys' property. The night was still and warm, the air heavy with the scent of evergreen and dust and summer flowers. I didn't know what to tell them to do with Nimshi. It didn't matter if he had been born into the world to be the fourth. We could never trust a demon. Brother or not, I bet these boys would kill him easily for what he'd done to Jacob and me. And the thought made my heart rise into my throat, a jolt of anxiety. So I turned and followed the sounds of their voices, down the smooth pine floors and warmth of the house to the basement stairs, and down, to a room beyond the office that I'd never seen before, concealed behind a hidden wall in the bookcases, a door that gaped open now. I followed them to a bare room, left half-finished, windowless. A cage stood in one corner, a box made of metal bars and cinder block. It was not much taller than me. Jacob pushed down on Nimshi's head, making sure he didn't hit the top of his head as they shoved him into the cage. Nimshi turned, a dangerous look written across his face, but the door was already slamming shut. "We just want to talk," Levi said. "And you don't have enough faith in the three of you to think you can take me? If we just sat around and drank a few beers and caught up?" Nimshi asked. "We're not giving you another chance to hurt Ellis," Riker said. "You don't care about that one, huh?" Nimshi jerked his chin at Jacob. "He's tough," Riker said. "We'll be back." Riker turned his back on Nimshi and nodded me back out of the room ahead of him. I crossed my arms over my chest and stormed out. Bossy, bossy. Jacob pushed the door shut between us and Nimshi, and then sank into a chair. "Christ, what a day. Couple of days." "Did it to yourself," Riker said, taking the seat opposite him, his long, lanky legs kicked out in front of him. "Don't feel sorry for you." "I never said otherwise," Jacob said. Riker leaned forward, resting his hand on his shoulder. Just for a second, he looked into Jacob's face, and he said gruffly, "Glad to have you back, brother." I felt a warm glow in my chest, knowing what that would mean to Jacob when their relationship wasn't the easiest. Jacob gave a quick, curt nod. Riker leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "So why don't we start at the beginning?" Levi said. "With what the hell you two were doing and thinking from the time we left you alone for one damn night." "How did things go with your dad?" I asked curiously. Riker sat forward, holding a finger up,
his expression serious. He leveled that finger at me.
No.
What? I asked flatly.
Talk,
Riker said. His eyes flickered over to Jacob, as if he were taking in how exhausted Jacob was, the evidence of multiple beatings still evident in the split lip, the black eyes, the cut in his eyebrow.
Then sleep. Then we deal with our new friend. Leave him there overnight, Jacob said. It's the least we can do. We'll take turns watching him while these two idiots sleep,
Riker said, but there was no rancor in it.
Preferably together, given that.
He indicated Jacob's face.
Talk,
Levi said firmly. Jacob shifted reluctantly, but the gig was up.
Ellis and I thought we'd found a spell to reverse the curse between us, so we went to Turner to pick up some ingredients, and also to find out what he thought about bringing Ash back from the dead.
Riker rubbed his hand over his face, the movement quick and exasperated. This was already going well.
You thought you'd reverse a millennia-old curse from God with some herbs and a bic?
Levi nodded.
Good call. In hindsight, it wasn't the best call.
Jacob, for once, sounded chagrined. It must hurt his pride to admit he'd made a mistake. I didn't want him bound to me when he didn't want to be, I said. Speaking of being bound unwillingly to destiny, yada yada, I think Turner kidnapped us because they wanted the Nephilim, and I came as part of the two-pack. Until Samael grabbed me. He didn't know who I was.
And when he recognized you?
Nimshi killed Samael. He set us free.
Not that it would have mattered, Levi muttered, since we were 4 minutes away from rescuing you. What did Samael want with you?
Riker demanded.
We didn't get the chance to find out, Jacob said, since Nimshi bashed his skull open. But on this one, I am Team Nimshi.
I nodded, thinking of the glitter in Samael's eyes when he recognized me. Me too.
And you think Nimshi is?
Riker trailed off. The silence hung in the room for a minute. Levi crossed his arms over his broad chest, leaning against the bookcase, but even when he was still, I could feel the tension in his body. Riker's deep blue eyes were on mine, his jaw set. I took a deep breath. I think he's the fourth, I said. You guys know how it feels when we touch each other. And he's only half demon. Riker jumped to his feet, pacing angrily across the floor, swiping a hand through his hair. I turned and met Jacob's gaze. His eyes were cool, watching his brothers without sharing their obvious agitation. Riker turned back at the far end of the room.
You think my mom had sex with a demon?
Or she was raped, Jacob said flatly. He held himself stiffly. Riker's lips formed around the word raped soundlessly, as if he couldn't say it. He swiped both hands through his hair.
And that would be the baby we thought died, Jacob said. The demons she fought. They came to collect the baby. But we saw.
Riker trailed off, shaking his head.
What we saw. You wouldn't know, Jacob.
No, I wouldn't, Jacob said, because 9 months after she saved me from the demon's case, I was already in England.
Could she have twisted our memory?
Levi asked, his voice soft.
If we saw the demons make her deliver the baby, then maybe she used a spell on us, so we wouldn't go looking for him, so we wouldn't have to know.
Jacob pushed back his chair, standing.
Let's discuss tomorrow.
His voice was gruff.
Twisting our memory. That's black magic stuff.
Riker shook his head. He'd joked before that his mom was a little bit black magic, saying it fondly, like it was naughty behavior, but he admired her anyway. The way another kid would betray a parent's secret, like listening to Britney Spears, or day drinking at the PTO meeting. But now he didn't say black magic lightly. Jacob's feet clattered going up the stairs. I stood up, too. Riker pointed to my chair.
We're not done here, Firestarter.
I am, I said. For tonight. You'll forgive me tomorrow, Dreamstalker. Right now, I have to help Jacob.
Sit down,
Riker said, jumping to his feet, but I was already turning and running for the stairs. I heard Riker's growl of exasperation behind me. The downstairs of the house was still and quiet. I glanced towards the front door. I would have expected Riker to make a run for the woods, if he were the one running from his feelings. But I guessed Jacob would go to his books. If I was wrong, though, I'd probably not find him tonight. I bet that I knew Jacob well enough by now, although I could feel my heart pound worrying that he would be left alone, and I made my way up the stairs. It was strange to walk back down this hallway, remembering the fight we'd had when we all crowded into this hall a few days before. I knocked on Jacob's smooth, dark wood door. "It's me." Come to think of it, "it's me" was maybe not great incentive for him to open the door. But after a few seconds, I could feel his presence on the other side of the door. The cool, clear sense I always had when Jacob was near, as if he stilled my wild heart and made my brain engage. And I could feel him hesitate. Then, the door was pulled open a crack. Jacob stood framed in the doorway. His eyes met mine evenly. I parted my lips, but I didn't know what to say, where to begin to comfort him.
"She probably couldn't bear to look at me,"
Jacob said, his jaw set. He looked as if he were bearing up stoically, forcing himself to face the facts. I was the one who shook my head, denying it.
"Nimshi was the bargain. I thought she fought her way in there."
"You don't know any of that," I said. "Not for sure."
"What's the alternative, Princess? That my mother just happened to bed a demon around that time?"
"Maybe," I said. I desperately wanted to wrap my arms around him, to hold him close and try to calm his rapid beating heart. But I knew from our time in the case that my touch would not ease his pain. Not his real pain. "What's in your mom's journals?" He shook his head.
"There's a missing one. That year. I thought it was because she wanted to make sure I was protected, just like she burned all the pictures."
"I'm sure that was it," I said, but I was lying. "She just wanted to protect you."
"Guess we'll never know,"
he said. "Maybe we'll find her in the far," I said. Jacob slumped against the side of the doorway, but he also pushed the door further open, inviting me in.
"We're not going to the far, Ellis. Not without the fourth. And not with him."
"Roxy went into the far with just 2 of her guys," I said.
"Roxy died," he said. "You're not making a great case here."
I ran my hand over my face. "Let's just take a shower and go to bed. We'll figure it all out in the morning." Jacob nodded.
"We need to think about our approach to Nimshi, too."
"You need to think about your approach in the morning." I stepped into the room, gently running my hands over his hard, chiseled abs, feeling them contract slightly, even through the thin material of his t-shirt. "For now, let it go. Just rest." He stared down at me, his eyes troubled. "Don't worry," I said, my voice coming out slightly ragged. "I know you don't want to sleep with me, to be touched by me. I'll heal you if you need healing. And I'll go."
"I didn't say that,"
he said. He took my jaw in his hand, his thumb brushing against my lip. The pad of his thumb pressing against my lip sent a jolt through my body. Yep, 2 hours out of the demon's case, and I was back to being horny, even though I desperately needed some rest. "You wanted me to stay away from you," I said, my voice coming out small. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting briefly upwards, as if he were seeking strength. Then he looked back down at me.
"When I'm having a flashback, it hurts to have anyone too close to me."
"But if you aren't—"
"It always hurts not to touch you, Ellis,"
he said. Those fingers on my jaw tilted my chin up as his head arched down to mine. I stopped him with a finger on his lips. Turnabout was fair play. "That's not the sweetest thing to say," I said. "I don't want it to hurt. I want you to want me." His brows drew together slightly, regarding me in bewilderment.
"Are you new here?"
"So the spell didn't work?" I asked. He drew back slightly, his eyebrows lifting slightly, as if he was surprised I wanted to talk instead of kissing. But at least I'd successfully distracted him from his guilt over what his mother might have done to save him. Romance, for once, was the lesser horror for Jacob.
"Guess not,"
he said.
"But even if it had—"
I raised an eyebrow. Even if it had... What? He sighed impatiently.
Are you trying to drive me mad?
Maybe. Do I still smell like red hots?
Like red hots and sexual frustration,
He told me. I felt my lips arch in an involuntary smile. Even if it had... What?
Even if the spell had worked, I'd still want you,
he said, his voice gruff, as if I were pulling a confession out of him.
The bloody lunatic who begged...
He trailed off, as if it hurt him to remember how I'd offered myself up to torture in his place. He tilted my chin up, a little more stubbornly, and said firmly,
The bloody lunatic.
You're still terrible at romance, Jacob.
You're still a pain in the ass, princess.
I rested my hands on his broad chest, feeling the hardness of his pecs, his warmth, and the rapid beating of his heart under my palm. It matched the frantic beating of my own heart. His thumb swept across my lips, finding the corner of my mouth, and then his lips followed. He kissed me hard. There was nothing tender in the way Jacob kissed me. It was all heat and passion. It was exactly what I wanted right now, when I was still thrilled to be alive. I pressed myself back into him, kissing him back hard. I imagined my lips bruising him, marking him, making him mine. He pulled back slightly, touching the corner of his mouth where it was split. My eyes widened. Sorry.
You're the best kind of hurt,
he said fervently. He leaned forward, wrapping his arms around my thighs, and I wrapped my arms around his neck just before he pulled me up, holding me easily against his body. I clenched my thighs around his lean waist as he carried me into his bedroom.
We do both stink,
he said. I crinkled my nose at him. Not sexy. The two of us stumbled through the door at the far corner of his room and into the bathroom.
Fine. Not sexy,
he said, stepping with me into the shower and setting me down on the edge of the narrow tile seat. Although his fingers brushing up my skin felt pretty damn sexy, come to think about it.
I'm being honest.
I glanced up at the shower head over his broad shoulder. You have been threatening this for ages.
I wasn't planning on a cold shower,
he told me. He leaned over, one arm braced on the wall behind me, to kiss me again. His lips were tender this time.
I hoped it would be hot.
I took his big biceps in my hands, holding him close to me, kissing him back, and then nuzzled my lips against his beard-stubbled cheek. I guess I'll let you know. His lips quirked up.
Brat.
I turned my face to kiss him again, but he evaded me, standing up. He pulled his t-shirt over his head in one easy gesture, exposing the broadness of his pecs, the cut angles of every ab. His smile widened slightly.
You're staring.
It's only fair, I said. I think you've seen me more in my bra than in a shirt.
Or a bikini top,
he said. I ran my fingernails down the bare skin of his chest. Not that you enjoyed the view when I was in the bikini, since you didn't care much for me then.
Wrong on all counts.
He turned away to turn on the water. There were raised pink welts across his back, and I gasped, already jumping to my feet. He turned back to me, flushing, high color in his cheeks. It was the first time I'd seen Jacob look embarrassed, humiliated. You're hurt, I said. Did they do that when I was being whined, literally whined at, and dined by the demon? He bit down on his lower lip, and then, as if it pained him, he turned his back to me again.
Look again, Ellis. They're old. Nothing to worry about.
I looked more slowly at the old scars that bubbled along his skin, marring the beauty of his chiseled body. They ran along the length of his broad shoulders and down the narrow taper of his waist, disappearing into the waistband of his boxers. How many times had someone hurt him to do this to him? I thought angels healed easily, I said softly.
That just means you have to hit them harder,
he said. He saw my face, and he went from light to worried.
Ellis, come on. It's a long time ago. Don't be sad.
I ran my hands over his shoulders, pressing myself to him. I had to bob on my tiptoes to rest my chin on his shoulder. I couldn't promise him that I wouldn't be sad for him, but I could kiss away the newest damage. He twisted in my arms, catching me around the waist. He took a step back, drawing me under the water with him. Hot water ran over us both, beating along his broad arms and wetting those dark curls to his head. He smiled down at me, a tentative flicker of his lips, as if he were trying to tease me into being happy with him.
"At least we're alive,"
he said. "At least we're together." I ran my hands over his chest and then down. My fingers hooked into the waistband of his boxers. "Do you usually wear your underwear in the shower? Is that a British thing, too?"
"No,"
he said. When he smiled at me like this, I loved the way his cheekbones rounded. It made me want to kiss his cheeks studiously, finding my way along the hard angle of bone that made his cheekbones so sharp and gorgeous.
"Feel free to do something about those."
"And I'm the slacker," I teased, running my finger along his waistband. I grabbed his boxers and knelt suddenly, drawing them quickly down his chiseled thighs and muscular calves. His cock bobbed out of his boxers, long and smooth. I looked at it for a long second, feeling the water streaming down my shoulders. Jacob leaned back against the wall of the shower, his cock pulling away from me as he did, and crossed his arms over his chest.
"Does it pass inspection?"
"I don't know," I said, reaching out to take it in my hand. "It looks serviceable enough."
"Serviceable,
He settled one hand on my hip, leaning down to nuzzle his nose against my cheek, and drew me towards him. I felt his free hand slide behind me, unlatching my bra, and it slid down my arms. I let it fall into the hot water pooling at my feet. I never planned to wear that damn bra again. His palm slid roughly over my breast. My back arched, pushing myself harder against him, and that smile of his widened slightly. My body gave me away. He dipped his head, kissing the spot where my neck met my shoulder. His tender lips sent sparks of longing racing through my body. His big hands settled on my hips. I ran my heel up the inside of his calf, my knee falling aside so that he could press even closer to me, and I leaned against the cool wall of the shower. His strong arm across my lower back held me close to him, and I knew no matter how slick the wet tile was under my feet, he would hold me up. His warm weight pressed against my stomach. He was so much taller than me. I bit down on my lower lip, making a face up at him.
"We can make this work,"
he said. He wrapped his arms around my thighs, and I shrieked with laughter and nerves and desire as he lifted me into the air, pinning me against the wall. My hands wrapped around his broad, damp shoulders, trying to hold myself up, and he buried his face in my shoulder. "Are you smelling me?" I asked, laughter in my voice, because as ridiculous as it sounded, of course I was grateful that I still smelled like Red Hots to him, and that he still smelled like coffee and cinnamon to me. His cock brushed between my thighs, and my hands tightened on his shoulders. He eased into me as gently as a man his size could. Jacob had long fingers and a long tongue, things I'd noticed before I ever saw him naked, and they sure weren't the only parts of him that were long. I looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. "I sure hope that's all in."
"Are you always so irreverent during sex?"
he asked. "Are we seriously going to fight now, too?"
"Possibly."
He shifted slightly, pressing my back and shoulder against the wall so he could let go of one of my thighs. I could feel him hesitate, testing to see if we could manage like this, and then he put his palm over my lips.
"There, much more romantic now."
I bit his palm, feeling the pinch of his skin between my teeth, and he yanked his hand away. He shook his hand out, scowling at me playfully.
"Brat."
"I thought it was your kink."
"Oh, we aren't doing that tonight. I don't think you could handle it,"
he said. "Are you reverse psyching me?" A playful grin turned his lips up.
"I told you. I wouldn't do it if you didn't like it. I'm waiting for you to ask.
I clamped my hand over his mouth. "Much more romantic this way." He raised an eyebrow at me, as if he were waiting for permission to speak. When I moved my hand, he said,
"Is that really all you've got, Landon? Recycled one-liners? I've come to expect a worthier opponent."
"Shut up and fuck me, cur." He grinned, and I felt a lightness in my chest. Things had changed with Jacob, but what hadn't changed was the nerves I felt around him, the sense of something a little wild and dangerous between us. He eased out and then deep inside me again, and I gasped. Well, that would shut me up. He began to pump into me over and over again, his arms tight around me, my thighs holding him as tight to me as I could, and my body flooded with warmth, and then heat, and I felt my back arch involuntarily and my knees go weak, and I would have fallen over if it hadn't been for Jacob holding me there against the wall. He buried his face in my shoulder again, but this time my name was on his lips. Ellis. Ellis. The two of us came together, and then he eased me gently to the tile floor, the two of us standing under the now cool shower water. He held me carefully in his arms, checking to make sure I was steady after that orgasm, and I swayed against him for a moment. When he saw that I was okay, that I had my feet under me, he pressed a kiss to my lips and stepped out of the shower. When I finished bathing under the hot water and pulled the shower curtain open, Jacob held the towel out for me, his arms wide. I stepped out of the shower, and he wrapped it around me. He rubbed my arms through the towel, my back, and then knelt to dry my legs. His hands on my thighs made me tremble, but he was all business. "There," he said, straightening up, giving the towel wrapped around me one little tug closed. I gazed up at him curiously. "What?" he asked, his voice gruff. "Someone has to look after you. Lord knows you don't look after yourself." "Can't be too timid when I've got you boys to keep up with."
"We would do anything to protect you," he said. "You don't have to keep up."
"I really do," I told him. I let the towel fall as I pressed myself forward against him, wrapping my arms around his lean waist. "And I would do anything to protect you."
"I know."
His hands wrapped around my hips again, holding me close. His lips arched up, as if he were quite fond of me.
"Impossible, princess."
This time, it meant something else altogether. He kissed me again, and I kissed him back, and then he hoisted me up on top of the sink, and I leaned back against the mirror. We were never going to get out of this bathroom. But then, we had been quite dirty. We had a lot of making up for lost time to do. 29. Before we'd gone to sleep, Jacob had warned me,
"If I punch you in the face in my sleep, you can't take it personally."
I had told him that this was not conducive to a cuddly night's rest, but in the end, I'd slept in his arms anyway, my head on his chest, his arms wrapped around me. We had been so cold in the cell, chained apart, and now I was warm and safe, held against him. And he slept deeply with me there, my fingertips resting on his chest, even though I lay awake for a long time despite my exhaustion. I watched his chest rise and fall, counting his breaths, my mind still spinning over everything that had happened, until my breath matched his, and the heaviness of sleep bore me down. I woke up because I felt cool without his body against mine, and I sat up hastily. He stood back. He'd been in the midst of tucking the blankets in around me, and he still held them in his hands.
"You can go back to sleep,"
he said.
"I want to get ready for our talk with Nimshi, but I won't do it without you."
"You're not going to hurt him, are you?" Jacob shook his head slightly.
"You're being awfully tender about a man who hurt you."
"He hurt you worse," I said. I don't know what to make of him."
"He's a demon, Ellis. You can't make anything of him."
"But what if we could? He said his soul was in a box. What if he just needs his soul?" Jacob dropped the blanket and swiped a hand through his hair impatiently.
"I need coffee before I reckon with your innocence and trust."
"I'm not being innocent," I protested. "I realize he probably can't be the fourth. I was just thinking last night that maybe his situation is more complicated than we realized." Jacob sighed.
Just coffee.
Give me one of your shirts, I said, sitting up in his bed. The last of the blankets fell away, and I could feel Jacob's eyes on my breasts, the second his exasperation flipped over into desire. I pointed a finger at him. Definitely not. You haven't had your coffee yet, remember? He pulled a t-shirt out of the top drawer of his dresser and tossed it to me.
Brat.
Jerk face. I pulled it on and yanked the hem down to cover my thighs as I slipped out of bed. I'm going to go put on real clothes so I don't look all debauched in front of the demon.
Good call, he said, unless you want to torment him with how good things can be when you're one of the good guys.
I found myself smiling as I headed towards the door, and I stopped when I was in the doorway, poised for a quick exit. Are you saying that I'm a good thing, Jacob Kerr? That this is a good thing?
The best thing, he said, and he balled up the t-shirt he had just pulled off to throw it at me. Now get out of here. I can't fucking do mushy before coffee either.
I closed the door quickly between us as he launched his laundry towards me and slipped down the hall. I passed Riker and Levi's doors, and I wondered how they were doing. Did it feel lonely to them to sleep without me, the way I felt strange when I slept with only one of the boys instead of safe in the middle of all the ones I loved? I felt sure that this thing between me and all of them could be wonderful, but it also sure was complicated. It must have been awful for them when they came home and found Jacob and I missing. Cold dread settled in my stomach as I thought about how flippant I had been the day before about them being mad. The truth is that if I had to be scared for them, the way they must have been scared for me, I'd be furious. The thought of worrying if they were dead or alive was a gut punch of agony just imagining it. Ugh. I had to say I was sorry. I was about to head into my room when I heard the creak of a door behind me. I turned. Levi stood just outside his room, the doorknob in his hand. He hesitated, then nodded hello to me.
Morning, Ellis.
God, the hesitation killed me. Things were even awkward with Levi now. Levi was the one who always got me, which meant that now he got that I'd done something stupid. Maybe worse than stupid. Maybe I'd betrayed his trust. I bit down on my lip, twisting the hem of my t-shirt in my hands. Levi's eyes fell to the hem of the t-shirt too, drawn by the motion, and then I saw his eyes widen slightly. He jerked his eyes up to my face hastily. Such a gentleman. Come talk? I said softly.
You want to go for a run?
He asked. Rule 1? He nodded without smiling. Rule 1, I confirmed. Okay, just wait here, I guess. I ducked into my bedroom and hastily pulled on a sports bra, shorts, and a t-shirt. I brushed my teeth in the bathroom, staring at myself in the mirror. I looked different than I had a few weeks ago. My body was leaner. Even my cheekbones stood out more prominently. It might have made me a little more conventionally attractive, but my eyes were shadowed with gray. I might be skinny enough, but I wouldn't pass for a Cosmo cover model. I stuck my tongue out at myself in the mirror. Too bad. Pretty might help me win Levi back over. Then I sashayed out of the bathroom to pay for my sins with a long run. Not my favorite. And apologies, which were worse. The hall was empty. My stomach dropped, and then there was that creak again down the hall, and Levi stepped out, now dressed for a run. Right. It wasn't that he hated me. He'd had to change too. His t-shirt clung to his broad pecs and fell away over his waist, and he looked lanky in his basketball shorts and running shoes. You are really impossibly tall, I said, glancing up at him. He rested his elbow casually on my shoulder.
You're impossibly short.
The easy way he'd just touched me made my stomach flutter with nerves and a sense of relief all at once. Tall, short, we could make it work. He stopped, quirking an eyebrow at me, his lips curving up slightly. Maybe I should wait until I'd apologized before I came on to him. Or maybe this was a good way to soften him up. I could just imagine it. I'm sorry, by the way.
Oh, forget about it. You're lovely. Ellis?
Levi said. Right, I said. Out to the woods. When we stepped outside, it was already hot, even though the sun was only halfway up towards the center of the sky. I yanked at the collar of my t-shirt to fan myself as Levi reached the bottom of the porch stairs and turned.
"This is usually the point where we start running," he said.
"Fine." I reluctantly jumped down the last step and launched into a run. The two of us headed for the woods, and he bobbed along easily, matching my pace. I was breathing hard already. He was clearly out for a jog. "Do you guys run alone?" I asked, "even knowing what's out there?"
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Most of the time. We're the worst thing out there."
"I can't imagine ever being comfortable alone again. Now that I know," I trailed off, almost shivering despite the heat. Now that I'd seen things I'd never unsee. A little boy being broken. A man being broken all over again. My sister in the flames. Samael's glittering eyes. His fingers closed on my throat.
"Give it time,"
Levi promised me.
"You have to train. Work. It isn't magical."
"But there is magic."
"And even that is a pain in the ass."
His tone was mild, and I knew he probably meant that magic, too, was a lot of work. But thinking about magic made me think of Turner's parlor trick, the scented rocks that had popped in the flames. I thought of how gullible I'd been, leaning in towards the fire with my nostrils flared to breathe in poison, and I could feel my cheeks flush.
"You don't have to be alone anyway,"
Levi said. "Because you have us." It was implied, but sometimes a girl just wants to hear it out loud. Except for, I trailed off, losing courage. Plus, I was really having a tough time drawing in a full breath. Levi wasn't even breaking a sweat, bouncing along beside me at an easy pace.
"You want to stop?"
he asked. I thought for a second he meant talking, but then he took one more step and began to walk. I stopped dead, rocking forward on my toes, and leaned over with my hands on my knees to catch my breath. "I need to work out more," I said.
"We can do this again tomorrow,"
he promised. "Joy," I said, but I glanced up at him, through the swinging veil of my hair. He looked amused, and annoyingly unruffled, and tall and gorgeous. I straightened up and sighed. "I'm sorry that Jacob and I went off without telling you." He nodded.
"I know."
I quirked my lips to one side. That was a pretty understated reaction to words that felt like I'd had to force them out. He grinned in response, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around my waist.
"Thank you for apologizing. You put us through hell, crazy girl."
"But you aren't mad?" He rested his jaw on top of my head, even though he had to hunch over to wrap me up like this.
"I was never mad so much as freaking terrified. But for men, that usually plays like mad. What would I do if you got yourself killed?"
"You guys could go back to life like normal?" Jacob had found his brothers the year before, and the three of them had begun to build a life together as hunters. I still felt like an interloper in some ways, disturbing the fragile bond that had grown between them.
"Life without you wasn't normal," he said. "We always missed you."
Levi's cell began to ring. He reached into his pocket and turned it off as I grinned. There was something funny about our sweet, tender moment being interrupted by his ringtone, which, unexpectedly, was the Scooby-Doo theme song.
"Sorry about that,"
he said.
"Where were we?"
"Making up," I said. "And I was about to try to seduce you."
"That's one way to make up,"
he said, just as his phone started going off again. He sighed as he turned it off.
"That's Riker. Probably wants to make sure I didn't abscond with you like Jacob did."
"I thought you guys didn't get jealous."
"We're not superhuman,"
he said. "You actually are," I disagreed. The phone went off again, and he said,
"Okay, give me a second."
Just as I said, "Put the boy's mind to rest." He pulled the phone out and put it to his ear.
"Hey, what?"
He listened for just a few seconds, his expression changing from irritated to worried. He reached out and grabbed my wrist, pulling me with him. He started to run back for the house, and I followed close on his heels. Something awful had happened. Again. I thought of Nimshi, locked pacing in that cell, of Riker guarding him, and Jacob going downstairs to study and prepare. And I hoped all my boys were still alive. 30. Levi practically jumped down the stairs to the basement ahead of me, and I ran down behind him as he turned the corner. Jacob was on the ground, his knees bent up, and my heart froze before I saw him groan and push Riker away.
"Would you stop mother-henning me?"
Jacob demanded, shooing Riker off.
"I'm fine."
Riker glanced up at us from where he knelt next to Jacob.
"Somehow Nimshi beat the wards. He shouldn't have been able to spell his way out of there. Maybe we don't know everything about demon magic,"
Levi said. Jacob groaned and turned over onto his knees, pushing himself up to his feet.
"God, my head hurts. He had his back to me when I got down here. He turned around and there was this flash. Last thing I remember, his stupid grinning face. He could have taken anything,"
Levi said. He turned and ran out of the room, and I could hear books moving as he conducted a frantic inventory in the office next door.
"Hopefully he was too busy running for his life,"
Riker said grimly.
"As well he should."
"You can't kill him," I said.
"He's not my brother after what he did to you and Jacob,"
Riker said. "What he did to me? Don't kill him on my account," I said.
"Stop bossing me, woman,"
Riker said, standing to his feet.
"You don't understand how our world works. Haven't you done enough?"
I stared back at him. His jaw was set, and his deep green eyes were fiery. There was no way in hell I was apologizing to him now.
"That's fine," Jacob muttered. "Me and my magical concussion will just show ourselves out."
I gave Jacob a wide-eyed, pleading look, but he met my gaze evenly and then limped into the office. Okay, he was not a clear vote on not murdering Nimshi. "Wouldn't you have escaped in his place if you could? Would you really hang around?"
"I should have killed him before we even left the building,"
Riker groused.
"He didn't deserve to live after hurting you."
"That's my call to make, isn't it?"
"You making that call for Jacob, too? You said it yourself. Jacob took the worst of it protecting you."
I felt the flush burning my cheeks. Samael would have just bled us out. That was his plan, to kill us then. Maybe Nimshi was stalling for time.
"Do you hear yourself?"
Riker asked.
"Did the curse eat your brain, Firestarter? You can't stand up for him."
I crossed my arms over my chest, mirroring his angry posture. "I'm not standing up for him. I just want to understand what's going on before we do any killing."
"He's not redeemable,"
Riker exploded. "Don't yell at me!" Riker ran his hand through his hair, his expression exasperated. But his tone was calmer when he asked,
"How can you not see this?"
"I'm not saying he is redeemable. I'm just saying, wait."
"Wait until he brings a demon horde to our house? Our refuge?"
"Did I ever say that was my plan?" I demanded. "You're being a real jerk right now, Riker."
"Fine," he
said.
"Maybe it takes being a jerk to wake you up. You don't know anything about our world, but you decide on your own you're going to do whatever you want. Break the spell that binds us, walk into a wizard's apothecary, take the side of demons."
There was nothing to say to that, so I swiveled on my heel and turned to walk out of the room. I could feel Riker's presence bristling behind me, unwilling to let the fight go. Of course that was Riker. He'd never let a fight go. Levi stood in the doorway, blocking my escape.
"He took Parrish's laptop." "Great,"
Riker ground out.
"Now he could make an alliance with the company, stuff a demon into a Lilith's body. That'll make things fun."
Riker ran his hand through his hair again. He was going to make himself bald at this rate.
"We'll find him,"
Levi promised. I hoped they wouldn't. Run far and run fast, Nimshi. And don't make me regret trying to keep you alive. I didn't know what to do with my restless irritation over fighting with Riker. The boys busied themselves preparing for war. Their go-to reaction, I supposed. They warded the house over again, while one of them kept watch over the security systems. And suddenly, every one of them carried their swords sheathed on their backs, and a 9mm holstered in their own house. I, on the other hand, busied myself making cinnamon buns. I didn't know what else to do with myself. I couldn't focus to read. I was banging around in the kitchen, looking for something to eat. Riker and Levi clearly had not taken a break from trying to find and save me and Jacob to grocery shop. The fridge was barren, except for greens that had turned dark and drippy, condiments, and a package of bologna. I stared at the bologna, a reminder of better days when Riker wasn't annoying the hell out of me. Then I closed the fridge door and noticed the old spiral-bound cookbook propped up between the fridge and the pathetically empty cookie jar. I flipped it open and found note cards of handwritten recipes. Sloppily written, of course. None of the Alexanders had neat handwriting. But I could scrounge up the ingredients for cinnamon buns from the pantry and the eggs in the meat drawer. So I set to work. Riker walked in as I was rolling out sweet-scented dough across the kitchen counter.
"You've got to be kidding me."
"Don't worry," I said. "You aren't getting any."
"Saving them for your devil lover?"
"Wow." I rolled the dough out a little harder. "For your information, there was no curse that could make me want Nimshi. He tried to kiss me, and I hurt his feelings."
"You hurt his feelings?"
Riker shook his head slowly.
"You should have hurt his cardiovascular system."
"Killing isn't always the answer."
"You'd be surprised,"
Riker said. "Then better watch out in your sleep," I muttered. Total failure to apologize. I'd moved on to threatening his life. But seriously, how was I supposed to be sorry when he was such a jerk?
"The curse is making you crazy,"
he said, almost to himself.
"I shouldn't hold it against you."
"Excuse me?" Riker stared back at me and didn't repeat himself. He crossed his arms over his chest, his chin lifting slightly. "You can go," I said. I couldn't go. I had covered half the counter in sticky, sugar-scented dough. I stared down at the recipe book, trying to decipher the next step, even though my head hummed with my irritation at Riker. "I'm busy."
"You're baking."
"I'm busy baking, yes."
"There's important work to do, Ellis."
"He's not coming here with a demon horde," I said. "First of all, there is no demon horde. Samael was the only one, and he took the express back to hell. When Nimshi saved us, which means they'll be looking to kill him. What's he going to do?"
"Maybe it was all a setup,"
Riker said.
"Ultimate good cop, bad cop."
"I doubt that."
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Well, you would."
"Go away."
"It's my kitchen,"
he said.
"I don't have to go anywhere."
"Children," Jacob leaned in the doorway. "Let's not fight." "How's your head?" I asked. "Oh, someone remembers I was hurt."
"Fine. Here's a question for you. Do you think that we should consider Nimshi a danger?"
Riker asked, putting his hands out as if he were a scale, weighing his options.
"Or trust his better nature?"
Jacob regarded him coolly.
"You know what I think. I don't want to play any part of this little game, though."
Riker said.
"I'm just asking. Ellis watched him torture you, and now she's like, hey, he's not all bad."
"He's your brother," I said flatly.
"Stop saying that."
"But he is," I said. "That's how the Four works. I'm not saying we welcome him into the family."
"So you would not give him a cinnamon bun?"
Riker said, nodding mock seriously along. "All I said is we shouldn't kill him," I said, ignoring him. "Not that we can anyway right now. We don't know where he is. It's not some big betrayal that I don't think we should execute your own half-brother."
"It is, though,"
Riker told me. And then he finally walked away. It was not the victory I thought it would be. I watched him go, his tight ass in those jeans, the sword hanging between his broad shoulders, until the doorway he'd just walked through blurred with my tears. God damn it.
"Hey,"
Jacob said, his voice soft behind me, warning me that he was there a second before his hand found my hip. His fingers hooked my hips, and he drew me a step back, against him. I found his full, warm length, and he wrapped his arms around me.
"Don't cry."
"Not crying," I said. "Badass hunter, just like you." I could feel his chest flutter with silent laughter. I twisted in his arms, about to scold him, but he said,
"You can be the dangerous, gifted girl we all love, and still cry, Ellis."
I sniffed, which didn't make me feel very dangerous. "It would be nice if you all liked me at the same time." He kissed my forehead, the gesture unexpectedly tender. "You're just sucking up to me because you want a cinnamon bun," I accused, which made me smile, my voice coming out stronger.
"I figured I could have Rika's, too,"
he said, and then he kissed me again. There was desperate throat clearing in the doorway. The two of us glanced up, smiling. Levi stood in the doorway. and next to him was Olivia, who glanced away from us. Her white teeth pressed indents into her plump lower lip. "Awkward," I said, untangling myself from Jacob. "Okay, well, I'd better get back to baking if we're ever going to have breakfast." "I found where your sister is," Olivia said. Her voice came out rushed and blunt. "I don't think there's any hope, Ellis." I stared back at her. Her cheeks flushed pink. "I didn't mean to say it like that, but Parrish started emailing again, and I read that she doesn't really think there's hope to put Ashley back into a physical body. They have her heart beating artificially, a machine breathing for her. It's just to humor Mr. Joseph. It's not for real."
"Christ, Olivia,"
Jacob said. He gazed at her darkly, and she flushed more deeply. "It's all right," I said absently. He reached for my shoulder, no doubt to comfort me, but I slipped his grip. I smiled over my shoulder at him, meaning to comfort him, but the pathetic flicker of my lips upward just made him look sadder. "Give me some time," I said to the room, my voice coming out just fine, perfectly normal. And then I ran out into the backyard, so that probably didn't look just fine, perfectly normal. 31. I sat cross-legged in the grass. The waving green strands tickled my thighs and ankles because a soft breeze was blowing in from the direction of the pines. The scent of evergreens and warm earth flowed over me. In the daylight, grounded in the earth, I should have felt far away from the demon's case. But I knew if I closed my eyes, I'd be back there, forced to watch Nimshi's moving pictures, listening to my sister scream again, watching her beat against the Jetta window. Then there was the moment she finally managed to get the door open, and the way she'd tumbled out into the grass. She'd crawled a few steps away and then collapsed, still breathing in the acrid smoke that would poison her lungs. I wanted her back. I had to remember what happened. If I had caused the accident. If I had set the car on fire in my panic. I rested my hands, palms up, in my lap. What kind of powers were these if they only came to me in nightmares? I bit down hard on my lip, steeling myself, and let my eyes drift shut. I felt a feather-light touch on my palms, and I opened my eyes in a hurry, expecting one of the boys. Ash sat cross-legged in front of me. Her long satin skirt had been ripped away, and it hung short and ragged now over her long, tan legs. Her bare arms were marked with elaborate black tattoos, intricate marks that curled up into the tight bodice of her blue gown. "Why are you crying?" she asked, her voice soft and familiar. "Are you really here?" I asked, my hands closing around hers, but my fingers went through her hands, which rippled translucent in my grip, and I turned my hands back over, palms up. At least we could pretend. "No," she said. "Never again, Ellis." "You don't know that," I said. "I'm someone here in the far," she said. "I just need you to get the company off my back. Get rid of Mr. Joseph." "He says he's got you trapped." She shook her head. "No." "What do you mean?" "They used their magic to cage me if I came into this world," she said. "The night I led you to them, I was trying to make a bargain. To see you. I shouldn't have." "Never bargain with the devil," I said. "Unless you don't have a choice," she said. "I'm free of them now, Ellis, but I don't want them to trap me again. I have to stay in the far." "You can't stay in the far," I said. "You're supposed to go into heaven." She pulled a face, a mischievous smirk that I knew well. "Heaven sounds boring. Where'd you get the tattoos?" "There's work to do in the far," she said, which didn't really answer my question. "And shouldn't the same people who gave you the tattoos be able to point you in the direction of some new clothes?" I asked. She glanced down. "I like this. It reminds me of where I came from. But I had to modify it a bit to make it work for what I do now." "And what do you do?" She grinned. "You'll see. Aren't you going to come visit?" "When I have the juice." I hated the way the boys said juice, but I didn't know what else to say. "I think you already do." She crinkled her nose at me. She must not care for the word either. We always shared a bias against certain words. Moist, juice, panties. All of them made me bite my tongue and crinkle my nose. "What happened?" I asked. "That night. I don't remember. Does it matter?" "It matters to me." She shook her head. "What's going on in your world?" "I don't know. Lots of things. Turns out I'm a reincarnation of the first woman. I have superpowers. Oh, I have a harem of boys who are jackasses, but I love them anyway. And I was just captured by a demon and tortured with memories of your death. False memories? I don't know. That's why you're stuck on that. I'm stuck on it because I miss you." "Don't miss me," she winked. "Come into the far any time and visit." "Ellis!" someone called behind me. I glanced away from her just for a second, and when I looked back, she was gone. I jumped to my feet, full of frustration, just as Olivia ran across the yard to me. Her cheeks were still flushed, and she was breathing hard. I had never been so disappointed to see another human being in my life. I ached at having Ash disappear on me. "Come on," she said. "You've got to see this, before the boys do something stupid." So even though I was furious, I ran with her, around the house and down the long gravel driveway. At the end of the driveway, abandoned on the road, was a metal cargo container on wheels, like it had been towed here by a semi. "What is it, Olivia?" I demanded, my voice harsh. She just shook her head. As we neared the truck, I could hear the boys' voices, arguing, and the noisy rattle of an engine. The back of the cargo container stood open. I turned and looked in. The three of them were already up there, so the first thing I saw was their legs in boots and jeans. And then, behind them, there was a hospital bed. My sister lay in the bed, hooked up to machines, and a generator strapped into the corner rumbled constantly, filling the room with an acrid scent, but keeping her alive.
"Olivia,"
Jacob said, his voice rough.
"She shouldn't see her like this."
But Levi was already kneeling at the edge of the container, offering me his hand up. I grabbed his wrist, and he hauled me up, setting me on my feet there at the edge of the container. Riker threw up his hands in frustration. "What were you going to do?" I asked, my voice low.
"We were going to get her set up in the house,"
Riker growled.
"What do you think?"
"I don't know," I said.
"Suddenly we're monsters?"
Riker shook his head, furious. He brushed past me and jumped out of the back of the container, landing in a crouch, and then straightened.
"I'm going to get the rover to tow this up the driveway. Then we'll need a ramp."
"Sorry," I said to his back, but it was too little, too late. Maybe he couldn't hear me anyway. Either way, he didn't turn back. I looked back to my sister. So this was why she was free to come back and see me. They didn't have her body anymore. They didn't have the least little piece of her soul. She was free. I took her hand in mine. She wore the same knobby silver rings she'd always worn, although they twisted slightly against my palm. Her fingers were thinner now. My gaze swept up her slender arms, but they were pale and unmarked in this world. "Where did she come from?" I asked. Levi and Jacob exchanged a long look. "What is it?" I asked.
"She's a gift from Nimshi,"
Levi said. He handed me a note. "Sorry for all the trouble, sweetheart. Thought I'd start making it up to you. Nim."
"Don't let him win you over this easily,"
Levi warned.
"He's dangerous, and he knows where we live. I don't like it."
"Of course not," I said. I stuffed the note in my pocket. "If she's out of the company's hands, I wonder if they'll go after my mother. After all, they would do anything to get me under their control."
"I'll call the team looking after your mom,"
Levi promised me.
"I'll make sure she's okay."
"Thank you," I said. He turned and jumped from the back of the truck, running for the house. Jacob watched me with a look I couldn't quite interpret, curiosity and sympathy and longing. I cocked my head at him.
"Let's get your sister home,"
he said. This concludes Fierce Angels by May Dawson, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2018 by May Dawson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with May Dawson, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.